So I like the local person or local to Vermont, and then pair it with somebody who could do like
management.
the
So
whole process.
I'm hearing for visioning, Mark, who's got the educational experience, or Thrive, who's got the local, and then when that's done, go to NESDEC for management of the rest of the process.
That seems to, I mean, that's only my opinion, but
Okay.
I guess because you're gonna
Okay.
be chatting about it, and there might be stuff that, I mean, I was very persuaded by what you said. I mean, it's true, it's a big undertaking, so it's gonna be a lot for us to manage, and the board is already very, very busy, so.
Do you have a preference, or?
Since we're voting. No, I mean.
I like that preference, and I think we're getting the best of two organizations with
Okay.
this. It might be interesting to think about Mark and Thrive working on the visioning process.
Okay.
Because you're bringing us somebody who has an outside view, who's intimately familiar with the educational scene in Vermont and the superintendent position, and somebody who really understands the local.
And you like NESDEC for management as well?
We'll see.
So are we thinking we need to ask people more questions? Are we thinking we're not ready for a, is this a, we should talk at the next meeting about what's next? Or how do we, I hate leaving it hanging so
So I think we
that we're
can
not
leave it
ready
hanging,
to go.
because I think the next board actually is the decider.
Okay.
But I think if there's a consensus among this committee, that will probably, and it may, you know, there may be tweaks on this, and there may be questions, but I think I could imagine a motion where the board chair, in consultation with the committee chair, could go forward to make those final decisions about how we create a visioning group and what package we work with NESDEC, and then move forward from there and get the party started.
All right, so I just added, I like somebody for visioning. I can't decide between Mark or Thrive. I'm not sure I like the idea of trying to hybrid those two together, just from the management point of view, of who's calling who to say, hey, meet here. I don't know, I see us having a hard enough time showing up at all of our meetings, but to try to be going, did Mark call Thrive, did Thrive call Mark? And then NESDEC, I feel like, okay, we're all actually
Why,
close.
can you just answer, because it sort of turned me off that nobody in that large organization could take a call between 4:30 and 7 o'clock at night. They just don't work after? That kind of turned me off, honestly.
Well, it seemed as if he wanted to be the one to talk to us.
Okay, so they couldn't pass
But,
it over.
no, I'm trying to think, this is Art. I mean, he was very attentive by email
Okay.
and just, yep, no problem. Good morning, my colleague. And, I mean, they were right on it. If I was better on my emails, I could. Thank you, I'll send you. Yeah, I mean, he set up the whole conference call. Let's see. Sorry. I mean, he gave me a cell phone number. Let's see.
Or is he like the intake guy and nobody else does those things, and so it wouldn't be an issue going forward if we're having evening meetings and it's...
Oh, I regret I do not have a consultant available to meet with you and your exploratory committee on December 19th.
Okay.
We think it's important to remain fully focused on our clients' needs in order to guarantee blah, blah, blah. While we're not able to meet with you on that date, we'd be happy to explore other dates and a time when it might be convenient. So I don't know if we just picked a bad night. I mean,
Okay. I guess that was just my initial like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That, you
Yeah.
know, Susan Holson was somewhere, but an organization of two could cough up somebody to answer the questions and we get back for it, you know.
No.
So, I don't know, that was just that was my corporate life feeling, but that may be totally unfounded.
Yeah.
At your meeting tonight, or the WSCSU meeting, even if, so I mean, I wasn't actually clear what's gonna go on there. Is it that you're gonna approve you're gonna like make a decision?
if we can.
If you can, you're gonna make a decision.
I don't think we have to.
Yeah.
I think it is, if we feel like there is a consensus that we could move forward with. Otherwise, we can try to move forward on our own, or we can kick it back to you.
Well, I was just gonna say one other option, if we need more information from NESDEC, right? If we're a little worried about it, you could say like, this is the best option we see right now. We can start moving forward with a visioning process if that's what we're saying, if it's gonna be hybrid.
Right.
And then say, okay, we're gonna just get the information we need. NESDEC's our top candidate for this at this moment. And as long as things come back A-okay, you know, I mean, then we'd have, I mean, you delay that decision, but maybe don't delay the visioning, because I just feel like something needs to get started.
I agree.
Yeah.
I
So,
agree.
Just a
Yes.
thought,
I agree.
so.
I would love to take a, break just for.
Yeah, sorry, I'm the one who's ending the meeting. So do I,
Okay, so.
do I move? I mean.
Yeah, I think I heard Christina move to adjourn.
I did, I moved.
And I
to-
seconded it.
Okay. Everybody in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Okay.
Christina moved.
No names, no.
Carrie
No
seconded.
names.
right, 7:03. So first thing is approval of minutes of December 11th.
I move we approve the minutes of December 11th.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion, questions, comments? They look good to me. All those in favor of approving the minutes of December 11th, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Hearing none, they are passed. Communications, I have none. Recognition, welcome for all of you hanging in there with us. Let's do the committee report down under the new business, because it's on twice, so we'll. Warrants and payroll. So we have December 11th warrants, 1079, 1082, 1083, 1084, 1085, in the amount of $1,048,633.90. And the December 6th payroll in the amount of $495,231.05. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions? All right, all those in favor of passing the warrants as stated and payroll, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? They are passed. We have no administrative reports. We have no unfinished business. Wow, knock on wood. Okay. The recommendation of the Superintendent Search Exploratory Committee. Who would like to report?
I guess I will, unless you would like to take it away, Carrie.
Hey, why don't you give yours and I'll see if I agree.
Emily's gone and not to return?
Emily's gone.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Emily's been replaced by Tim. So the first hour of the meeting, we first had a conference call with Sue Siglowski of the VSBA. She is not the person who is doing the superintendent searches. That is Susan Holson, who was currently meeting with a superintendent search committee group. So we got kind of an outline of their process. And I would say some of the strong, and I guess I'll add into that the strong points. Ooh, let me get my notes out. Some of the strong point notes that we had from the VSBA is that they worked with us before, and in fact they worked with us on the superintendent evaluation that we worked on last year. They do a fair number of these, and they have their, nope, that's from somebody else. So some of the challenges a little bit were they didn't really have a good diversity outreach scheme, it seemed like. It seemed like they were like, well, we could work on that. And then there was a little bit of a disconnect in talking to them because I think one of the things, anyway, for me that I identified is coming up with a vision for this position, a profile of the perfect candidate. Now, I have better words for it now than I did at the phone call, so it may also be my problem, how we would go about trying to outline with the help of all the stakeholders exactly what we were looking for in a superintendent, and we didn't, that was a little challenging. And maybe, again, because it was on a conference call, she was on a cell phone in a car, and it wasn't the person that did it. But anyway, that is my synopsis of the conversation. Chime in if you think I've gone wrong anywhere. Hearing none. We then spoke to Mark Andrews. He's a former superintendent from Essex Junction. He's done several superintendent searches. He'd come recommended from my reaching out to the state. Currently working on one in Washington Central. So we're very comfortable with him. He was very straightforward. He was very interested in personalizing the process for the group. His proposal included coming down for 1 day a month for 3 months. So we felt like that was a lot of guidance. And he was clearly understanding of the educational aspects of a superintendent search, of a superintendent job. He's clearly used to, and he talked a lot about engaging various stakeholders. And as I pointed out, he's worked with school boards before, so he knows what he's getting into. I I think one of you two could maybe take describe NESDEC, because I was not on that call, so.
Yeah, so I was on the NASDAQ call with David. I think we were very impressed with their track record. They have done hundreds of these. They are New England-based, but they have a national network that they can tap into. They have a variety of services, so we can just use them for outreach. And that would get us their proprietary list. Or they could help us with a guided search, which is a larger arena, or they can do a comprehensive search. So we have a couple options with them. David, anything you'd add to that? They did say they were a little concerned about our timing. They usually take about 120 days to do a search, and we're a bit late in the process.
I think the concern for the timing and having enough time and the importance of really how important this is and getting it right, not wanting to make a mistake with a decision like this, was uniform across everybody that we consulted with. And I think NASDAQ more than anybody really. And they're, they have the most experience in it.
And all of them did say we might need to consider an interim, so. It was not preferable to anyone, but that came across from everyone. So I'm looking for Thrive and my notes from Thrive and Curtis Reed, bear with me.
I've got the positives we had written down on
Okay.
Thrive, which was local and a local track record, proven success in gathering a broad pool of applicants. They have survey and research abilities, and they are familiar with the community. They have a relationship with Vermont Partnership, and they could give us guidance for strategy and do execution.
And then I found my Curtis Reed. The positives were thinking outside the box. He talked about coming up with an evaluation matrix, like a rubric, to help guide our scoring of candidates. And I think that would also sort of guide you with implicit bias and making sure that we are evaluating candidates on their capabilities, as I recollect, versus any implicit bias working in there. He is local and he has a good track record with the town. And written and oral evaluation questions. I don't know what that means now. Does anybody know what that note meant?
I know he said he could help us with
Creating the
crafting
questions.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. All right, so those were the 5. Did we cover all 5 people that we've marked? VSBA, NASDAQ, Thrive, Curtis. Okay. So those were the 5. So then, you want to try to explain where we think we left it?
So then we kind of, we're trying to find the perfect match, and then we went on another direction thinking about because and maybe this was guided by looking at the strengths of everybody, what would we do in a perfect world? And in a perfect world, as we talked about it, it would be to work with someone who could help us come up with our vision for the superintendent position, because our job description currently is a very nuts and bolts job description and does not actually describe the characters and the qualities that we want in our educational leader. It just describes what their responsibilities are. And we read, do you have that Washington Central example?
I do.
Just because I think that, for Tim's benefit, elucidates. You know the sentence I'm talking about.
Let's see. By disposition, they will naturally tend to be, is this the listing? More educator than administrator, more Democrat than bureaucrat, more questioning than knowing, more inclined to experiment than to play it safe, willing to delegate decision-making to capable subordinates, able to balance the needs and aspirations of the people with state-mandated requirements.
That's what their vision was?
This is part of their,
Okay.
so, it was a very well-written job description, and not that ours is not well-written, but ours is very long and wordy, and I guess I would say tough to digest. It's what you need in a superintendent, but theirs sort of encapsulates it in a way that I would think anyone reading it would go, I want to go here, not these are the 45 lists of tasks that I have to do.
And we don't want to represent ourselves as that.
As
We want to
45
be a
lists of tasks.
Very dynamic image.
Right, yeah, this is far more dynamic.
Yeah. And that actually came from Washington Central, and they worked with Mark Andrews creating that. And so, and that's where I feel, and I think the board kind of agrees, boy, we've got a long way to go creating that.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even have a mission vision statement for our board yet. And so, so when we don't know what our mission vision is, or haven't articulated, having the superintendent carry it out is even a longer walk for us and more critical than it might be in another board situation than ours currently in this first year.
Mm-hmm.
So we talked about, as we kind of wound up the conversation, and Deb Cardane really spoke strongly about trying to work in some fashion with people that have an education background and really understand the job. So we talked about working, but then NESDEC is this professional organization that does this for a living. Marlboro, Mass, you get the, you know the drill. Talked about their ability to outreach. They have probably the best outreach capability for casting the net because they do this all the time. I don't think they have done a Vermont search. They said they've gotten some calls recently.
Yeah.
But they're more Massachusetts, Connecticut based, some in New Hampshire. But I mean, it's New England, it's not Texas or something. They may have the best outreach capability, although they're not as hand-holding. It seems like a lot of things are going to be done via email. And I think for the visioning process, we felt like that's something we really need people here. If you're doing guided group activities with multiple stakeholders to create a vision for your educational leader, I think you kind of need to be here. So where we kind of ended up as a committee, and correct me if I'm misspeaking, was to work either with Thrive, which was Jen Jacobs' organization, or with Mark Andrews to work on the vision piece, and then to consider NESDEC for the nuts and bolts of the operation, the outreach, the managing the interview process. I had a tiny concern, and like I was not on the call with them, so it's a little bit challenging, but they couldn't find a consultant to call in anytime between 4:30 and 7 o'clock. And I thought, with a big organization like that, it concerned me, I guess, that we have such a short time frame and so much else on our plates. Are we gonna have to work around them? I mean, he had a nicely worded letter. He's been right on it with Carrie from the beginning.
He has,
So,
I haven't had to wait more than 20 minutes for an email response, so he's been good in that.
yeah. So we hadn't quite ironed out as a committee. I think we still had a few questions. Maybe we wanted to, or maybe not. I don't know. On that second piece.
Yeah, I think you've summed it up well, though, that we're thinking for visioning Mark or Thrive, and then taking that package and turning it over to NESDEC to do the rest. But now I think the question is, how do we move forward? How do we take that and...
One clarification, the visioning, is that also include thinking about the materials and the description of the community and sort of the selling parts of the ad.
That's an interesting, see, yeah.
Yeah, I guess my feeling is the selling of the community might be a little separate. I think the selling of the job, as in the wording of the job description, is going to come from the visioning. I think possibly after that, you can extract some of it and make sure that when we're selling the community.
Yeah, I don't mean like, we've got a river and a museum.
Yeah.
I mean more like what's it like to live here? And, why would you want to live here, and why would you want to, especially why would you want to work in this district? What are we doing that's really, that's unique or that's appealing, and a comprehensive or a competent educator looking for a real creative challenge would want to come here.
I think that should come out of the visioning and be incorporated into this. At
Yeah.
least the way that
That's
this
kind of my
is
thinking too,
written,
but we didn't say that
it
explicitly.
has that.
You do get their community vibe, yeah.
You do, I mean, it's explained very well.
Yeah. But I think what I want to tag on to what David said is that I think even more so we have a little more to sell here in terms of what we have in our school system. I mean, we have a really well-functioning system here. We have a really interesting community with a lot of interesting things going on that could be fleshed out a little bit more about why you'd want to come here. So that's like the selling the local piece about our communities, a vibrant arts community with, it's access to outdoors and recreation, almost no traffic, whatever it is, but we have a lot to offer that I think in this corner here that I think would be a nice addition to that.
Okay. And do you feel like that has to come at the beginning of the visioning process, or can it come out so that?
I think it would be nice to have that in the
Okay.
ad when it goes out.
Okay.
Yeah, it has to be in the package.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah, because
Okay.
how else would anybody get it?
Yeah.
If they're looking for a job,
Yeah.
it needs to be all together.
Because I think when people who I talk to, like I live in Brattleboro now, if they've been there, like, that's a cool town.
Okay.
And like, oh, I drove through there, I stopped there, I went to this or whatever, that's a cool town. But a lot of these people probably have not driven through here, so how do we give them that same flavor of, and when people haven't been to Vermont, they're like, oh, does everybody wear plaid? So.
Okay, so we're at we think there's a group or two groups that could do visioning. We think we like NASDAQ for nuts and bolts, for outreach and management of the search once it's pushed out. Is this when we should, if we haven't made a decision on Mark or Thrive, I'll throw it out there, should we reach out to both of them and say, we're considering you for this piece? Can you give us
Are you interested?
are you interested, and can you give us a proposal?
Yeah.
Is that a good next step?
Well, if we want to make the right decision, I think we have to, because we need to be able to compare them based on more than we have.
So let's say you all were to authorize me to reach out to both of them. I would be asking for them to conduct a community vision exercise.
More, how would they go about doing it, given that we only have a couple of weeks
Right.
to put into it?
How would you go about creating a community vision?
Or helping us get a community vision to work from, or
And I think we're looking for an early January process, so that may feed into
Yeah.
if people have 3 or 4 meetings already scheduled for early January with another project.
And so our deadline for a finished product would be?
2 weeks. I mean, if we don't have more than that, because we need 6 weeks to it's February before, or March before we have the applications all in.
So we're almost saying January 17th. That gives them 2 full weeks.
Yeah.
Could they, and how would they go about it?
And I'm assuming I can say something such as, we certainly are available to meet with you
At your
at
your pleasure.
Right,
Yeah.
to help you identify stakeholders and such.
Yeah.
What else would they need to know? I just want to make sure I'm doing one email, giving them all the information, and then they come back with a price, a yes, we can do it, and here's what it would entail. Here's what we would give back to you. How many community meetings, such as that.
Yeah, what do we envision for,
Sorry.
Question.
Did you say you were going to give until January 17th to come with a proposal?
No, we want them to finish this job by January 17th.
Okay.
we
Thank
want
you.
a
I was
proposal
like,
like,
Tomorrow, like,
Okay.
yeah, this email is going out tonight.
These people aren't on a school calendar.
Yeah.
They're not on vacation.
thank you.
So, and I think I'm literally saying, I need to know next week if you're interested.
And I guess I know you'll do this, but you will, because you're a lovely human, and, but to say that like we really think that this is, your expertise is best utilized here. If
I
you
love
can
that.
follow my thought process, because I don't want to, like, if I look at Thrive, they don't have a lot of experience looking in the superintendent world. And if I look at Mark Andrews, the process of all this winter going back and forth for a long process might not be the best use of fossil fuels and everything else to manage it. One thing if he's next door. But since NASDAQ is kind of set up to do this, I mean, they're not going to be really going back and forth, I don't think. But package it well is I guess
Okay.
what I'm trying to say.
You got it, you got it. Okay. So community vision to work from, January 17th, how would you go about it? We would be available to, the board, the board would be available, blah, blah. Okay, so is that an option? Anything else we feel like they should?
Do we have an idea of how many kind of meeting, how many days we want to put into it? And how many, because we,
Or how many stakeholder groups we'd be thinking of? I mean,
Yeah.
Do we want them recommending that to us, or do we want to be saying, we hope this would
I
be?
think it would be useful to have them recommend, well, to say how would they go, given that they've got 17 days or whatever it turns out to be, there may be some time left in December. Here's here's how are you gonna, how would you do it? How many meetings would you have, stakeholders, and, who would you involve, and what can you tell us about how you would do the process? To get it, I think to get us to the vision is almost as much as you need to say. We need to get to a vision that we can use to create the application materials, and we'll be available to help as much as you need.
And it's create application materials to, am I saying cast the widest net for the largest pool of successful candidates? I mean, that's our,
For a broad search.
okay. Okay.
Because they'll ask for specifics, and they may say, well, who do you want to have for stakeholders? And they'll say, well, here's what we think. Or they may, I don't know what to expect.
and we kind of know our stakeholder list from our first meeting, so.
Right.
Yeah. And
Right.
despite the fact that Thrive isn't in the education business, we have many people who are and know all of that, have all that background, all that information in terms of what we're looking for, what we need in
Okay.
leadership. In fact, they have a very strong view of it.
So that is an option we could take, that I reach out to both of them and say, if possible, we realize we're not giving you a lot of time. Well, we're basically giving them a week minus Christmas. If by next Friday they were interested, if they could come back with their proposal. Does that seem?
And then that would give us
A
the
whole
next.
week, today's Thursday.
So we would, okay.
So then the question becomes, we get these, and
I mean, I think we have to decide next Friday, probably.
well, okay, so that's the next question. Can we meet next
They need a
Friday?
week, they need a week to,
Yeah, they do. Well, so do we want to meet next Friday or the following Monday?
I'm Friday.
oh, if I could do it early Friday or late Monday. That's the weekend between Christmas and New Year's, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
I could do it by phone too.
Well, Monday is New Year's, oh no, Tuesday's New Year's Eve.
I could,
So Monday,
I could phone it in too.
Monday the 30th?
I think Monday 30th would be better for me, but
Do you have a time? Like,
I was doing times earlier. I
I don't actually think we have meetings that night, so this like,
Not so far.
Although, well, there may be one.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You need to post it and stuff, or do you?
We'll have time though.
yeah,
We have to get it to Barb tomorrow before the office closes down.
I'll get it
But,
tonight.
I guess I could always call in if I can't be here.
Okay. So Monday, Monday, December 30th, sorry, turn the page. So we would meet Monday, December 30th. Someone give me a time. Wing it.
Oh, wait, I thought Friday was better for some people.
Oh, is Friday better?
Is
What day was better for
either
you?
one, they're both, I mean, Fridays is 3 days earlier, is my thought.
I know, I kind of like Friday if we can phone it in, because then, if that works for you, Carrie, if we can phone it in, because then that gives that gives them a weekend to, that gives them 3 more days to get cracking on it.
Wait, what Friday are you thinking?
The
Sorry.
27th.
Gotcha, okay.
So
How
we
does
need,
that give them more time?
They
No,
got
it gives-
Saturday, Sunday, and Monday instead of not getting them until Monday.
it gives them more time to set it up once we've gone with somebody.
Oh, I understand, okay, now I'm with
Because I
you.
don't think it's going to take them that long to decide what they want to do and hone a proposal, because it's probably moving into the hourly rate kind of situation for people.
And
All right.
they know what they're doing.
They know what they both talk to us. They both, you know what I mean? They both groups kind of have a sense of what we're looking for. So we're just defining a piece of that. And so,
All
I
right,
mean,
so,
Mark put together that proposal in a day.
right, okay, so Friday, December 27th by 12 noon,
Okay.
and we meet at?
One,
Yeah, we meet at 1. I'll have to do it by phone, I think.
Okay,
Um,
let's warn it for 1. I'll see if we'll need a place to meet.
Probably nothing's open, huh?
the library will be open.
At Brooks?
Yeah. I'll see if we can get a room.
Okay, that would be awesome, thank you, David. If not, we'll come up with something, we'll figure that one out after, okay.
Yeah, Amy's.
All right, what about NESDEC? Do I reach out to NESDEC and say, this is what we're considering?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, that we would get everything up to the materials and then ask them to put them out and manage the
manage
process
the-
afterwards.
Okay.
Do we want them to do that?
And one more suggestion, I'm wondering about, so one of the things that I heard you describe with NESDEC was that they would compile data, the community's input, and create it as data for you to review. Is that
That's the visioning process in the very beginning.
right? And so I wonder if it's worth getting there, first asking, would they be willing to minimize that to a shorter period of time? Because I do think that would give you a really wide-angle picture of the community, or could. You might have access to community members that you're not necessarily going to get access to in that short little piece of time. If they were willing to do some sort of a condensed version, or I know they said it was 120 days and we don't have that, but I wonder if it's worth exploring. Just since you're going to ask people for specifics anyway, is it worth asking them, could they do a condensed data
Instead of
collection?
6 to 10 focus groups, like 2.
Or something, yeah, because I just wonder if they might be able to get a wider picture.
So I think what we're saying is, instead of just asking Mark and Thrive, why not ask NESDEC as well,
And how they would do it, I guess.
how they would do
Because,
that?
like, I think I'm turned off by a survey notion or an electronic notion.
Right.
I'm just turned off by that with the state of affairs now. I think we need a personal touch. That's
Okay.
mine.
So there's no reason not to ask all three of them, how would you go about doing this? Can we see, because that is the one thing we weren't able to drill down in the materials on NESDEC exactly how
That
would.
looks, yeah.
All right, so we'll ask all three of that. Or I will, because someone's gonna make a wonderful motion.
Well, so I'll make the motion, we can continue to discuss. I move that Carrie contacts Thrive, Mark Andrews, and NESDEC to discuss,
Proposals for a community
I was
vision.
letting him catch up.
Strategy, oh, sorry. He's doing good.
Okay, keep going, I think.
community visioning strategy for the superintendent position.
Sounds good.
I don't think I need to include the timeline on there because.
No, I think we're good there.
Is that a good motion?
I think that's a great motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? So this at least gets us moving into visioning mid-January as a next step.
Right. Well, I think there's another motion to maybe be made about NASDAQ
Okay,
after this motion's cleared up.
okay. Any more discussion on this one?
Tim, I hate to stick you in Clark because I realize you're the one that's not up to speed on this. So we can pause for a minute.
Yeah. Do you have
That's why I was
thoughts?
wondering
Okay.
about all the talking,
Yeah.
knowing we'd have to do it all again at 7 o'clock. I was,
Yeah.
wondering why we, but anyway, off we
But
go.
then we were losing Emily,
Yeah,
so.
right. I thought she'd stay.
I mean, I think I'm fairly clear on it, I think.
Good. I'm happy to read through our positives again, because we literally went through,
No, I think I
okay,
got
you
it.
got,
from that,
okay.
yeah.
And I think we were all very happy that we had 5 such, I mean, we were torn. We were starting to really go, let's take this from this person and this, and then we were like, okay, now we're getting a little too crazy, but I think we're in a good position to have such resources. All right. All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now you think there's another motion?
I do think that Carrie could, I'm not making it quite yet, but I do think I could make a motion that Carrie reaches out to NASDAQ, because just some of, like, their availability in evenings, and just flesh out, we had a couple questions from
Okay.
the other thing. So just to answer those questions while you're reaching out to them anyway, and I think there's a potential, if those are cleared up, that we could
Mhm.
make a motion to hire them and get them on board for the next piece of it,
Gotcha.
if we feel.
Okay, so this is more on people, resources, continuity with a consultant.
For the,
Can you call us at a 7 o'clock meeting?
yeah,
Yeah, okay.
and what is the availability of people to come for the meetings? Because it was not, it's a big, long list, but I don't have a real sense. They have a lot of paperwork, but I don't
Mhm.
get a real sense of exactly how it
Right,
is going
right.
to feel on the ground.
Yes, okay. Gotcha. Okay, that's your motion?
So I could make a motion that Carrie reaches out to NESDEC to clarify the process.
Sounds good. Is there a second?
I'll second that as well.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Seeing none, I think we have a path forward.
And I think we could perhaps make that, you could warn possible action on hiring NASDAQ for that Friday meeting as well.
Friday, the 27th,
As a
okay.
possible action item.
Yeah.
Just because it would be better to engage them this year.
Well, and I think it's possible action on Thrive, Mark,
All of it, yeah, yeah,
NESDEC,
yeah.
all of it.
Oh, that was
is-
definitely the possible
Oh, okay,
action that I
okay.
think we need to do.
Yeah.
That has to happen Friday. And
Okay.
then, but this one, it would be great if maybe we could just do it all.
Right, okay. Okay. Nicely done.
Can I ask a general question?
Sure.
Are you done with what you need to do? I mean, is that all right to jump in now,
I think
or-
we are done with what we need to do.
Okay. One thing I was kind of wondering, it sounds like you've gone to various firms and given them, it sounds like you're going to use more than one, possibly on different aspects of things. And I was wondering, what would happen to a candidate who was totally local? Would they get the same information that candidates from out of the area would get? That would happen. It would be available to anybody, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
absolutely
Yeah.
open and
Yeah.
transparent
Yeah.
process, yeah.
We're not excluding internal
No, that's why I asked the
candidates.
question. I didn't know, since these firms are not local, how the local, somebody who is in-house and wanted to apply, how that would work, but it sounds like it wouldn't be any problem at all.
No.
That's a good question. We've never
Yeah.
done this before,
Right,
not
Yeah.
ever.
yeah. And then the other question would be, well, actually I have two more questions. This one might be a little sensitive, but given the time of the resignation and then the time of the need to get the new person in place, is that by statute or by any, when a staff member resigns, it has to be within a window. And I was just wondering, is that window complied by?
Good.
We'd have to look at Lyle's contract to see.
But I'm sure because it's at least 6 months and I know,
Right,
you know.
right, she's
It
given
wouldn't
us
be more than that.
7 months notice.
Yeah, the
Okay.
longest I've ever heard is
Okay.
6
7.5 months
Okay.
notice,
Yeah.
yeah.
And coupled on with that, because it's a lot to do in a short period of time, even though it seems like a long time, it isn't.
It doesn't seem like.
Yeah.
Well, I think to some people, it seems like, it's over there. As a fallback position, I would go back to what Christina initially said in the first meeting, and that was, the fallback interim, not recommending that by any means, but, if the process doesn't come to fruition as we hope, it would be good to have a fallback interim, which I assume would be somebody that would be very knowledgeable of the whole system. So chances are an interim could come smoothly from somebody that's been involved with education in one of the districts for a long time. So,
I think we heard from at least NESDEC, VSBA, and Mark. Interim might be where you need to go.
yeah,
You know, because,
Actually, from 5 too.
Oh, really?
okay, that everyone said,
okay. So
first of all,
that's
don't rush the
pretty-
process
that-
and be prepared that you might need to.
So everything is really on the table, and we'll see
That's right.
Yeah,
what time dictates.
right. But we also just felt like, we don't want to make that call now.
No.
We're sort of on the let's go,
Yeah,
see how
yeah,
far we get.
absolutely,
But I think
absolutely.
we have all come around to
The
that might,
possibility.
it
Yeah.
might happen.
Well, it was very interesting. I had to go play badminton, so I couldn't stay.
Excellent choice.
Oh, well, there's emergencies, we understand.
You made the right choice.
But it was really good. I heard the first two people say the interim may be a fallback position. And I think they're probably thinking because of the importance of the position and the shortness of the thing and really difficult. And, David's comment to everybody that, individual of color, it's important to look there, and that might stretch out the availability, but it's very important. So.
we had a good discussion, I think it was during your badminton game, about do we just look for an interim, and then but you know, it was like, no, let's try, because maybe that perfect person who checks all the boxes, we immediately fall in love, you know, I mean, you know, speaking
And
colloquially.
we've got
but
great
just-
resources to help
Yeah.
us, so it was, let's push on through.
And at any rate, it's worth going through the process, because even if we don't, it really informs the process for the next time around. We're just, you know,
Yeah.
we have our materials, we just go forward. So there was no, to us, it didn't make sense really in the end. You know, we're being realistically optimistic.
And was Curtis's proposal talked about today, or?
No,
Well, we
Good.
did, yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah.
did.
yeah.
We
In
went
terms
through all five
for
today.
parts of the
Yeah.
outreach and for developing the
Yeah.
materials where he has real expertise. can
And
absolutely-
Jennifer's also?
Yeah, that's Thrive.
That's Thrive.
That's her company.
Oh, I see, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't understand.
But I do think as we're working through this, we should really, no matter who we go with, we should really take a look at, as we're kind of moving forward, and maybe doesn't have them tonight, but have Curtis consulting with us on those pieces that I think, you know,
Yeah.
do some training with us, I think it's money well spent, for the
Yeah.
implicit bias to
Everybody
read
has hourly
through.
rates.
Yeah,
And so to use him in that way. that,
absolutely.
um,
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me in.
And Vermont School Board is not one of the groups.
No, we talked to VSBA.
Oh, you did?
We did.
Oh, I heard you talk to them, but I didn't know
Yeah.
whether that,
Yeah,
you know, where that went. I left,
yeah.
yeah.
So I think the first challenge was that we really wanted somebody who could help us with creating this kind of mission,
Yeah.
the vision of the
vision,
position.
yeah.
And they did not respond really strongly on doing that, whereas Mark Andrews did quite well, and I think.
And that's what Thrive's business is.
Yeah, that's what Thrive's business. And we had a good example of what happened in Washington Central that Mark Andrews worked on, so I've seen the product that was a great, everybody was like, oh, let's just use theirs.
Yeah.
So,
No, be inspired by theirs.
so, and then they don't give an à la carte option, so you have to use them for everything, and I feel like, especially right now in our history where we don't have a mission, vision statement for our board, we really need somebody to help us articulate clearly what we're looking for in a superintendent. And that's the thing I feel most scared about doing here, is like, I think the interview process will actually be a little bit better at,
Yeah.
yeah, in a way.
We've done it. We know who
We've
the
done it.
stakeholders are. and-
Yeah,
And, yeah, we've got help with the questions. We
but
know
writing
what
an
we're
ad
looking
that's
for.
attractive enough, that explains what we're looking for and who we are, that's the thing that I'm really stuck on. How do we get from what we have, which is a job description, a boring job description, to a soulful advertisement for a job that really
Something
explains
that really pops.
something
Yeah.
that pops, exactly.
All right. Anything else? Our favorite motion?
Madam Chair, there being no business before this body, I move to adjourn.
Do we have a second?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye. All right.
When I came back, I couldn't get it.
call the meeting to order at 5:29.
All right.
And appoint Christine Hazard to the position of the Executive Director effective January 1st, 2020.
So we will need a motion.
I so move.
Okay,
second
okay, Donna.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Hands up for the camera.
All right,
No opposed, no abstentions. Great.
good.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great.
I'm practicing taking my notes, so I was paying attention. Yeah.
Well, I figure if you can pull off a surprise party for
Yeah.
Miss Hart, your executive skills are demonstrated beautifully.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, so as the board secretary, I will do the election of officers.
Thank
And we will start with the board chair. Is there a nomination for chair of the board?
Jen, would you like me to?
Jen.
Yes,
Okay,
it'll be an honor. Great.
I'll nominate Janet
all right.
for chair.
And second?
Second.
All right. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, all those in favor of Janet continuing, please say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
All right.
If I don't believe in myself, I have to vote for myself too.
Yeah, you did. Now, the board vice chair, I should tell you that Tom Murray has been the chair. He's not with us tonight. I haven't heard anything about his desires, so I just we'll put that out there. So the position of board vice chair is on the table.
Well, he certainly has been a good support. I know when I have not been able to do signing off, he has stepped up to do that. It has traditionally been longevity on the board, but I must admit Donna would be my choice if we had a chance, if you were able to do that.
Well, I don't want to take it away from Tom if it's something he wants to do. So, is it
We
something that we have to do tonight, or should we talk with him first?
we could, well, you really do need, I'd like to get it done because the officers all start January 1.
Right.
So, I think it's really up to you, as I said, he didn't express nothing to me, now he might have talked to
He
you.
hasn't spoken to me at all
So,
on that.
I think it's your prerogative as the board.
You better preference.
I would like to nominate Donna Rathman as vice chair.
Okay,
Second.
I'll do it. It's fine.
Okay, so Janet and Ira. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? All right, now the board secretary is the executive director. So do I have a nomination for
I'll
secretary of the
nominate
board?
Miss Christine Hazard.
And we'll second.
Very good.
Opposed.
I knew, I was waiting when you were gonna get to be trouble. Watch out, Christine. Okay, so Christine Hazard has been nominated as board secretary. Are there any other nominations? You don't have a choice. All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Very good. You have your officers and your new executive director. So you're off.
Yes, indeed.
Good.
Review and approve the minutes from the meeting of October 28th and November 18th.
The November one, I would just make the correction of who's writing checks for December.
Oh,
Tom's listed and I'm doing it.
oh, okay, November,
Do I have January? Is that true? No,
just.
Is that October?
I know October. Okay,
Okay, wait a minute, so
got it.
who's doing December?
I am,
Oh, Tom.
You are doing December, okay. And
because he was gonna be gone.
okay, and Tom is doing January.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, great. But that's what the
So
That's what the minutes
say, they say
say.
Donna October, Janet November, Liz December, and Tom in
The
January.
minutes for the December 16th meeting.
Oh,
Don't
the
have it
annual
correct.
meeting. The October 28th one is right.
Yes.
Okay? Yeah.
So I don't have it listed correctly on our agenda is the problem.
It's just on that one slot.
February will be a problem for me, because I'll be away for the bank for a whole week,
Wow, okay,
and then I'll probably have a vacation week in there too.
all right.
But I could still do it if somebody just wanted to cover those two. I mean, we could like split it or something, like, you know.
We can talk about that in.
I just want you to give a
January
heads up.
meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I guess
Because I will be next in line,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh, February.
Is Byron in the rotation as well?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so he would have.
He
to-
hasn't been yet.
The rotation for signing checks.
Unless Byron wants to do it in February, then I definitely can do March. Is that okay?
That's
Okay.
good.
Then we won't have such a confusing,
Getting into,
just sign, sign, sign.
Or ask questions if it seems
Yes,
appropriate.
you would get
That's why
asked
we
into
do
the
that.
office
Yes.
Thursday afternoon, sometime on Friday.
Yes.
And you all have a stack of checks that goes either this high or this high.
Yeah, it depends on what time of the month it is.
Right.
That's right.
And that's when you see all the invoices and the checks.
And I must say, they do a very fine job of attaching
Mm-hmm.
proof to each of
Yeah.
them.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I'm sure it's very well.
Yep.
good.
Resident and citizen participation, we have no residents.
No. No.
Business of resident interest, staff reports, property portfolio, property managers. And thank you for including this written history.
Oh, yeah, Martin had asked for it, and I
That's
thought,
wonderful, people.
That was very nicely done.
I thought I should put that in for
I
everybody.
like this, you know, because now I can go
Oh,
through
that's,
and
yeah,
Yes.
that's Christina,
Schedule.
so
Put it
put
all-
everything on the schedule.
do let her know right away if there's a time that is really bad, is where you know you're not gonna be around, because then she might be able to change it.
Well, I have right now a meeting date of March 23rd when I will be away.
Okay.
But we have a new vice chair.
Yeah.
Right, meet for me.
Okay, you better be doing some training.
Yes.
All right.
The property management update. Looked incredibly yellow.
Yellow, right?
The question on the general update, that have a lot of 0, 1-bedroom vacancies and sent out over 50 long applications with minimal response. Is that because they are so small apartments, or what is the?
What I have heard from the property managers is that we are having some problems filling the high-rise, which has really never happened before, but there's just that sense of that part of town and being undesirable. And they're getting a lot of people that just don't want to take units there. So we've always, Hayes Court second floor efficiencies have always been tougher
I know
to
they
fill.
have, yes.
You know, a second floor efficiency, no elevators. But this is the first time we've ever had issues with the high rise, and people just are a little leery of going there. So. We also did not, what's called purge the list in the last year or so, and that's when it's a very big process for us because of the Mantra lawsuit. So, but we have to go through and notify everybody on the list and go through this process to see, do you want to be on the list? If they write us back and they don't, then we have to go. It's a big deal, and we didn't do that last year. So we actually said, well, Courtney and Jen felt like this was the way they were gonna purge the list. They knew that this would do it,
Okay.
so they're sort of doing the purging of the list at the same time they're trying to get lease-ups.
And how do we, like, is it a good idea to advertise? Do we advertise? How do we get the word out that we've got vacancies?
Well, I will check in with Courtney. We have a list of all of the suspects in town, so all the community service agencies, everybody. And we should do up like a little ad and send it to all of them saying that we have these openings. Now, the tough thing is they know that we have a very long waiting list. So if somebody comes in and signs up today, there's no guarantee that they're gonna be getting on that list in the next 6 months. In fact, it'll probably be 12 months. So that sort of works against us.
You have a long waiting list for vouchers, but a shortage of applicants for apartments?
No, this is for the apartments, and we have very long lists, and we have to go through the list to get, so somebody that applies for today is behind, I think, what did I just did it, we had 175 people from out of the area and another, I think 200 that were in our service area on that list, and I think the one at the top was from 2016, I think, or 2017.
And people from that list they don't wanna
Right.
live there?
Yeah, so they'll
So you
turn
go
us
down to the
down.
list and they're like, no,
Yeah.
we
Or
don't
we
want
don't
that.
get a response, which
Or we
is
don't get a
then
response.
puts us in a
Oh.
situation where we have to do follow-up, because we can't just say, oh, well, we didn't get a response,
Oh,
so
good.
we have to follow up, we have to send to their next,
The person they give
the
us.
the person
Yeah.
contact, so it just takes time. So sometimes if we send out 50 applications, we get a bunch back right away, and that's a great sign, because that means we can start the processing. But if we're not getting as many back, we still have to go through the process of sending them and taking time before we send out the other 50.
Yeah,
It just,
and because our list is so long, we really are looking at people that applied in 16 or 17, and, you know, many of
Lives
them
may have changed.
have moved on, gotten
Right.
places, and, you know, they don't care, our mail comes and they ditch it,
Wow.
you know, I would. And so then we have to do all this follow-up and all this stuff, it's just, it makes it very
Yeah.
laborious.
Very
But-
labor
And you
intensive.
can always sort of do that one at a time.
We do them in batches, so we'll take a whole batch of people.
Okay.
On this one, they said they had taken 50. So you can take you have to take from the top, you can take 50, send them all out. And
Yeah.
then it's just whoever gets their stuff back is the person that you start processing. After, it's not like we have to wait and completely finish number one, and then completely finish number two.
Yeah,
Send them out to 50 people, and then you just take them as they come back. But the ones that don't respond, then you have to send out more mailings and stuff, so.
What's the average size of a one-bedroom apartment?
About, I'm just trying to think, 450, 500 square
yeah,
feet?
and then the studio is probably, the zero is, the studio, I think it's around 3,
I think it's
something,
three.
3 and change.
So one bedroom is about 400.
Yeah, yeah. And red clover is 550, so.
Those are good size, red clovers, that's a good size one bedroom.
Yeah.
Rent receipts?
Yes, people in legal. I do want to note the inspections. We have lots of inspections. The fire department inspected, Housing Vermont inspected, and then because of RAD, we have a contract with the Springfield Housing Authority, and they came down and did the HQS inspections of the 4 properties that went into RAD, so 203 units. And they came two folks from Springfield came for a day and a half, and they got them all done, it was great.
And because HQS doesn't mean anything.
Sorry. Housing quality standards, it's
Thank
the
you.
section 8 inspection protocol.
And RAD is rental assistance demonstration project.
I can't never remember all these.
Well,
I know.
that's why I tend to do that.
Yeah.
As inspections go, the housing quality standards are pretty simple.
They're pretty straightforward, yeah. Though we did have a couple people fail. Not our
Right.
part of the apartment didn't fail, but the
Their part.
tenant failed.
What is the process of correction?
When it's a tenant caused, or landlord, they are given 30 days to take the corrective action. If it's the tenant, they risk us suspending the aid for them, which is serious. And if it's the landlord, we will do the same with them. We'll stop paying them. So that's the carrot there is, you're not gonna get paid.
And those are for section 8, because we're the landlord in public housing.
Well, it's the same now for RAD.
Ah, okay.
It's the
So we're the
same,
landlord.
because we are the
Okay.
we're the contract administrator for the contract on the RAD properties. So it's the same,
So it's taking something, rethinking of the language of who we are because of the rental assistance
Right.
demonstration project.
mhm,
Very helpful.
mhm.
We've commented that the collection is down in Ledgewood and Warcourt due to a fewer residents and litigation. Where do those things stand?
I believe Courtney went to court last week and is going to court again this week. So we had one that paid up, probably this doesn't reflect that, paid up in December. We had a bunch that were going to court and, good, a fair number of them paid up. So that would be reflected in your December. But this also is a very, difficult time for rent payment. This is when it's the holidays, and people sort of see their tax refund on the horizon. So that can sort of cause some issues.
Yeah, back to school, it starts in, back to school, then
Yep.
it goes into Halloween, and then Christmas is really the big, the holiday season. And so we did have a few families get to a zero balance, which is the first time we've seen a zero balance for them for a very long time. And so that was really wonderful, but I think it was the first time, they had incurred some legal costs because of it, which is really too bad, because now they have to pay the legal costs, so it's very challenging for some of our folks.
Then FSS, Resident Service Coordinator. This is the orange. I don't know who's choosing the colors of your paper. It's quite wonderful.
So we have a lot of changes. My role is changing, and we're in the process of moving some staff around, and potentially making our one of our SASH coordinators that's part-time a full-time coordinator as of the year. So, but we're still ironing out all the details. So there's going to be some internal shifting that you will hear more about in the next few months. But last month, I would say probably it was all hands on deck for RAD. We had a lot of staff supporting the property management and getting all the lease signed, and we had events at every housing site in the evening, in the daytime. We had staff going out to people's apartments, knocking on doors, and just to get everybody signed up. So it just took a lot of manpower, and everybody was all hands on deck. So that was primarily what we were focused on. The only other thing I really wanted to make note of is that the SASH program it's really exciting. We are partnering. We got a little bit of money from the Department of Health to partner with Hotel Pharmacy for a pilot project to work with Hotel Pharmacy to support our participants around hypertension and med management. So that will start in January. So that's very exciting. And it will run for 25 weeks.
Good. That's great.
So I just want to make a note about the all hands on deck for Red. It really was very impressive. Everybody, everybody had to help. And if they weren't, out tracking people down with their leases and this and that, then they were doing somebody else's job because that person was running around. But it was really quite something. And I think it happened very quickly. Once we got the paperwork into HUD in Washington, it just seemed to just go very, very quickly. And it's funny, I was looking and I started the RAD process a year ago, February. And I mean, it's just been going on and on and on. But once we really got into it, and then once our documents were approved, boy, that closing went just like zoom, and we were closed. And we were closed before Pat could even get to the town clerks. I mean, HUD just was like, all right, they're done. Which meant then, all of a sudden, we had the handbook, we had the lease, we had, all the stuff, and we had to get it out and have meetings with the residents, and the staff was just fabulous. Just really, really think that they were great. Just everybody just, dropped whatever else they were doing and helped get the paperwork done. And Courtney really worked her little typing fingers off to get all of the changes made, which were huge changes in our computer system, to move all of our property and all of our residents from one place, public housing, to this new place with our computer company. And she did a great job, but she worked almost 24/7 for a week to get it done.
Over Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I mean, over Thanksgiving, and Christine and I were like, take Wednesday off, and so she said, I'm taking Wednesday off. She worked the whole day from home. I mean, it was just, she really did just an absolutely awesome job of getting people moved over, and it was not easy. And she was on the phone with the computer people and really established great relationships with them, and it just really went well, but it was a lot of work. Lots of work.
It's a lot of trouble you caused.
I know. And that's why Christine is like, we're not doing anything in 2020. Everybody's gonna like me so much.
Every project. My fear is that, January 2nd, we're gonna get the notice for moving to work.
Yeah.
We're gonna get approved, so.
She's like,
Which would be a mixed blessing, yeah.
everybody's gonna really like me because I'm just gonna let them do their jobs.
Sure, we'll have lots of projects. That's fine.
Yeah, it was really.
Well, I'm noting on your report, the Wellness and Supportive Services Group meeting, property managers and support staff, but they're also looking at the community room improvements and assisting residents with VHP forms.
Yes.
And besides the delinquent rent payments. So that, what are you looking at for community room improvements?
Well, we have been talking about it for some time, and we did have some money that we have allocated specifically for community rooms, starting with the flooring. And so we've already started at we started at the Melrose Terrace office primarily because we're making that old community room space into offices.
Okay.
So we started there, but we will be working on the community rooms and starting with the flooring. So Jack is working on that, which is great. And then the staff is also, we've started a component, I don't know if it's in the report, where every meeting, when we meet once a week, we take 10 minutes to talk about staff wellness and how to do staff wellness improvements.
Excellent.
And one thing that's come out of it has been that they said, well, you know, our office, we don't like our office bathrooms. You know, it's the one space we go to be alone, and they're depressing. And so we started talking about what it would look like to have the office bathrooms just spruced up a little. And so it's interesting. That's not what I was thinking. When we started talking about employee wellness, I thought they would say, well, we need more time off, or we need, you know, mental health breaks, or we need masseuse. I don't know. I didn't know what they were gonna say. And for them to say, well, you know, we'd like to really spruce up these spaces, it wasn't something that had ever occurred to me. And so we're just trying to keep that on the radar, even though money is tight, looking at ways to improve these little spaces in a way that's effective.
Yeah.
Are these things that you do in-house?
Some of them, the flooring, we hired a contractor.
We had to hire
We had to hire a
We
contractor.
bought it, but we had to hire it out. It was a little technical, so we didn't want to. They've spent 2 days tearing up the floor and then putting the new one down, and that would have taken our maintenance. It would have taken all the maintenance we had. But that's great. I'd love to get those bathrooms fixed up. So what we did was, as part of RAD, I went back through and looked at our capital funds for 2015, 16, and 17. And the 2015 we pretty much finished, but 2016 I was finally able to get a handle on that one. It was really tough. But I did, and I was able to resubmit it so that we could take a nice amount of money. It's not huge, but it can do some work, and allocate it just to community rooms. So we were able to do that and get it approved through all the channels and all the paperwork in, and that was great, because it's something that the residents really, really wanted and frankly really needed. Those rooms were terrible.
Under RAD, will that kind of approval be required? for
No, but we
activity?
also won't get it. The capital fund goes away.
Okay, well, that's the carrot and the stick.
Yes, the capital fund goes away, but what we have in its place is that we have and direct allocation to replacement reserves, capital reserves, and then a yearly amount that we put in, which is sizable, it's about $146,000, that has to go into replacement reserves. And we have the 20-year chart of replacement reserves. So there is a plan there. What we can do is we have to do the plan for this year, for 2020, that's mandatory. But after that, we can take a look at our capital needs and see if maybe we want to do a bigger project and go after some 4% low-income housing tax credits, let's say, and do a deep energy renovation in 1 or 2 places, and go after energy efficiency money and some LIHTC. And you know, we'd have to juggle what we have in the capital plan for 20 years, but doing deep energy improvements would certainly, you know, be great, and would probably take out some of the stuff that's already in that plan. So that's the kind of stuff you can do once you get through that first year and you've done major commitments in terms of capital improvement.
What funds did you say there are no more?
We have always received the capital, money from the capital fund program. It's never enough, but we've always received it. And that goes away when you go into RAD. So we do not get capital fund money anymore.
I may be misconstruing things, but I was understanding that under RAD, we could use the values of buildings that we have as opposed to borrow against that to work, which we were not able to before.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
so that we have a little more flexibility on how we use the values that we have in the housing.
Absolutely. And we don't have to go to HUD to ask them, Mother, may I change out a bathroom, may I
Yeah, that's-
change these
yeah.
sidewalks, may I?
Mhm.
We can just make a plan and do
That's wonderful.
so.
Yes.
But we can, yes, as part of the financing, we can look at, is there debt that we could carry on the buildings? And then go to the bank and see if they would be interested in investing.
Because I thought that was the way I understood it, I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, yes, yeah. And according to one of the consultants that we worked with, if our budget is as good as he thought it was, we're in pretty good shape to go after a 4% line tech and more, and take out a small mortgage on the property. And we could do that.
It'd be exciting to
So
upgrade as we can.
you'll get into development yet.
Meanwhile, you're hanging around.
Yes. Meanwhile, I'll hang on. I'll be putting little notes under her door. Capital improvement.
Well, meanwhile, this nice sash flash newsletter.
Oh, these are always my favorite.
Yes, they really are. How was the movie matinee attended on the 13th?
I think it was pretty good. Shauna hosted it, and I think they did pretty well. I think they had fun. Yeah, she's really building up participation at Hayes Court.
That's wonderful.
You know, Red Clover is easy.
Mm-hmm.
They just come. But Hayes Court takes a little bit more because their community room is set off. It's not part of any of the buildings. It's and so in the winter it can be hard, but she has worked really hard at that. And Lorelai as well at the Samuel LA Apartments has done a fabulous job at cultivating community and improving the community there.
Okay. The blue housing choice voucher, children trust care. I went through this so long ago, I was looking at my notes and there's the saying, was this included? No, it was notes that I had taken with I went. But I wanted to start with the section 8. 135 vouchers leased and have 2 searching. And we have 6 new program participants at the snow block on Platt Street. As of the 1st of December, are people moved in yet there?
I believe they are.
That's my
I
understanding.
believe they are.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Sorry, but could you explain PBV, HCV, TPV?
Project
HCV,
based
that's the Housing Choice Voucher Program and the Project-Based Voucher
Oh, okay.
and the Housing Assistance Program contract. These are when we take our tenant-based vouchers and project-base them in, usually in Windsor properties. So it really helps with their operations and it helps with their funding. So they'll have 6 vouchers in the building that will stay with the building.
In other words, the person living in that apartment can't take that voucher
Right.
and move elsewhere with it.
Right.
So
Right.
that's very helpful.
Yeah, so we have some in upper story, now the snow block, and we're supporting the youth program with a couple of them, where we put a preference in for youth, so they could get the vouchers. We've got a cap on how many of our tenant-based vouchers we can convert, so David's we've got to watch that cap, and we've also got to make sure that we have enough for down the road for when we open up Red Clover 2. Because we'll put our project-based vouchers in that building as well.
Is that building the units that are gonna be in there, like, already spoken for and predetermined?
No, we'll have 18, and we'll do it much, I think we'll handle it very similar to the first round at Red Clover, where we'll offer them to the people that are at Melrose based on seniority. Their options will also be to go to other public housing or to take a tenant protection voucher and move out into the community, which I think the group that we have is more likely to do that because they, in particular, some of them are pretty serious cigarette smokers, and it's hard to go into any congregate setting now that is not smoke-free. So you're better taking your, and we'll help them. We'll help them with the search, we'll help them move, we'll do all of that. So I think that we'll have a handful of people that'll wanna go with their 10-based voucher.
One of my notes, Shelter Plus Care, was questioning how the coordinated entry for renting is work. The last sentence, he's still continue to get periodic support from groundwork staff, but his departure from the program will allow us to add another homeless disabled applicant via a coordinated entry.
So coordinated entry is, it's working okay, it's not great, it can be slow, it can take a long time to get somebody. It's based on the HUD definition of homelessness, which means that it's based on how long you've been homeless. So that's why we had to put a preference in at the snow block so that homeless youth could get a voucher because they haven't been homeless very long. So there are just some things about it that are a little clunky for, not just for us, but for the whole state of Vermont. And Wyndham Windsor has a group of housing and social service providers that have been looking at the whole homeless continuum, and coordinated entry is part of that. And it's interesting, and the state did a big study this year. And I think everybody's finding that it's well intended, but it's sort of clunky. It's not a fast mechanism.
My understanding was that everybody had to go through groundworks as the coordinated entry.
Right, they are.
Rather than having multiple doors.
Right. So you can, if you come to our office, what will happen is that we will refer you, and we won't do the intake. There are some other service providers that can do intake and then pass that intake to groundworks, but we don't do intake, but we do make sure that anybody that comes that's homeless, we get their name, we get a contact, and we get them on the list so that then they can get into the process.
And lastly, transitions to housing. I found myself underlining kudos to Mr. Josh Dillingham, local landlord extraordinaire.
Yes. Yeah.
Of the dogs.
Yeah.
Yes.
And again, that's also kudos to David DeAngelis. I mean, people will do these things because they know David will help.
Good.
So.
The update on the rental assistance demonstration project, right?
I think we did it
I think
already.
we did it, yes, we did.
We gave you the update
Yep.
on that, so.
Financial review?
We don't, it was, in January, we'll bring in the RAD budget. Christine will bring you the RAD budget. Now that we have one in place.
And you have corrected the check signing?
Yes, I have, yeah. We would ask that you approve the increase in the credit limit for Christine Hazard to $5,000 What happens with the executive director's card is that there are some people that don't have cards. A good example is when we went to Rutland, we took about 5 staff people to Rutland for RAD training. I paid for everything, for all 5 of them. So that was a big hit to my credit card. When Christine and I went to Washington for the moving to work, I put all the plane tickets, the hotel, everything was on my card. So we want the executive director to be able to have a higher limit, not because she's gonna go out and buy something that's $5,000, but just invariably, that's the card that gets snagged, you
Happens
know.
to me too.
Yeah, yeah.
And
So-
also is the second in line, so things like our, you know, we have a online security, you know, to send secure emails, and there's a $500
Yeah.
monthly fee, or not monthly, yearly fee, and it was always on my credit card, and then I went to a training and I just couldn't pay, you know, I only had a $1,500 limit, so it was like, I didn't have it, so I realized like this past month, because I had to go to a big training and we had some other expenses, I was like, how much do you have on your credit card, because I don't have enough for anything, you know, to do anything, and so we had hoped that.
And payments don't always get there in a timely fashion in the manner to clean it up before you need it again.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Carol will jump in there if you need her to. I mean, she has done that for
Yeah.
us, but yeah, we don't wanna have to always be
Do
sure.
we need a motion?
Yes, we do.
I'd be glad to.
Liz, all right.
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor? Please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
No?
Good, thank you very much, that
Yeah,
will be
thank you.
very helpful.
The annual holiday luncheon will be this Friday at noon at the
Yeah,
Marina.
can you all make it? Good,
Yes.
good, and we do a Yankee swap, you do not have to participate, but.
But it is fun.
It is fun,
We do not what?
you do not have to participate.
Well, there's a limit of $15.
$15 on the gift,
In the
and
back.
you don't have to do it if you don't
And
want
for
to.
him, explain Yankee swap.
I can't remember. So everybody brings a present, and then when you come in, we'll figure out how many people came with a present, and then we'll have a number in a Santa hat for the number of people who brought a present, and then everyone will pick a number. And then the person who gets number 1 picks first, and they pick whatever present they want, and they unwrap it, and then 2 goes, and now 2 can either steal that person's present
Yeah.
if they want to, or they can unwrap a present themselves. They can't unwrap a present and then steal it. They have to pick one or the other. And then at the end, so let's say there's 14 people, 14 will go, they'll be last, but then 1 gets to go again. So 1 is the best number to get.
And you're gonna write out the instructions.
I will, we'll write out the
Because there's
instructions.
always an argument
Yeah,
over
there's
the
always- I
instructions,
know,
'cause you
I
can
know.
play this a million different
Yeah.
ways.
Right, there are different.
There are
versions.
always arguments over the
Yeah.
instructions.
See it deteriorating.
Oh, it does, it's great fun.
Yes.
Thinking of language, they don't steal it, they swap it.
Right, yes, yes.
Yeah, they
Right.
still-
Yes.
They don't steal it, they swap it.
Well, it is fun, yeah,
Good.
yeah, so,
Okay, I'm
good.
delighted that you're all going to be.
Yeah, it's great.
Large projects in progress.
FEMA, we've gotten the 4 buildings down. Very happy to say that they came in under budget, so we're going to look at some of the other expenses that we've had on the Melrose project and be able to charge them to the CDBG grant, which is great. So, don't get too excited, those buildings, we left the slabs down, so, you know, I think had we pulled the slabs up, it would have been more. But anyhow, it's done, the buildings are done.
The slabs will stay.
No, the slabs will go, yeah, they have to go. RCC permitting, funding, design, we're deep into that. We did get our town development review board approval, though it is in that 30-day process. And the big news for today is that we got our, and I won't use any of the letters, we got our affordable housing program funding from the Federal Home Loan Bank of Boston. It's a highly competitive program, and we got $405,000.
Beautiful. Wonderful.
So it was very exciting, yes, thank you. We're very, very exciting. And Housing Vermont was very involved in that. They did a lot of heavy lifting on that application.
Does that mean we have all of the funding we need for October 2?
Well, we do if two pieces come that we are anticipating. One is our tax credits from the Vermont Housing Finance Agency. And the other is the rest of our funding from the Vermont Housing Conservation Board. That's been on hold for a couple of things. The environmental, they wanted to see our audit from this year, which I just signed off on some of the paperwork today. So we're pretty sure we'll get that. And you know, the tax credits are always very, very competitive. We went last year, we did not get them. There were some people that were really pretty worried. It was great for us because the building was right near a river. It was raining like crazy and the water was rising. And I said, look outside. That's what happens to us whenever it rains too much. You know, we're all sitting there on needles. And people were very, you know, they really were, they got it. And to the credit of all the people in Vermont that does this work, nobody wants to forget. No, they want to get it done. You know, and there's still a sense of, you know, I was worried, oh my gosh, it's like 10 years later. But they understand how important it is to really get it done. And so I'm, you know, as optimistic as I'll allow myself to be, that we will get that. And we will go back to them in April and here in June, and then we'll be all ready to start. So, and we have also, on another front, submitted our Act 250 amendment, and that has been posted. And we are almost complete with our environmental review, which was more complicated because that was such a big brownfield and, you know, blah, blah. So, it's looking good.
Moving to work?
We remain in the lottery, not a word. And I just was visiting with the HIG folks that really, you know, are on top of this stuff, and they said not a word, not a word. And one theory, and I think it's a good one, is that they didn't get enough good applicants. And they didn't get applicants from places that they wanted. And they sort of don't know what to do. I mean, they said they were going to do this lottery, and then, you know, we were in with a group of 11, and so we had a 50, you know, basically 50-50 chance. And in that group, there were very, very few applications from New York State, which is one of the states that they really want to get the program into. So, you know, they could have drawn the lottery and gotten nothing. It picked none of the housing authorities in New York, and then, you know, it's like, not what they want. So, I don't know what they're gonna do, but there is it.
What's moving to work?
Oh, what is moving to work? You want to talk about moving to work?
Sure, you can correct me if I'm wrong. So Moving to Work is a program that's designed through HUD to essentially pull people out of public housing, but also so it will be a new model, and it's a way that you can design your program to meet the needs specifically of your community. And so you get a lot more flexibility in the way that you design your program. And so the reason we wanted to go to Moving to Work was because we wanted to look at what our community's needs were, and to figure out if people wanted housing for homeless youth or kids getting out of the foster care system. I'm not saying this is what we've decided on, but these were just ideas. And so to look at a way of developing a housing program that meets the needs of the community, and then you measure what your impact is. So you create a program, and then you create how to measure the program. and you report that way. So it's a different way of reporting to HUD than under public housing. Now, we've already gone to Bratt, so we've already separated ourselves a little bit. We have a little bit more flexibility in some areas, and that was really more financial. This would be more social service.
So moving to work does not mean employment.
No, it's an old name that does not imply that we want our residents to all go to work. It is just, it's an old name, and we would come up with a new name. We wouldn't even describe ourselves as moving to work agency, we would come up with something else, and we've already brainstormed about it.
Yeah, which is what most agencies do.
So Keene is a moving to work agency, and they've started projects with youth and different programs, and so it would allow us some flexibility with our funding to create new social service programs and just new programs in general, just to be a little bit more deliberate about how we meet the community's needs. And in our application process, we talked to a lot of community. We held, Chris held multiple public forums, and we talked about this, and we had to get the community's buy-in. And people were very excited about it, because for the first time, public housing has been really, had this very narrow way of working. And so Chris really started to say, we want to change that. And two ways we wanted to change it was RAD and moving to work. We didn't know which one was going to come first. So we just started working on both. And we got RAD first. But it was a way of really adjusting the work that we do to really directly impact our community in a positive way.
They're very...
Does the board get copies of proposals?
Oh, the board is very involved in this. Oh, yeah, the board has to be very involved in it.
Could I get a copy of that one?
Do you want a copy of our application? I mean, it doesn't say that much, but I can certainly send it out to everybody. It's been a while, so I'm happy to do it. But for instance, one of the things that we could do is at Hayes Court, we could take a whole building there and enter into a really good MOU with a service agency. Memorandum of understanding. And say, this building is going to serve single mothers with children. And this agency is gonna master lease the building from us and they're gonna make sure the rent's paid, and then they're gonna use it for that program. And they have programs all over the state of Alaska, because they're a moving to work state. And this woman flies from place to place where they have incredible programs going on, where they've done that. You can take a whole building and say, one of the things we need is short-term mental health beds. I don't know that we could provide that anywhere, but that's a real need in this community, really need it. Is there a way we would have the ability to ask the question?
And collaboration often with some other.
Yeah.
That's great.
And as I hear your description, we don't have to be the agency providing the program.
No.
We contract with another agency to provide the program. We provide the container for the program.
That's it, exactly.
That's perfect.
That's it, exactly. Yeah.
Cool.
So it's very exciting. I mean, it's a great program, and you can do different things. When it started, Byron, it started about 20 years ago. Very small pilot. I think they had 13 agencies out of over 3,000, and Keene was a pioneer. And it was during a regime or a president's tenure that said moving, everything had to be moving to work, had to say something about people going to work, So that's how the name got in there. And
that makes it confusing.
And it is so far from that. But it does do that. I mean, I can go on and on. There's so many great examples. I mean, San Antonio did this whole neighborhood where they built lofts, and the first floor was for a craftsperson, a painter, a potter, whatever you want, and then the upstairs was where they could live.
Wow.
And they project-based the whole thing. So it's just this huge, and it's lots of units. And It didn't take off at first, so they made some changes to it, and now it's a huge, vibrant, artistic community, and just amazing. So you can do that kind of stuff. You know, that was neat. So I will send you the application, and I'll send you, the Housing Authority Insurance Group that I'm connected to has put out some really excellent, one really, really good report that I'll send you all, because there's tons of stuff written, but this is a very good one, and it really, you'll get a sense of what it is. Christine and I went to their, they have an annual meeting, it's in April, in DC, and your head is just spinning when you leave. It's so exciting. It's got to be a gathering of the most creative, innovative housers you could ever wish to be with. I mean, they're just, isn't it? I mean, it's just, it's just amazing what these folks are doing. So cool. So anyhow, that's what we'd like to do.
Thank you.
We'll see.
So we're waiting very patiently to hear. Although I'm not rushing it because I think the staff would.
Yeah, right now they need a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that was what was promised, nothing new for the next year,
Right.
until it happens.
Except NTW. Yeah.
Right.
We'll accept.
Is there any other business?
Yes, I would like an executive session to discuss personnel matter.
Be happy to. Do I hear a motion?
So,
Go into executive session, okay?
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
And we'll say
Greetings and welcome to Montpelier Connection. This is the show on BCTV that helps bring our work in the legislature back here to Windham County. And we want to thank BCTV for helping make that work more accessible to you. It's getting close to the holidays, getting close to the new year, so we are getting ready for the 2020 legislative session. As you know, Vermont has a part-time legislature from January to May, so during that condensed period of time, we have to do all our work for the year. As we look at the session to come, today's guest is Senator Jeanette White.
Hi.
Thanks for coming, Jeanette.
Thank you for inviting me.
And thank you for all your service, going back to the Select Board in Putney
Right.
and working your way up to here you are representing us in the Senate.
I don't know if I would say working my way up.
Well,
I would say someplace different.
yep, good.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time here because I know, like most of us, you work another job
Yep.
and you've been working a lot at Brattleboro Housing because they've had somebody out sick.
Right, and I'm not really an employee.
Yeah.
They just hire me to do special projects
Yeah.
and cover when somebody is gone. And
Yeah. But
it's-
like most
yeah.
of us, we work in the off session, and so it's
Yeah.
still a busy time for us.
Yeah.
Now you're on two committees,
I
as all senators are, because there's only 30 senators and
Mm-hmm.
there's 150 House members. So you're chair of Senate Government Operations, and then
Yes.
you're also on the Judiciary Committee. Looking ahead, what's on the agenda for Senate Government Operations?
Well, I think that there probably isn't anything around elections this year necessarily. We've done a lot in the past around automatic voter registration.
Yeah.
When you renew your driver's license, you can register online now. You can go to your town clerk's office, same day voting. And so we've done a lot, made a lot of changes lately.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's any kind of major change going to happen this year. But I should say that one of the things that we've been looking at and that the Secretary of State, Jim Condos, has been very up on is cybersecurity of our elections systems. And he is part of a national Secretary of State's group, and Vermont is leading in that, and the town clerks are all getting trained on it, and I think our systems are pretty impenetrable.
And we still have a paper trail.
We do.
Yeah.
We do. By law, we are required to always have a paper trail
Yeah.
in elections.
Yeah. Other states don't, but they're starting to look at that
Yeah.
to make sure they have that record of how people actually voted.
Right.
So, in the last election, there's been a lot of publicity about the Russians
Yeah.
and their attempt to influence our political discourse. But they weren't able to really get into any election data, were they?
No,
Yeah.
no, I think it was more social media and telling people that polls weren't open and that they couldn't vote, and if you didn't vote today, it was that
Yeah.
kind of thing. I don't know in some states if they were able to. I don't know at all, but in Vermont they couldn't, and it's really hard to do it here because we have 250 clerks
Yeah.
that are the keepers of the elections in their towns.
So there's not a big concern that we're susceptible to an
Not with
foreign
our
player.
No, not with our election systems. And I think the same is true in the Secretary of State's office. He's done a great job on the the business, the incorporation, the business section where people file all their papers of incorporation.
Yeah.
And vital records, we've tightened that up a lot.
Yeah.
So,
Now, in regard to records,
oh yes.
there has been some controversy in the news lately about policies around public records and who can get them and whether they should pay for them or
Right.
not. Can you shed a little light on that?
Well, I think there's some misunderstanding, and I read the case, and there was a dissent. It wasn't a unanimous decision, and I believe that. So the way public records request works, you go in and you ask for public records. If the agency that you're asking from has to spend more than half an hour either finding it or putting it together or redacting personal information, because a lot of that has to be redacted. You can't give out people's social security numbers and home addresses and stuff. If you spend more than half an hour, then the statute said that you can charge for that. And there's a what do you call it, chart that says if it's this level person, you can charge this much, and if it's the governor that's doing it, you can charge more. But I think there was a misunderstanding. The Supreme Court felt that the statute was not clear, and so you could only charge if people were asking to make copies. And regardless of how much time the agency spent preparing it, you couldn't charge if they only wanted to look at it. And so now looking at it, you can go in with your phone and look at it and take a picture. And what the Attorney General said is that we're not going to allow you to take pictures because we had to spend all the time preparing it. So we'll try and clear that up this year. I think that from my remembering of what we did before, that this was just maybe the statute wasn't clear enough, or so.
And that's the way the process works. We
we
put a law together, and then some things come up that they might not seem to be have thought of beforehand. So we go back and we look at it again.
And there are issues around public records. What is a public record? How much for municipalities, for example, how much of their employee information is public record? And of course there was just the big flap in Digger about the DMV, and they do. Is that a public record or isn't it a public record? And actually, public records you can't sell them. But this is a little bit different. So we'll be looking at that issue and having DMV come in and.
I think there's going to be some discussion about that, because I've heard from some people already who are not happy, and I'm not so happy about that either. As we move forward into the data age, our data should be ours.
It is, but the people they're sharing, people they're sharing it with are insurance companies, law enforcement agencies, and they get it anyway. Law enforcement agencies can get it. And so if it's available to law enforcement agencies, is it really confidential or not? And do we really have any private information anyway?
I think that's going to be an ongoing discussion.
I think that we're, given social media and what people post themselves and with their information, I don't think there is such a thing as privacy.
Well, I think many people are looking at this. I know personally I now use a different search engine on my computers that doesn't mine that data. It's not the big ones. It's a smaller one, and if you look online, I don't want to be advertising one over another, but there are search engines now, because otherwise, whenever you search, that data then gets stored and put into a file.
And my guess is that it won't be long before the smaller ones start doing the same thing, because they're going to figure out that they need to have revenue from those.
Well, this one in particular, and I can tell you about it later, advertising that they're not going to do it, and they have another way to make money without selling your data. So that's what makes it attractive to some people.
But we will be looking at that with the DMV and what is public and what isn't public. And
at one point, there was a lot of discussion about what records are exempt from the public record laws. Has that been settled, or is that still an ongoing process?
Well, it's never settled, because no matter what you do, some people think something else should be exempt, and some people think that whatever is exempt should not be.
So what kind of things were exempt?
Well, we have the public records law says that everything is available to the public unless it's specifically exempted. and things, anything that has personal information is exempt. Now, you can get a record, but all the personal information has to be redacted. So it doesn't mean that the whole file is exempt. Proprietary information from companies, because all companies register with the Secretary of State's office. Insurance companies register with Department of Financial Regulation. So all of that proprietary information, there's big discussion over whether, I'm going to get the term wrong here, but the manure management systems that farms use, is that, does that have proprietary information, so it should be exempt or not? We have 260 some exemptions, and we went 3 years ago, we went through every single one of them and decided, and there were people that said we should only have 10, but if you have 10, they're going to be so broad that, because what does it mean to have 10, and they're going to be broad? So we have very specific exemptions.
Were you thinking of the methane digesters before?
No, there's nutrient management systems. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it's called, and it's how you dispose of your manure and what you do with it, and how does it leach into the water system and stuff.
Yeah.
So, we'll open meeting laws and public records law are never settled.
Yep.
They will always be on every year.
In every year, your committee oversees the Office of Professional Management, right?
Right, professional regulation.
Regulations.
Yeah.
So they license various professions in Vermont.
Right.
And certain ones come up for renewal or review.
No, the way it works usually is that as changes are made in the profession itself, the either board or the advisors to that profession bring suggestions to us for change. And we're looking at two different things right now. One is around the whole issue with climate change is, of course, we know, a huge issue, and what are we going to do about it? And we continue to build houses, and we continue to put in HVAC systems and all of that. But so people who are doing those kinds of jobs, should they have specialized training in good practices around for climate change and greenhouse emissions, and realtors, what kind of training do they have around that? So, excuse me, we're looking at that with the professions, and then the other thing we're looking at is, we know we have a workforce shortage in Vermont, and we also know that we have some refugees, and we know that a lot of refugees come with skills, but when they come, those skills aren't necessarily transferable.
Yeah.
So the Office of Professional Regulation has spent a fair amount of time last year, and we're going to continue it this year, looking at how can we make those skills transferable. If somebody is a doctor somewhere and they come here, can they just take a few courses? Can they do it? Because you don't want people to have jobs that aren't in their own profession. It's bad for us, it's bad for the state, it's bad for them, and it puts them in a dead end a lot of times. So those are the two things that we'll be working on this year.
Interestingly, in our history, whenever there have been labor shortages, we've relied on immigrants coming into this country, and right now that seems to be at odds with what the president is trying to do to keep people out at a time when we really, right across every business sector, people are really struggling to find employees and good employees.
Employees and children to put in our schools.
Yeah. So hopefully we can loosen that up after the next election.
Well, and even what we have right now, even the refugees that we have, making it easier for them to practice their profession when they get here.
Because we're getting short on tradespepeople too.
Yeah, we really are.
Try and find an electrician or a plumber, unless it's a dire emergency, and they're just backed up.
Yeah.
Because there's a shortage now, so we need to get some more trained, skilled workers here.
Yeah, we do.
Yep. Judiciary Committee. You sit on the House Judiciary Committee that Senator Sears chairs.
No, not the House Judiciary Committee.
I'm sorry, the Senate Judiciary Committee. And Senator Sears oversees that.
Yes.
Now, each year there's a number of pretty hot issues that come up, and You know, firearm reform has traditionally been one of them over the last few sessions. What kind of things are you looking going into the second year, and also aware that the second year of a biennium can be a little more pressure packed because people know that bills they want to get through need to pass or
Right.
else they go away.
Well, we are hoping that the House will do something with marijuana this year. That came out of the Judiciary Committee, and it was a really good bill, and we're hoping that it'll at least get to conference committee where we can hash out the differences. We're looking at there right now. We're working with the Council on State Governments has a Justice Center,
Yeah.
and we're working with them on what we're calling Justice
Reinvestment too.
Reinvestment 2,
Yeah.
that's what it's called. And looking at, you know, I don't know if you know it, but we have a lot of people who are incarcerated who probably shouldn't be. But in 2010, there was a prediction that if we followed the trajectory that we were on at that time, that in 2019 we would have 2,700 people in prison. Yeah. And we now have 1,700. Yeah. So we have done things. And we did, one of the things that we have to keep working on details around is the juvenile justice issue. We, what happens is, as a result of some crimes that were committed a number of years ago by some young people, any crimes committed by people, even kids at a certain level, were started in criminal court. So we've changed that so all cases, there's a couple exceptions that they can, if there's an agreement between the state's attorney and the defender, they can start it in criminal court. But all, as of now, all cases involving an 18-year-old will start in family court. And the reason for that is that in family court, they're not public cases. And then if there's a need, it can be transferred to criminal court.
So that means the proceedings are closed to the public.
Right. And so the kids have a better chance of, and we know that kids sometimes do things in their youth that can change their lives forever, and this will hopefully give them a chance to correct that. And then, and because they'll be having case managers or getting therapy or whatever it is through family court. But if it needs to be transferred, it can be transferred to criminal court. But they'll start there, and then as of, I think it's next year, it goes up to age 19 and eventually up to age 21. Yeah. And we're the first, the juvenile justice people are really excited about that because we are the first state to do that, and it is a huge, huge change. And I think it's really exciting, and so we're looking forward to do that. But there are tweaks that have to be done every year because how does it affect DCF and how does it affect corrections and the courts and stuff. So we're making those changes.
Right now, the family court dockets are pretty full as they are. Yeah. So if we start adding to that, we may need more judges or.
Right, and I don't know how it'll affect, but and then we do have a bill that's new this year, and there's a group that's been working on it kind of all over the summer and fall on eliminating life without parole. Mm-hmm. And because we still have that on our books, and just eliminating it as a possibility. Mm-hmm. And looking at things like who are people that are in prison that could be better treated outside of prison in a more humane manner, but also to allow them to pay back their communities and continue to survive in their communities and do well. Yeah. So
now, last year we started to have some discussions around some of our prison population that's aging. Mm-hmm. anything come of that where maybe different ways of dealing with them, especially if they're ill?
Well, we have, I have a bill in, and I don't even, it's called compassionate release, I think is what it's called, and it would give aging prisoners an automatic parole hearing. It doesn't mean they would automatically be allowed out on parole, but it would at least give them a hearing at a certain point. And we're looking at kind of a look back after a certain number of years after a crime has been committed. Are you still, should you still be in prison, or should you have some other whether it's confinement or treatment or whatever? And I don't. One of the problems that we heard with, and this isn't true with all of the aging prisoners, but a lot of the aging prisoners are very ill, and some of them are hard to deal with.
Yeah.
And if they don't have a home, and their families may not want them home, nursing homes won't take them.
Oh, really?
Some of them are very difficult to handle. But we should be doing it on a case-by-case basis. And I have to say, I think our commissioner, Mike Touchette, is really looking at how to best treat people. And one of the things he's doing, which is very exciting, I think, is if you've been in prison for a while, you probably didn't keep your driver's license renewed. You don't have any, you probably don't have any IDs. And he's working really hard with Social Security and DMV to get IDs for people so that when they come out, they have something. And that's a big deal. And the Community Justice Center here is very happy that they're doing that.
This is a different world than when many people were incarcerated, and having IDs is really a essential piece right now. Now, speaking of the community justice centers, we all know they're doing such great work, and for years their budget has pretty much been level funded, and yet they're, like a lot of services, the caseload requirements are going up and the needs are going up. Do you think there's going to be a push this year to try and increase their funding?
I have no idea. I think there are so many areas where we need to put additional funding, but we ought to, as we start having fewer people who need to be incarcerated, it should be costing us less, because it costs, I think it's $55,000 a year to keep a male in prison and $75,000 to keep a female in prison for a year. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
We could.
It's more than an Ivy League education.
It is. It is. I once had suggested that we might want to just think about taking anybody who had nonviolent sentences and crimes and send them to college instead of prison.
Yeah.
Pay for them to go to college. It would help our colleges.
Yeah, it would.
But that didn't go over very well with a lot of people. But
as you go around, we've got a few minutes left. Are there other areas that you're hearing of people's concerns about?
Well, like everybody, we're hearing a lot about climate change. Act 250. That is, and I have no idea what's.
What are you hearing from people around Act 250?
Well, it's very.
It's 50 years old now.
Yeah, and it's hard to know what you're hearing from people because there isn't anything concrete for them to react to. So people are just afraid that what's going to happen. I know that the agricultural community and the logging community are very nervous about what might happen. I think that there's some development issues that need to be addressed, and so I think people are just nervous and they don't have anything to react to because there's nothing definite yet that's come out of the House committee. So I'm hearing that, hearing a lot about our emergency medical services, which we are going to tackle this year. We have been working with Drew Hazelton down here at Rescue and with a person in UVM who's the head of rural medicine up there to work on some of the certification requirements that we
Yeah.
have and the testing and everything. So
It's very expensive, isn't it?
it's very expensive, and it's also very inconvenient, and we make it difficult.
Yeah.
And we could do a lot better.
Yeah.
And so those are some of the issues that I'm hearing a lot about: law enforcement, dispatch.
And the organization of law enforcement, something you've talked about in the past, is anything moving on that? 'Cause
Well,
we really don't have a system, I think, is what you've said.
well, we don't have a system. We have the state police, and then we have 85 agencies, law enforcement agencies in the state.
Yeah.
And we're looking at how we might improve that. We can't change it.
Yeah.
I mean, we can change, make some changes that will be better. And I've been working with local law enforcement down here.
Yeah.
But I've also been working with Mike Sherling, who's the new Commissioner of Public Safety.
Yeah.
He used to be the head of Burlington Police.
Yeah.
And he's a very outside the box thinker. So it's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
And dispatch is the same way. We have a mishmash of dispatch, and some people pay and some people don't, and so we're trying to deal with that also.
Yeah. It's creating systems where there haven't been, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So as we wrap up here, people have ideas, this is the time, or if they just want to get in touch with you, if they have a question or anything.
Call me at home,
and
email me.
Yep.
Either one. I'm in the phone book, and if you go to the legislative website and look it up, all of our, well, for us anyway, still our home addresses and telephone numbers. I think that the House took theirs down.
It did, yeah.
Yeah, ours are still listed. And in terms of having ideas, if you had an idea for a piece of legislation, it's too late.
Yeah.
The drafting deadline is Monday.
Yep.
And so...
For the House, it's for long form. So if you have short form bills, you can still submit them after that. But
we don't do short form.
Yeah. In terms of other ideas, if people, let's say somebody's having trouble with Vermont Health Connect, is that something you're able to help people with?
Well, I can put them in touch with people who might be able to help them. I personally couldn't help anybody with it, but I could get them to somebody who could.
And many times our phone calls get answered quicker than somebody calling from somewhere else too.
Yeah, that's true, and that is a good thing that we can do that.
Yeah.
But I think our goal should be that we create a system that is so easy to navigate, not only in Health Connect, but in everything. The people don't have to call us to get our interference or our help.
That's certainly the idea.
That's my goal with systems.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time, and looking forward to getting going again in January.
Yeah, I am. And in the meantime, having meetings down here with all the groups, and it's great.
It is.
Yeah.
It's an honor to serve and to
it is
to help
and
make
it's
Vermont.
more of an honor all the time, because you realize that some of the things you've managed to make at least everybody mad at least once. So
well,
thank you.
On that happy note, thank you for your service, and thanks to BCTV too for their service. They help make this possible, and we certainly appreciate their work in bringing this to your home too. So until next time, take care.
Then let's go ahead and call the meeting to order at 5 o'clock. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from December 10th, 2019.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from December 10th, 2019, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the budget meeting on December 11th, 2019.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the budget meeting on September 11th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. As far as additions and deletions, Carla, did we decide to wait on the Grace Cottage request?
We did,
Okay, so that's going in January, okay.
right, but we did add the SVCC public service announcement.
We did?
Yes.
Okay. I gave all paperwork away, so that's gonna be hard. I guess I'll just have to wing it. Anyway, I'll entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and take members of the public first.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of taking members of the public first, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So, I don't know who's here to speak, but there's people's here.
You guys want to flip a coin?
Yeah, there you go. We got it.
Doesn't matter if we need.
You got something for us, sir, or?
Yeah, did you get things from solid waste?
I did, yes.
It's gone down a little.
It went down a little. Yeah, we'll incorporate that tonight in the new budget numbers.
But there's another thing that, it hasn't nothing happened yet, but they're talking about roll-off boxes.
Mm-hmm.
And what's happening, they've got them out there, different towns, but like we say Triple T, they may not always get your box back. It might wind up in, we say Bradboro or somewhere else.
Yeah, my understanding is
And-
it's like a pool of
And
boxes,
then
right?
what's happened already is one box, it went to Wilmington, they condemned it. But it wasn't Wilmington's box, it was one that went somewhere else. But Wilmington stuck with replacing it. So we may, down the road, see if we can get some in of our own and just keep an eye on them. In fact, if we had one extra one, I was thinking about it here for the last week or two. If we wound up with one extra one, that way, you see what they do, they come up to pick up one of these, they may bring somebody else's box.
Right.
And if we had one extra one, it set down their yard, I know it's money, but it set in their yard, then they'd bring just our boxes, they'd bring up our empty one, and take our loaded one back. And then the next time they come up to pick up, they'd have another one. That way we wouldn't get stuck with everybody and his brother using them, and all of a sudden they go to pot.
Or they get crushed,
Then
or
you're
they
gonna
get
wind up,
damaged.
somebody's gonna wind up buying it. And if it happened to be the town of Townsend's got it at the time, they're gonna blame you for it.
Yeah, that seems kind of random. I mean, my understanding was that it was a pool of boxes, like we bought in for free.
Right.
Right.
We didn't buy
But I
the
didn't,
boxes.
right, I didn't realize that we could be charged.
Because see, they don't come up and pick the box up and take it down and come bring it back, 'cause that's an extra cost.
Right. Right.
But I don't know, it was brought up at the, not the last meeting, but the meeting before. That some of them didn't like the idea that, like Townsend had some of the boxes because, well, they didn't have any boxes, and so we're trying to figure out that maybe if we can get a decent price on a decent used box, or whatever them boxes are, whatever according to the condition of them.
Yep.
Then it might be safer for us to invest in them now before they make sure we have an extra one. Something to think about.
Yeah, it certainly is. Okay, was there anything else then? Anything else for us tonight, Irv?
No, the only other thing that I was telling Steve, that like 35 here, when you get ready to repay that, you should cold plane that because you're up to almost to the top of the sidewalks of the asphalt now. You should cold plane it, so keep it down so the water and stuff don't run out onto your sidewalks and have ice.
Yep, more ice, just what we need. Okay, then Mr. Hammond?
Okay, I'm Al Hammond, I live on Bushway. My wife and I are interested in finding out what the process is for returning Bushway, which was originally a town road, back to being a town road. My understanding was it was discontinued in about 1932. However, the documentation that's referred to on both my plot and an adjacent plot, I read the specific discontinuance, and I would be hard pressed to say that describes Bushway. Now, I know that the group that did the ancient roads and stuff looked at that, because originally when I bought the property, that was listed as a town trail, and presently it shows as discontinued. What I'm primarily concerned with is what's the process. I couldn't find an ordinance or anything that described how to go about getting a road back on the town maintenance records. And I was coming to you to ask for advice as to how do you want to proceed?
Irving, do you know if that was actually was that one of the ancient roads?
It hasn't been for years.
But was it an ancient road? It wasn't an ancient road?
Well,
one of them we looked at, but then we found out it had been discontinued.
Okay.
That's my question, is where do we have references to that discontinuance?
That's what it up in the records.
I appreciate that.
But I don't have a reference right.
No, but is there a report from the Ancient Roads group that said?
Yeah, well, the select board that was in at that time, the legislature, in 2015, February of 2015, anything that was not on the town map automatically was discontinued.
And it went back to the landowner.
Yep.
Okay, that was not the way I've been led to believe from a lawyer.
Well, that's the way it was, and it had to be done, because we went over them before February of 2015, and we turned the paperwork into the select board, and I questioned where it went. Oh, we lost it, we don't know where it is. So I think they didn't want to spend the time to have some few hearings, that's all, at that time, who was on the board. In fact, one of them had a road to through a yard, and she wanted to get rid of it, so I think that was an easy way to do it.
All right, anyway, what I really want to do is, okay, what do you, as the select board, need from me and the abutting landowners to return that back to a town-maintained road?
Well, right now it belongs to you. If in fact it was an ancient road and it was not put on the map, then in fact it has been returned to the landowners.
No, I understand that. My point is, if somebody were to petition the select board or to create a subdivision someplace and they wanted to dedicate the road to the town, what is the process to make that happen? Is there a petition that has to be submitted? Is there a form I have to fill out? What are the standards required for the road, if there are any? And where is that written down so that I can do my part and get the road in the condition it needs to be and make sure all the paperwork is in order, and then submit it to you in an appropriate manner?
Do you want to answer that, Steve?
Townsend has adopted Act 64.
All right, Act 64 does not refer to roads, Act 110 does.
Well, Act 64 refers to culvert sizes and ditches, percentage of grade,
right,
and types of material for the base, the top coat, and the bottom coat. That's what 64.
Okay, because I did not, when I looked at 64 online, it was,
Yeah,
that was not what I got.
the town somewhere has got specifications.
Sure. But 64 is
Yeah,
an
that
updated version.
That adds on to the town, it's
Right.
gonna make you bring it up to that, but there's so much gravel, so much drainage,
Right.
and all that stuff in the town specification somewhere.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, then Act 64 is a specification as to the condition of the road. It needs to be for what purpose? For the
stormwater runoff.
Okay. Okay. So that provides that's the standard, and that has specific engineering details, and is what you're telling me.
Correct.
Okay.
It's gonna tell you the size culverts you need. It's gonna tell you the size ditch stone that's required.
Okay. But
And I don't know if you have any perennial streams that run.
there are no perennial streams that run.
It's just stormwater.
Correct. Okay. So what I'm hearing you say then is you would expect that I either have an engineer or somebody come through and design that, or can we just go out there and put gravel and culverts and et cetera in as we see fit, or what's the?
On that road, there's a ledge that'll have to be drilled and blasted for drainage.
I agree it's ledge, that's why there's no culverts in there now.
How long is
No,
that
but
road?
there's still, to meet town specs, it'll have to be drilled and blasted to get drainage in for
Instead of
ditch.
taking the left on Crane Mountain, you continue on to Brookline Road. Once you start coming down Brookline Road, it's on the left. Misty
Probably
Mountain Farm
less than 2/10 of a mile.
is the length of the road.
Right.
But the ancient trail, or that went to Brookline, didn't it?
Yes, it did originally go all the way to Brookline County.
Yeah, it goes down through it comes out on Parker's Road.
Okay. So, but for the purpose of the homes that are on that road, it's approximately 2/10 of a mile, you said?
Correct.
If you're getting about now, you're going to start plowing driveways. We went through that before.
Yeah.
And people want, hey, if you're going to plow his driveway, you're going to plow my driveway.
Right.
So how many, just for the record, how many homes are currently on
There are
that road?
presently 3 homes on it. One is mine, which is, I'm a permanent resident. There are 2 second homes.
Well, I would suggest the first place to start would be with the specifications on 64, just to understand what you
Right.
might be getting into in the way of an engineering piece and or what might need
Okay,
to happen.
well, what's the deliverable I need to deliver to you, though? Is my ultimate question.
But there's no way you can tell what it is with snow on the ground. You gotta wait till bad ground.
No, I understand that. I'm just trying to find out so I can get the wickets, talk to the neighbors, get all the wickets started, and if we need to have engineering done and road work done, then I would need to go talk to them and be able to estimate what it's gonna cost and make sure everybody's on board. I'm just trying to come down with what's the bottom line that I need to deliver to you so that you can consider it.
I thought the standards were for 5 houses on a road.
What was that?
I thought it was 5 houses on a road to be able to
I
be.
think it was.
So this would.
What standard is that?
The town standards
Well, the
that
town,
have.
you can think about taking it over.
Okay,
Right,
where
had
is that
that-
written down?
I don't know, I don't have access to the town
Well, that's what I
records
say,
right
the
now.
town specs that we had when I was in, had all that stuff stated in it.
So what I'm hearing you tell me then is if I go to Anita and ask for the town spec for roads, she can give me that. Is that what I'm hearing?
I couldn't tell you now because it's been, 15 years or better, so I don't know what they've got for specs now. But I know it used to be.
It used to be 5 houses on a road. We had that discussion on Sawdust Alley, or.
Yeah, right.
Because with the old rail bed, and how many houses, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause that one there was, I forget how many houses in there, and,
But it was a rail
but
bed.
it was, that was belonged to Department of Forests and Parks.
Right.
And then, there's, I don't know, 6, 7 houses, whatever it was, and, it was just a little short piece, but we couldn't, we could use it, but we couldn't collect any money or anything on it. So.
Just to make sure I'm clear as to what I'm hearing here, what I think I've heard is that there is a town standard of some kind that describes the process of how many houses there have to be, what the engineering specifications I need to follow are. Is that what I'm hearing?
The engineering specifications are going to have changed to a 64. Whatever's in the town record book now in the way of number of houses, etc., is going to be subservient to this new law that the state has passed. So while the number of houses that the town used to expect to be on a road before we would consider, that hasn't changed. The engineering specifications would have.
Okay, so what Act 64 gives me the engineering specifications, and there was some kind of a town standard or procedure
Prior to that.
that provides clarification of number of houses or what the expectation is before the select board will even consider.
Correct.
Okay, and Anita would be able to give me that, is that?
She's gonna have to look it up because it's gonna be buried somewhere in the town records, but yes.
All right, so it's not an ordinance, it's just buried in the town record someplace.
Well, it had to be for the state standards back in because District 2 out of Brattleboro.
Right.
Okay.
We had to have this specifications.
Right.
Or we was not going to be able to collect any state money.
Okay.
Mileage, the gas, whatever it is.
No, I
the gas
understand,
tax.
I understand the gas tax, yes, which was changed to the.
So at that time, it
income
had to be
tax
certain,
or-
and then we had to update them because it changed the size of culverts and the drainage and
So it's going to be an ongoing, growing document.
keep changing all the
Right.
time.
Okay. Now, is this gonna be something that's relatively easy to find, or is this gonna be a big?
It's in a book about
research
this
project?
thick, and there's like 4 or 5 of them. Yeah,
It's
they're not indexed anymore like that, remember? The old ones would be.
All right, then I'll start there and look at that, and if I have any questions, how should I proceed? Should I talk to?
You're gonna be
somebody
further ahead to talk to the highway foreman,
Okay.
as opposed to the whole board, because we have no foundation really whatsoever in, either in 64 or in the previous standards. We've never looked them up, we've never had need to
Okay.
be familiar with
Because
them.
my recollection of history from early history was if somebody wanted a town road, they petitioned the select board, and then the select board authorized a surveyor, et cetera, to go out and do that, and that's why, one of the reasons.
But also you gotta go through all kinds of public hearings too.
Yeah.
Good, well, fine.
No, actually, that's one of the
I'm willing-
stipulations on it is public hearings.
As long as I know what the process is, then I can go through it and follow, and find out. If it-
Check off the boxes.
And if it becomes too onerous, then we're not gonna do it, but if it's reasonable and we can accomplish it with the resources we have, then that's, there are advantages to having it. Okay, thank you very much, I appreciate your time.
I think that'd be.
Thank you.
Okay. The other ones. All right, then going backwards, back up to the additions and deletions. We received notification, or I received notification today, that Southern Vermont Cable Company is in the process of getting a certificate of public good to be sold to Comcast.
Damn it. I was trying to work from home yesterday and my VPN wasn't working.
But they're in the hearing phase. We received notification that that is in the works right now, just as a matter of information, which will impact the garage, because that's where your connection is.
Yep.
Okay, so then let's move on to the warrants.
Okay. Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1 at the general fund in the amount of $18,542.15.
Is there a second? Second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 1 in the amount of $18,542.15 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2 at the highway department in the amount of $9,093.08.
Is there a second? Second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, there's an invoice in there from Econo Sign that I did not have an opportunity to see. The signs were delivered yesterday, and I need to split out that invoice to spread it over 2 different accounts. So we need to take that out so we can do that.
Okay.
So the amended amount would be $8,229.48? So, does somebody want to amend the motion?
Can I
To-
amend my own motion?
Well, we all can also be a friendly amendment. If you'll allow us to amend, I'll make an amendment to bring that amount to $8,229 and 48 cents. If you accept that, then,
I accept it.
okay, the second accept?
Second.
Okay.
28 cents or 48 cents, I'm sorry.
Huh?
28 cents or 48 cents?
48, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So there, any further discussion on that then? So all those in favor of approving highway warrant number 2 in the amount of $8,229.48 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Do you want me to pull this invoice out?
It's actually got a post-it note on it, does it not?
No.
Where'd you put the post-it note?
I put it on there. There's 2 pages.
Oh, there's, yep, okay.
Okay, so yeah, it should be good.
Okay.
That's the one you'll have to explain tomorrow.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 of the equipment fund in the amount of $30,585.
No, 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 no,
Oh,
no,
sorry.
no, 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 no.
Sorry, $2,950.32.
Second. Okay, I was gonna say, whose pocket's that going into?
I need a new mower.
Oh, is that what it is? You're gonna buy a new mower, you gotta bring a new Kubota, huh? All right. Is there any discussion on that equipment warrant? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving equipment warrant number 3 in the amount of $2,950.32 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Whew, that was, whew. Let's try you, Will.
That time I shut down the
Okay,
Told you
so,
I couldn't read.
what did we actually reading?
And then I was reading the total off the sheet.
Oh, okay. So then, moving on to the reports, highway?
We've had 2 more weather events since our last meeting on last Tuesday. We had a lot of icing Friday night from rain that we had. The dirt roads froze over. And then, of course, we know what happened yesterday. And we cleaned up this morning. Everything's up and running. There's no issues currently.
Well, that's good. Any questions? Okay. We didn't have a counter report today because it's the wrong month or the wrong week. And the treasurer.
Sweep account, you have $935,277.35. Your checking account is 30,000 even.
Okay. Any questions? All ready? Correspondence. Not really, we just did, what Irv made note of, we did in fact for our budget discussions, we did receive notification from Wyndham Solid Waste of the new rates that were down slightly, so we'll talk about that when we do our budget piece. There's no other correspondence that isn't waiting until the next meeting. So the next thing under old business, we're going to postpone discussing budget till the end, is the Cintas uniform contract acceptance. So we did receive a potential contract, and it's for 36 months for the uniforms, but I don't understand what we're talking about here. Let's see what we got here.
I think it was I apologize for not putting the main page, with the $87 and change for the standard uniforms that Steve requested.
Oh, with the reflective uniforms.
They're in the papers.
Okay.
And how I read it, it seems like they could do a yearly price increase, but it didn't say how much they might, and we have a right to refuse. And if we refuse within 10 days, they can terminate the contract. So it's a little bit different.
As opposed to what we're dealing with now, which was
Yeah,
a
as
5-year
opposed to
contract with
constant
a
price
buyout.
increases and renegotiations.
Right. Thank you. Okay, so it was for the high visibility shirts and jackets for a weekly total of $87.36 with potential increase annually. and an opt-out time if you don't like the increase. And like I said, this is for 3 years as opposed to 5, which is what we were on with Universe. So I would entertain a motion to accept and sign the contract with Cintas for the uniforms we've been discussing.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of entering into a 36-month contract with Cintas to provide Town of Townsend Highway Department with uniforms, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Let's see what they actually did here. Okay. They give me big enough spaces to actually write without. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which email address to use. Carla,
Yes.
what is the select board email address? I had so long since I've written it.
The select
Board
assistant, the new one?
No, no, no,
Oh, the
not
select
the
board.
system.
No, the select board, I think it's SB
It is-
Townsend.
Oh, no.
We're gonna have to look that one up. We'll
Yeah.
fill that one in later. 'Cause I don't remember.
I didn't see
what it
anything
is.
from it, and I don't even know how long.
Okay, so that takes care of that. We have in fact, scheduled a meeting, it says budgetary meeting on January 7th. That one may be negotiable. Select board meeting is beginning at 6:30, so we may not have that early budgetary meeting. We're coming in at 5 for that, is that what that was? Yeah, special budgetary meeting on the 7th and the select board meeting on the 7th at 6:30.
I
I
thought we,
thought we were starting at 6:30, like doing the
Yeah.
regular select board meeting and then following with the special meeting.
Okay. So the question becomes, the meeting following that would normally be the 14th. So we would be doing the 7th and the 14th and then the 28th, or are we doing the 7th and the 28th?
28th, that gives, what, 3 weeks? I think that makes more sense than trying to do,
So do the 7th and the 28th?
yeah.
Okay. Is everybody okay with the
Yeah.
7th and 28th?
Yeah, we
Instead of
as long as we
cancel
got-
the 14th.
We'll cancel the 14th,
Yeah.
okay. All right, we can do that. So is there any other business to be discussed before we move into budgetary discussions? Anybody? All righty, then, as far as the camera goes, I'm not sure if you want to stay for budget. It's up to you, they normally don't. But if you want to hang out here, or you want to go home, you can do whatever you'd like.
Will there be any like announcements afterward that I should? Okay, then I'll head out.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the soundbites. Tonight I'm going to turn the studio over again to Deb Bilodeau, who's the chair of the Vermont GOP. Deb's got a couple of guests with her. I know you will enjoy this show. They're going to be talking about rural Vermont. I hope you enjoy it, and I'm very glad to welcome Deb and her guests. Thanks.
Thank you, Pat, for that introduction. We appreciate your allowing us to use your facilities for these panel discussions that we've been having. This is our third or fourth panel discussion that we've had so far. They've been very interesting, and tonight we have with us Chet Greenwood, Vicki Strong, and Rob LeClaire. And the overarching theme of tonight's discussion will be rural Vermont and topics and issues that affect rural Vermont. So thank you very much. Let's take a moment and go around and each of you introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about who you are. Chet.
I'm Chet Greenwood. I'm the chair of the Orleans County Republican Committee. I've been the chair for 12 years, and I'm the chair of chairs of the Vermont GOP of all the counties.
And we thank you for that, Chet.
Thank you.
Yes. Vicki.
I'm Representative Vicki Strong, and I've been in the legislature for 5 terms. I'll be starting my 10th year. I live in the Northeast Kingdom in the town of Albany and represent 7 towns, rural towns. And I'm on the Ag Committee right now in the legislature, and it's been my privilege to serve there. I have several other hats as a pastor's wife and a Gold Star mother, and I'm also a Weight Watcher leader.
Ooh.
So quite a diverse background, and I appreciate being here and sharing with you today.
Well, thank you, Vicki. Thank you for all that you do for us. Rob LeClaire.
Well, I have several hats, most of them pale in comparison to my 2 folks to my right here, but I'm a state rep from Barrytown. I'm actually in my 3rd term. Another one of the hats that I have is I am the recently elected Washington County Republican Committee chair, and I'm also the assistant minority leader in Montpelier. So we have a lot of different things that we're all doing.
Thank you. We have a lot of quality in the room here tonight. Thank you all for your service to Vermont. So let's start off here. So Chittenden County. A lot of people outside of Chittenden County admire Chittenden County very much because it is Chittenden County. Kidding. So we know that Chittenden County has around 164, this is according to 2018 numbers, it has around 164,000 people in it. So that means approximately 1 out of 4 people in the state of Vermont live in Chittenden County. Interesting. The next largest county is Rutland, and Rutland is less than half the size of Chittenden in terms of population. In terms of density, second to Chittenden County is Washington County, Rob, where you live. Washington's very dense as a county as well. So for years, there's been a debate about Chittenden County versus the rest of Vermont. Political and financial powers reside in cities. What should we do, if anything, can we do to correct this imbalance? And Rob, why don't we start with you?
Well, thanks, Deb. That's a great question, and there is certainly a lot of imbalance there. That said, you know, Chittenden County is an economic success for Vermont, but it has created some challenges, especially for rural Vermont. You know, we talk about things like the minimum wage. It may not be a huge issue for Chittenden County necessarily, but for rural Vermont, it is. Or if you're in a rural community that borders, say, New Hampshire, that can be a challenge. We've had discussions, there's been a lot of discussions about, say, the carbon tax. That is a major issue for rural Vermont, where Chittenden County, it may not have quite as much of an impact because of mass transportation or a variety of other things where they've got some town centers. Legislatively, you've got the 6-pack up there with the senators. I know that there's some legislation that's being proposed and hopefully will be enacted upon to sort of break that up and make the amount of influence that they have not quite so concentrated, so that, again, rural Vermont will have a bit more of a voice at the table here, because there's a lot of different things that are being proposed, and unfortunately there is differences between how it's going to impact Chittenden County and how it will impact other parts of the state.
Good, thank you. Vicki, would you like to add anything to
I
that?
would. Being in the legislature, I've seen how numerous types of legislation and bills, and let's use an example of Act 46, really shook down to the rural areas were against Act 46 and the more urban areas voted for it. And we need to have a mindset of we need to work together for the best interest of Vermont and Vermonters, not what's the best interest of Chittenden County or even rural. What's going to help us survive as a state? And until we get that mindset, Chittenden County is going to push their carbon tax and every other thing, like Rob said, their minimum wage and family paid leave. They're just going to be on this roll. But those things don't work in rural areas. And until we as legislators and people who are policymakers understand the best interests of Vermont, Chittenden County isn't anything without our farms and without our mountains and our ski areas and all the things we offer in rural areas. So we have to be thinking the bigger picture.
Thank you, Chet.
Yeah, I think the rural part of Vermont doesn't like the way that the Chittenden County kind of controls the legislation for the rural areas. The Northeast Kingdom, made up of Orleans, Essex, and Caledonia County, has 2 senators. Chittenden County has 6 currently. The 3-county area, Northeast Kingdom, has 16 representatives. Chittenden County has 38. So they kind of control the legislature, and they're making decisions for our loggers and our agriculture community in the Northeast Kingdom, and it's not always the best outcome.
As well as Act 250.
Act 250
Act
is one
250 is a big one.
Is a huge problem for the Northeast Kingdom.
Right. Yep. Any questions for each other? Any challenges here? We all good?
We're all agreeing.
We're all good?
We all agree.
Good.
Not only Act 250, but the carbon tax. I was a financial controller for a large company, had 400 employees. And most of those employees drive 40 miles round trip every day to work. And a carbon tax, they just can't afford to drive anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
Farmers with tractors and all their machinery.
And heating their homes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the weather's a little warmer in Chittenden County and along the Champlain corridor sometimes than it is up there in Derby and Norton and Beecher Falls. And
There is legislation, it's either been passed or in process, to break up the 6-pack in Chittenden County. Is that correct,
That's
Rob?
correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's going to be 2 3-member districts or 3 2-member districts at this point. And it'll probably be based on redistricting that's coming.
And the fallout could limit the Northeast Kingdom to 1 senator instead of 2. So the Northeast Kingdom could be losing a senator.
Wow. Well, good. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to jump over to schools. This was a very interesting topic that at our last panel discussion. So Act 46 has been, I believe it's Act 46, has been forcing, I thought at first it was voluntary, that merging was voluntary, but it appears that it's being forced now, although there are some communities that are voting no, we're not going to do this, or we're saying we're not going to do this. So rural areas in Vermont, schools are closing, and we know that a school is intricate to the fabric of that community because so much focus is on the school and the activities that go with the school. Where is the incentive for young families to move into towns and areas where there's no longer a school? Does that not help damage the vitality of rural Vermont? Chet, we'll start with you.
Yes, it does. It has a lot of damage. I've seen a lot of schools up in our area, Holland, Morgan, have closed over the past few years. And you take North Country has, there geographically, I think it's one of the largest in the state. It goes from Island Pond to Jay Peak. It's 45 miles from one side of it, from the east coast to the east boundary to the west boundary. They don't get enough students, and when they're bused for, an hour each way to school. And when you consolidate schools, that's what's going to happen. That's the fallout.
Vicki.
Well, I'm a little radical here, Deb. I'm going to confess. I homeschooled our 3 children and had a blast doing that. And I personally feel like families need to start up an uprising and just say, enough is enough, and start their own little co-op homeschooling groups, and keep some education right there local, and just keep on with our communities. If we see more schools closed, you're absolutely right, it'll be devastating. We need our churches, schools, little mini marts, and little entrepreneur businesses to keep going in these rural areas, and families just aren't going to want to come there. But if we start seeing people saying, okay, I'm not driving 40 miles to take my children somewhere, we're going to homeschool, or we're going to school with a couple more families, that's the only thing that's going to get the state's attention. If families pull out even of some of those public schools and start their own, because those schools will lose tax dollars. So I'm radical. I think we need to have a big revolution in our educational policy.
Do you think that school choice is part of the solution?
Absolutely. It's the solution, and it's a no-brainer. If a child has the opportunity to go to another school of their choice, they'll thrive there, and that school will thrive, and the parents and teachers will be more involved. It's just the best of all worlds.
As a legislator, Rob, you really get a bird's eye view, both you and Vicki, of this situation. Would you like to add to this conversation?
Well, Act 46 was very, very controversial in Barrie. I think we voted on it 4 times. I think we had 2 revotes, and then the state board still forced us to merge. And you know, one of the things about it, when you're talking about it being voluntary, there was kind of a carrot or stick type of approach initially, where that if you merged voluntarily, you were given some funding and offset your tax rate, and then as things played out, it became more of a forced issue. And one of the concerns about that whole thing was that the state board, it seems that they had kind of a vision right from the get-go that they never really articulated to people. And so like our community, you know, we have a vote, it would go down, we'd go back, try to come up with a different plan, and we just never got any clear guidance about that. And you're right, the schools are a major part of what makes our communities a community. We do have a balancing act, though. I will say, when I've gone door to door, as I know Vicki has and others, one of the things I hear about a lot is property taxes. In fact, I hear probably about that as much as anything. And so we do have to take a real hard look at the cost of education. Small doesn't always mean more money. I had seen a report not that many years ago that had a breakdown of community, what it costs per student, and there wasn't a direct correlation between the size of the school and the cost. Montpelier, sometimes I think we're more a part of the problem than the solution. We do have a lot of these unfunded mandates that come out, and it's up to the local community to figure out how to pay for them and implement them. I think we're dealing with, what is it, Act 177 now, the revamping of a special education, or the proficiency-based learning. You know, that came out of, I forget what bill, but the Department of Ed, and it's been a huge challenge because it depends on what school as to how they implemented it. I think Montpelier sometimes needs to just get out of the way.
Yeah, and you know, these numbers aren't clear cut, but the average student cost for education in Vermont is hovering around $20,000. The national average is just under $12,000. You have to lift the cover and look in there to see why there's such a, but you know, to the everyday taxpayer, the question is why? If we're consolidating, why aren't the costs going down? If we're 20,000 students less than we were 15 years ago, why aren't the costs going down?
We have that disparity even at the time when we were looking at Act 46 initially. I remember that in the Barrie school system, our costs were somewhere just south of $13,000 per student. One community over, I was looking at one of the elementary schools, just one adjoining town over, they were almost $20,000 per student. And you say, well, wait a minute here, you know, what is the difference here? And I'm having a problem with my beer wallet paying for their champagne taste and education, and yet the educational outcomes were arguably as good or better. So you're right, we do need to kind of look under the hood and say just exactly what are the cost drivers here? And size isn't always the issue.
Right, Yeah, well, and size could be one of the determining factors. You know, a school in Vermont, a class that has 13 students versus a class in New Jersey that has 35. That's gonna, you know, that's going to affect your math at the end of the day too. So it's really an interesting conversation. All right, well, thank you. Let's talk about sales tax, or the lack of sales tax in New Hampshire versus Vermont. Is this something that needs to be evaluated? What I don't know is, what can we now live without? You know, we have these budgets that the state lives to and needs to continue to feed. How do you ever back any of this up? But New Hampshire has zero sales tax, as you already know. We have 6%, and we have, I think we have 14 towns, I counted, 14 towns that have the local option tax of 1 cent. Many of them are large towns like Manchester, Burlington, Colchester, and so forth. But there's also some small towns that opted in for the extra tax because they need the revenues. Did it hurt the community or not? I don't know. In Essex Junction, largest village in the state, we voted on a local option tax about 8 years ago, and the people said no. We didn't want to do that to the clients, the customers that come through, or the businesses in the community. So we opted not to do that. How do you feel about the state sales tax? Could we do something different? Vicki, we'll start with you.
Well, from my rural area, it was a long time before we were even able to go to a Walmart, wasn't it, Chet? And up in Newport, we had to come a long ways, and a lot of people just went to New Hampshire and hop on 91 and zing down to Littleton. So I've seen a lot of people shop based on sales tax because I'm from an area that if you have to drive, you might as well go to New Hampshire, even to Lowe's and places like that. So I think it's a huge deal, and we do have a lot of our border towns, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York, that our businesses have to compete with. So we should stay competitive. There's no excuse. No matter what our budget is in Vermont, there's no excuse. Our businesses are suffering because of it, those border towns especially.
Chet?
Yeah, I agree. We had a retail business for years, and we lost a lot of business that drive to New Hampshire. And just look at the economy in White River compared to Lebanon. I mean, you can see it. And like Vicki said, back before we had a Walmart in Derby, you go down to Walmart in Littleton, half the yard would be Vermont cars. And it's New Hampshire just loves our legislature because, you know, we send more business to New Hampshire every time we're in session. And sales tax is one of them. I think we ought to get rid of it. Of course, you got to wean it down. You got to drop it a little bit and work on it. But this state is just too expensive to live in. I mean, we had 8,500 employees. That's more employees than the state of New Hampshire, or the same number for, I don't know how many more people New Hampshire's got. We got one of the highest property taxes, one of the highest income taxes in the country.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got to we can't cut the sales tax unless we cut some of the bloated budget, but we have to cut the budget in the state of Vermont.
Yeah. So whose job is that, Rob, to look at cutting the budgets?
Well, it's all of ours for sure. I wish there was a few more of us under the gold dome that thought similarly, but you know, Chet and Vicki have identified some very great areas. You know, sales tax is definitely a major concern, but I think taxes in general, it's very expensive to live in this state, and we've got to take an awful hard look at the money that we spend, and are we getting the bang for the buck that we thought we would? You know, like take something like the Health Connect, for instance. I suspect that we've spent, at least I saw one time, we were approaching $300 million on that darn thing since it's been implemented, and it wouldn't surprise me if it's more. I saw some stats that if we went and just bought the people that we were looking to cover health care for the rest of their lives, we'd have saved money. Things like that we've got to take an awful hard look at. Affordable housing. We all agree that it's a problem. And Chittenden County, actually, it's a major issue to find affordable housing, but some of these affordable housing projects that we're involved in, you know, we're winding up spending $340,000 for a one-bedroom unit that will help at most 2 people, and the only thing that's affordable about it is for the 2 people that are living there, but it doesn't go address the issues. So, you know, sales tax is definitely a concern, but taxes and the cost of living in general is something we really need to take a hard look at.
I feel like we've just done a lot of lip service. You know, even on election years, people running for office, they all hear it, they know it. It's unaffordable to live here, and we go back to Montpelier and every year raise taxes and find more ways to spend money. And a lot of it is human services. It's a huge part of our budget, and we just offer a lot of money in terms of welfare and all the services we provide people. If people were more self-sufficient and healthier families in general, we would lower our budget.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned benefits.
Yeah.
Let's turn our attention to that for a moment.
Okay.
So, Governor Scott in 2017 passed H326, and that lessened the burden on the recipients of some of our benefits. Prior to that bill, you only had $2,000 in personal assets that could be exempted. That number went to $9,000. You didn't have to claim retirement accounts or educational accounts any longer in order to qualify for benefits. We know that there's people in our state, no doubt about it, that need benefits. None of us will question that at all. The question is the benefits. The cliff itself, the number that I'm hearing is that you could get upwards of $42,000 worth of benefits from the state of Vermont. And that's more money than some people make that go to work 8 hours a day. Some of those benefits are from Reach Up, Reach Ahead, child care benefits, probably SNAP and other programs. Is this a problem more of a problem in rural Vermont than it might be in Chittenden County? And if so, how would you suggest we address this? Jack, we'll start with you.
It's a big problem. You can't find employees because they're making too much off the subsidized rent, the free health care, and SNAP cards, child care. They just, you can't pay them enough to come to work. Or the ones you hire, they want to work 4 days a week. They don't want to work over 30 or 32 hours because they lose their benefits. And we see it all the time. And it's, I think the benefits increased. You know, they're increasing faster than the minimum wage. And I'm not talking minimum wage people. We've lost, when my former employer, we lost employees who stayed home to take care of their children because they got better child care. They couldn't afford to come to work. And they were, you know, I'm talking $14, $15 an hour employees.
Wow.
Right. I know that as a landlord for over 34 years, I've seen everything that you could see from a landlord's perspective. And I've seen situations, and I know of a current situation, that husband, wife, a couple of children, everything is subsidized. There's no incentive for them to go to work. The rent is paid, the SNAP, and a tax return of $9,000 is what they received last year.
Oh my goodness.
And I look at that, and I struggle with it in my head because they're capable of working. They're not working. And I'm wondering, where are the checks and balance? How are we monitoring the benefits that we want people to have, but we need to make sure that we're doing the right thing by these people? And just giving money and benefits is not the right thing.
No.
Rob, what do you think?
I agree, and like you, I'm a landlord, and I've seen firsthand the benefits cliff, that it actually does act as a disincentive, because I have had tenants that had the initiative to go out and get a job, but by the time they went through and figured out what they were going to bring home with the job versus what they were going to lose in benefits, it certainly made sense for them not to work. And that's a problem. We should not have a system in place that disincentivizes people to go to work. You know, if somebody needs a little help with childcare, and that's one of the things that I don't think that we do a good job of, is there is a lot of benefits out there for these folks, and generally these people don't get in the positions they're in because of one poor choice or one stretch of bad luck. It's been a series. So what makes us think that giving them all these goods and services, that they're going to be making better choices? I feel that we need to have like a case manager get involved, help them along, make some of the right decisions, and it may be where this case manager's got the authority to say, okay, you know what, we're going to take a little bit of the benefit over here, but we're going to help you buy a car so you can go to work. Because if that's the difference between working or not, that makes some sense. But yeah, when we've got a system in place that one winds up being generational or multi-generational, I think we've got to take a hard look at that and say why, because it's to help up. It's, you know, a safety net. It shouldn't be a spider's web.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who need help, and I'm all for it. We should help them. But there's too many people that want it and don't need it.
Yeah, I think the problem is in the distribution and or the management of the distribution, and I think our bureaucracy has grown so large that you can't get your arms around it, and the left doesn't know what the right's doing. And there's all these programs out there, and I don't know what sort of checks and balances.
Too many programs.
I had a tenant that was on a WIC, young mother with a child, and it was one of my buildings where actually I collect the trash. So I am, for a few weeks, I am taking away these pre-packaged things of like baby food, never been opened, milk, black olives, just a bunch of canned stuff. And after about the second week, I said, geez, I can't take this anymore. So I made a phone call and said, hey, listen, we got a problem here. Either this young lady doesn't know what to do with what you're giving her, or you're just giving her too much. Because I'm taking stuff home like cans of salmon and tuna fish. To their credit, it seemed somebody got there, and I don't know what they did, but the left hand and right hand don't know exactly what's going on. That's why I said we need like a case manager. We've got to have more coordination here, because not everybody needs the same level of help or the same help.
All right, let's go to agriculture. Vicki, you're on the Ag Committee, you said. And we know that agriculture is part of our brand. We know what the value of it is. I feel like, as a lifetime resident of Vermont, that farms are slipping away from us. Annually, we know that they're slipping away from us. I don't know what the number is that we're down to, 7,000 maybe?
700.
700, that's what it was, 700.
It was like twice that.
Yeah.
Now it's down to
Yeah.
700 dairy farms.
Dairy farms, yep. What can we do? Is there anything we can do to revitalize the ag industry in Vermont?
Well, right now it's really in a transition, I would say, from the dairy farm image, which we want to keep, but because of not just national pressure, but worldwide pressure, because the milk prices are tied to a worldwide scenario. It's pretty amazing that the amount of powdered milk in Europe has to do with our milk prices, or the amount of cheese in a cave in the Midwest. So it's complicated, and right now our farmers need a fire hose of help, and we're giving them an eyedropper. So they're struggling, many going out by the day, and the answers for those dairy farmers are not close, I'm afraid. But we do have our UVM Extension is an excellent organization that's helping But there's a lot of transition going. You're going to see a lot of farmers transitioning to new ideas, their own products made on the farm, whether ice cream, cheese, butter, cottage cheese. In general, dairy consumption has dropped dramatically. I just heard it on the radio, it's like by 20%. People aren't pouring milk on their cereal anymore. They're running out with a muffin or a dairy alternative product. So Vermont knows, and we're aware. Even our agriculture committee sent a letter to our congressman to say we need to stop calling soy milk milk. Let's make it what it is. It's not really dairy or milk, and revitalize that idea that dairy products are wonderful, they're healthy. So that's something that's on everybody's mind. But when you take the whole scenario of Vermont, the land taxes and things like electricity, the farmers just have a huge overhead, and it's harder and harder to stay in business. So the smaller, little more entrepreneur type of farming that's cropping up, hemp products, sheep, goats, different kinds of vegetable farming, it's all, those things are starting to flourish and make a difference and keeping our farms going. But in the bigger picture, we still need those dairy farms, and how it's all going to play out is still a big question mark.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like there's a lot of repurposing of farms going on.
A huge effort. Even in my area, I have a local dairy farm now. They make their own cheese, and several are becoming quite world-renowned in Greensboro. Albany has a great new business with a farmer. The hard thing I think too we want to look at is a lot of these farmers aren't making it unless they get grants and government help, and that to me is a sad, in a way, a sad thing that a farmer can't function without a grant. And they're getting grants for barns and other kinds of things to start a new type of business, that our economy is such that it takes that from the government to help them.
That's one area where we can compete against Chittenden counties in our agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
We have the natural resources and the open land. There's no reason we can't grow all of our food. We shouldn't have to import any food. You know, promote the farm to school, promote farmers markets, and grow our own. And it's the small ones. It isn't the big farmers. It's like Vicki said. It's a little niche marketing that they're doing, raising the goats and sheep. And there's a program, REAP, they call R-E-A-P. It's a rural agricultural partnership program. It was a bill that was passed a few years ago in the government. And there's only 5 counties in the United States that are involved with that. And the Northeast Kingdom is one of the areas. And we should take advantage of that. That gives agricultural help to the small farmer.
Right. There are a lot of programs, like you said, Farm to Plate, Farm to School. How many of them are there? But there's a lot of them. And young people are growing up now, even in schools, having gardens, but being more aware of local food and the health of that, that's happening a lot, at least in our area.
Yeah, see, we can take advantage of Chittenden County with that.
Right.
How does the, so we're waiting for the House to pass the USMCA, right? The US and Mexico and Canada. How will that help the Vermont farms? Are any of you on top of that?
I'm not sure either.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Rob, you know.
Yeah, of course I know. No, I mean, I can't say that I know any of the particulars. Obviously, the North American Free Trade Agreement and things like that certainly come into play, and the more trade that we can have and the more that our products can get to where they have to go, certainly the better off we'll be. I know the issue with the tariffs and stuff with China has certainly impacted some of what's going on, but wasn't there, I think, we just had a deal with, what was it, Canada and our maple syrup or something that ended up helping us. And, you know, because you talk about farming, I mean, dairy has been around forever, but so has sugaring or logging or other things that farmers have always done to supplement, you know, what they did. But we're in a bit of a different environment today, too, in that farmers are not held in the high esteem that they were.
Yeah.
I think they've taken more than their fair share of criticism and blame about the water quality issues.
Right.
And there's pressures there that have made it much more difficult to make ends meet. And I think we've got to be sensitive to the fact that they want to do the right thing, but this problem didn't happen overnight, and we can't expect them to change farming practices to the point where they're just not financially viable, especially when Chittenden County has had a lot of growth, and I don't think there's much debate that stormwater runoff has been impacting some of the water quality on the lake. There is some legislation there that got passed here a few years ago that they're doing the rulemaking on now about the 3 acres of impervious surfaces. That's going to be a major shock for a lot of property owners in the state. Hopefully we can do something about that. But farming's it's tough financially, and again, they're not held in the high esteem that they used to be.
Thank you for bringing that up, because one more thing I'd like to mention is the Department of Agriculture, Agency of Natural Resources, these agencies that are regulatory in a lot of ways come across to farmers in the more oppressive, aggressive way in their attitudes and in some circumstances. And I feel like if we can lighten the load of a farmer in terms of, hey, how can I help you? I'm not here to penalize you and fine you. There's things we can work on together. We're trying, I think, to bridge that problem, and I hope to see more progress with that farmers are feeling helped and not more oppressive regulation. You mean I can't put my manure pile there? My cows have to be out of that stream, and how am I going to afford a new walkway? There's help financially, but we really need to help farmers know we're on their team. We're not trying to shut them down.
Yeah. Do you think some of the oppressive actions toward farmers are the result of the climate change agenda that not just Vermont, but the nation and the rest of the world has? Is some of that oppression the result of driving to meet standards on climate change regulations?
I think a lot of it's water quality.
I think water quality is the biggest issue. Yeah.
Like
Champlain
and the...
Yeah.
I did hear that there are some that feel that cows are affecting climate change with the...
Well, yeah. Flatulence. I do want to say that I think there's an opportunity for the Northeast Kingdom and agritourism. There's been at least 6 Amish families moved into the Northeast Kingdom, Brownington area, and there's more looking at farms now. And it's quite a tourist attraction. They do a great job making bakery stuff, and it's sold locally. So, and there's a welcome addition to the Northeast Kingdom.
Yeah, they're buggies and horses.
Yeah, and
I love that.
That and the other one is, Rob mentioned maple production, in the old Ethan Allen plant in Island Pond, a Canadian company came down, opened up, and they tapped, I think, 87,000 taps. They've got a huge business.
Wow.
And that's something that you don't see in the metropolitan areas. So we should encourage that type. I mean, that's no impact on the economy, on the landscape. And I think it's great for the economy.
Right. But even though we have these wonderful opportunities that are happening, as you just described, if you have no schools in your rural Vermont, there's no incentive for young families to move there. So the people that work in these businesses will be there, but...
There's a lot of disincentive to move to rural Vermont. And one is the cost of building a new home. If you want to build beyond your water and sewer line, like out in the country, the cost is almost prohibitive. The requirements, and to make it a zero carbon footprint, you're paying a penalty up front, and you're told what to use and how to use it and what materials.
Are there any proposed legislative actions in the next session in terms of Act 250, changing any of Act 250 to help the state?
Not to help.
Well, good way to put it. There are certainly some proposed changes out there. We'll see just where they go. They're very controversial. One of them is that any future development has to take into consideration its impact on climate change. And it's like, my goodness, how do you qualify that? And there's also, I've heard where, again, because of the climate change and people's personal philosophy, that they would like to not have folks living in rural Vermont anymore, and that we all move down into more of a city center, move into some 800 square foot little hovel and take mass transportation. There really are folks that feel that the way of life that we've had, and some of us still feel we have, we shouldn't have anymore. But there's alternatives out there that we can do. It's just either they didn't think of them or they just don't think that they're a good idea at this point. But yeah, there's not really anything about this Act 250 change that's going to make it any more user-friendly. In fact, they're looking to make it much more restrictive.
Again, how does that affect the agricultural industry in the state?
Our little ag committees, as far as I can tell, we're anxious about hearing what that Natural Resources Committee is bringing forward, and it's going to be the leadership in our legislature that determines whether that goes forward or not. So we'll have to see. But I know my ag committee is nervous.
And that includes loggers too, not just
right.
agriculture. It includes loggers.
Yeah.
They're a standstill in a lot of areas because of restrictions.
Okay. Let's shift gears a little bit. As of August, the Vermont Remote Worker Grant Program, we all know about that, has been offering qualified workers, excuse me, up to $10,000 over a 2-year period, and I think that number's going to go up. I think I just read that number's going to go up.
Okay.
Over a 2-year period to relocate to Vermont. Do you see this as an effective program to attract and keep new workers, and are you seeing this program as a success? Rob.
You know, that's a very good question, and I think that it's being asked, if I think I remember correctly, the auditor just took a look at this program and had some fairly legitimate questions about, is it really making the difference that they thought that it would? My understanding is that it did spark a lot of interest initially, and I don't think I'm making this up, but like 87, 89 people moved into the state. Again, there's a question as to whether they would have come anyway. Maybe not. I don't know. There's no doubt that we have a declining population in our state. We've got a demographics issue. Those of us that are here are getting a little older, some quicker than others. But so we do have to take a real hard look at why. I'm not sure that $10,000 per person is going to really turn the issue around. I think it's other things that we've got to take a look at. You know, we've got to take a look at, are there jobs for these folks to move to Vermont for? Now, they will tell you that we've got employers looking for people. I'm thinking that we probably do. But I'm not sure that we're looked at as a Silicon Valley or anything along that lines. You know, New Hampshire's got a very, very vibrant economy down there. They've got some of the very similar weather characteristics and things that we have. I think we need to take a step back and say, okay, just what's their secret recipe? And not always try to come up with our own.
Yeah. I think I looked at something not too long ago, and the top 6 job openings in the state of Vermont were all in the service industry.
Really?
Yeah. We're talking about fast food, domestic work, landscaping, those jobs. And when we drive, and I know we all do this, as we drive around, we see all these wanted signs. They're all in front of $15 or $12, $10 an hour job opportunities. So we know we have a declining population. I think it's a national issue. But the question is, what can we do in Vermont to make Vermont more attractive. I look at Vermont and I see so much beauty here. We have the mountains, we have the seasons, we have the clean air, we have so much going on. I see this as an opportunity for parents with young children to get them out of cities and out of dense areas that may have problems that we don't have to deal with and come to Vermont. I'm not understanding why they're not coming here other than the cost of living here is so high. And again, that falls back to not just the legislature, it falls back to the utility companies, local governments. You know, I mean, even your local government within your town, every year their costs are going up. Chet, how do you feel about the remote worker program?
Well, I don't think it's worked real well. Only one of those, according to Doug Hoffer's report, only one of those came to the Northeast Kingdom out of all those. And and I think originally they wanted to help the rural areas of Vermont, not necessarily Chittenden County. But and the averages that they've paid out is only $3,500 or something like that, according to the audit. But somebody ended up with a 26-inch gaming TV. I'm not sure. Whoever's running the program should be accountable. I mean, it's taxpayer money. Nobody should have a slush fund. But there's a lot of reasons why people aren't moving to Vermont. And there's reasons why the few that do move to Vermont are exactly what you said. It's beautiful, and they can ski, and it's year-round. They got the nice outdoors. But if anybody's doing a due diligence on moving a business to Vermont, we're not going to be in the top 3 choices. Our taxes are high. Our regulations are stiffer than most places. And we're making more and more regulations all the time. We have more chemical regulations here than the U.S. government has. I mean, the company I work for, we had to have a full-time person just to keep track of the chemicals used, because Vermont had its own list over and above what the government has. So it makes it very, very hard for people to make a living in Vermont with the taxes.
It doesn't make sense, like you said, Deb, because it's a beautiful state to live in. It's a great place to raise a family. But in the different circles I've been in recently having to do with veterans, they're very upset that we tax their retirement. And veterans deserve to keep their retirement money. And they leave our state. They serve here in the National Guard, and they leave. And we see a lot of the older folks, our generation now, leaving. And if we stop that hemorrhaging, we would have that higher tax base.
We have the highest inheritance estate tax, I think, in the country.
Is it because we're one of the oldest per capitas in the country, and so there's all that revenue that's coming in as they look forward to it?
All of that adds up. It makes a difference all those ways.
It inspires people to not have Vermont be their state of residency.
Yeah.
They'll live here 4 or 5 months and live someplace else.
6 months and what is it, 1 day? If you live someplace else, you're a resident of that state.
I have a lot of friends that have moved out of Vermont.
I was just going to say, there's not a month that goes by that someone I know is not leaving Vermont or on the way out the door already. Moving to states, not only Florida, but Maine. Maine is cold. And they're moving to Maine, and they're taking their hefty retirements with them. And, their assets and everything with them. I'm thinking,
Right, so why do we inspire them to do that? We ought to change things, again, check what their secret recipe over there is, and I'd rather have a half a loaf than no loaf at all.
Right.
And generally, these folks are at a point in their lives where their demand for goods and services are considerably less. They don't have kids in the school systems, and we want you to stay here, not just for your money, but we want you to stay here. We've got to get realistic that people are making choices in their financial.
I heard something interesting yesterday, I think it was, and this is Washington, D.C. politics. And someone was speaking with people in Washington, D.C., and Washington, D.C. Politicians, congressional, senatorial people, really are out of tune with what's outside of the Beltline, that they really don't understand what's happening on the ground outside of the Beltline. And sometimes I wonder about Montpelier. Who's in Montpelier, and do they have a grasp on what's going on in rural Vermont? Now, I know, Vicki, you're rural Vermont.
Right.
Rob, you're Washington County, second densest county in the state. But the makeup of the people in Montpelier, are these everyday people that we're talking about here? Are they, people will tell you, oh, trust fund babies are down there. I don't really support that argument. I just wonder who is down there.
Right.
Well, of course, we as Republicans are absolutely in tune with our constituents and who sent us there. But, you raise a very interesting point in that quite often it's really easy to get wrapped up in the theoretical in Montpelier.
Policy.
Right. But sometimes there is a marked difference between the theoretical and then the practical or the actual out there on the street. And I don't think that we really do a good job of that at times. I've got several different businesses. I do anything that's legal and a few things that aren't. Just kidding. But I consider myself a little differently because I'm on both ends of the legislation. Like, I'm a landlord. And so when we're talking about landlord-tenant issues, I mean, the pendulum has swung way, 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 way in the favor of the tenant, to the point where I actually, as a landlord, it is in my best interest to have an apartment stay vacant than it is to take a risk on somebody and get the wrong tenant in there. There's something not quite right with that. I went to a forum here not long ago where they wanted to raise an $2 a night per occupancy fee to help homeless people. Who could be against helping homeless people? But I said, I'm absolutely opposed to that, because if I had a real partner in a state agency, I would take a risk on a homeless family. One of my buildings has 3-bedroom apartments in it, but there's no incentive for me to do that. There's things that we can do working together to make it better for people, but we need to work together. But yes, the Republicans were absolutely in tune with our people.
I heard recently a joke on TV. What do you call a person who has 2 jobs? Lazy. Here in Vermont, I mean, we have, between my husband and I, we have 3 jobs, and we could use another. It's just getting to that point where how many jobs do we need to make ends meet? And I do think the legislature's out of tune with that idea, that Vermonters, everyday Vermonters, are having to do multiple jobs to pay their bills. And a lot of those legislators are, some of them have lawyer husbands. I shouldn't say this too much, but or retired and have good benefits. And the average everyday Vermonter that's working hard, I don't know that they relate to them really.
My son-in-law and daughter, 2 young kids, have been spending $2,000 a month for child care. That is an enormous issue. Thankfully, they both have good jobs and got a good family around them. But talk about a disincentive for somebody to be able to go to work, or a young family to move into the Vermont, where we went through, Montpelier made some changes about child care and all that other stuff, and we had a lot of home-based businesses actually close. So now you got less choice. So those are some of the things we just got to be realistic about, saying, we could maybe not be involved as much as we are.
Do you think the cost of daycare, home care for children, has escalated so high because the state got involved in it? This is my own small world opinion. State got involved in it, put restrictions on home daycares to the point where people went out of business, and now the children are being driven into the educational school system.
Right.
I personally think that was a master plan for that to happen. And so either
even the licensed ones now, that they want to have a certain educational criteria for the the staff. I mean, it's almost to a point now where I guess as parents, we're just not qualified to have our kids anymore.
Well, that's what I worry about is, you know, grandma and grandpa can't take care of Johnny anymore because the
That's right.
state's involved in who's taking care of that child. I know we need more children in the school system, but really? You know, is this the way that we want to get there? Chet, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, it goes back to schooling. I don't know, by taking the schools out of your rural areas, I think it's made an impact on all that. You're not going to get younger families moving into the countries anymore.
I don't know why the regulation book went from 20 pages to 200, and it literally went from
For?
20 to 200 for regulating daycares.
Daycare.
So everything from where the toothbrush is laid to dirty diapers and how you prepare your food and where they take a nap, it's just, and the normal average person can't take that on now.
Right, and so by design, they've made that home business almost impossible for many, many people.
Right.
And so where do the children have to go now? They're going into the school systems because we've lowered the age of children going into the school systems.
And plus, those are some home businesses that we lost.
Yeah.
That, you know, were vital to the community from
yes.
We lost
child care
employees.
economic.
We lost employees that couldn't afford daycare because they couldn't find anybody.
Yeah.
And all of this drives the minimum wage conversation. But when you think of minimum wage, $15 an hour, you can't live on $15 an hour. You can't live in Chittenden County on $15 an hour. A one-bedroom apartment can cost you upwards of $1,000 to $1,200. That's what, 2 or 3 people making $15 an hour living in a one-bedroom apartment. It just, the logic isn't there to be calling minimum wage or $15 an hour a livable wage. It's not a livable wage.
No.
You're in the same position you were 6 years ago. You're barely making enough. You're probably living at home with mom and dad, or you're a senior who's working part-time to get out of the house and earn a few dollars and so forth. Very interesting. So we're down to 1 minute and 28 seconds. So I think we'll end our questions at this point. Was there any closing statements that you'd like to make about anything or bring up?
One, thank you for doing this. And if I had a pitch, it would be that we need more people to get involved. There's a lot. One of the things that amazed me the most about going to Montpelier was all the different facets and aspects of our lives that government's involved in. Just sitting on the sideline now and just sort of complaining, can't do that anymore. You've got to get involved.
Absolutely.
You know,
I'd like to see the state of Vermont get more involved with VTC and spend less on UVM tuition and more on VTC tuition. We need more tradespeople.
Yep. I agree with that. You know, plumbing, electrical,
Absolutely.
HVAC, all of these
Engineers.
young people that don't want to go to a 4-year college can get trained in those fields and make very good money.
Yes.
And they're good, those are good honorable jobs
So, yeah.
that seem to be dying by the wayside. Well, thank you very much for being part of this conversation.
Thank you.
And again, thank you to Pat McDonald and Orca for allowing us to use this facility to do this. And thank you. All right. Good.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Energy Week.
Welcome.
With George Harvey and the absolutely astonishing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
Today is the 12th of December that we're recording this, so the week that, I'm sorry, it's 19th. So the week we're doing is...
the week of the 12th.
It's the week from the 12th to the 18th. And the 18th, by the way, was the day that Donald Trump got impeached.
Amazing.
Amazing. For, not for, I don't think he got impeached because he broke any laws. I think he got impeached because he's grossly incompetent and he didn't understand that he broke any laws.
Well, I'll buy that.
Anyway, okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be doing that. I should keep us on the energy business. Every day I get up and do my thing, going to the internet and find everything I can about energy and climate change, and I put together for each item that I find interesting a synopsis, short synopsis, 50 words to 55 words, with a link to the original article. I package 10 to 15 of those together and put them up on a blog entry, and they get gathered up and put into our show, about 20, 21 of them. This, by the way, is Energy Week number 350, our 350th edition. Huh?
We've been doing it for a while.
We've been doing this for a while, that's right. And I have to appeal. I probably will continue doing this for forever.
Until we get enough to pay for it.
No, I think I'll just keep on going. BCTV will
we'll take a trip
find
to Florida.
things. I don't think so. BCTV will find things to do with any excess that comes in, and there has been no excess. If you donate to BCTV, which you can do at brattleboro.tv.org, and you use PayPal or a credit card, or even if you send in a check and write a note with a check. But when
I think you'll even take cash if you drop it off at the office.
I have been told that that is the case. In the place where you put the amount of money, you go down a little bit and you can leave a note, and you say in the note that it's for Energy Week if you want to donate for Energy Week. And that money gets credited to the money that we have to raise for the show. So, should we get going, Tom?
Might as well. Can't dance.
Okay. I can't dance either. Is that something that happens when you get old? I think it is.
Well, what I will say here is that I obviously have to read these things in order to do the show.
Poor Tom.
Hey, it takes a long time.
I know it does.
And some of them I notice are really well worth looking at.
Some of them are.
One of them this week I think is almost mandatory.
Yeah.
We'll get to it later.
Some of them are amazing.
If it's a really good one, I'll try and mention it, because you might want to look at it.
You know, there was one that I didn't use because I knew that you'd be reading it all afternoon. And it was not.
Well, the last one I read, I cheated. I didn't read every word.
Okay. I will forgive you. Okay, we are starting on the 12th of December, which is a Thursday.
We're going to start with a picture.
If you go to, if you hear something that you think is interesting enough to go online, go to geoharvey.org, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. Click on the date on the calendar and you'll find the 10 or 15 items for that date. That way you don't have to wade through everything. So this is December 12th, and the article is from CNN.
And we're going to start off with a picture.
We start off with a picture.
Which I got here.
Which you've got there.
Got here.
There you go. Who is that woman? Young woman.
Well, that's the Time Person of the Year.
Wow.
Climate crisis activist Greta Thunberg, or whatever you want.
Thunberg. Actually, if you hear her pronounce it, it sounds like...
It sounds very strange.
Thunberg.
Thunberg, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's like, Brattleboro used to be spelled...
Brattleboro.
O-U-G-H.
Yeah.
And that GH came because of that kind of pronunciation. That, you know, that Scandinavian borough, which is the same as the German Berg.
Yeah.
And you know, but in kind of offhanded English, it becomes Oro. So this would be Toonborough.
Toonborough.
But it's Toonberg. Anyway, you've read the title, and
I have read the title.
I will read the blurb. Time magazine has chosen Greta Thunberg. The Swedish climate activist is the person of the year. Thunberg, 16, is the youngest person ever chosen. Quote, Thunberg has become the biggest voice on the biggest issue facing the planet.
Say that again.
Thunberg has become the biggest voice on the biggest issue facing the planet. Time editor-in-chief Edward Felsenthal wrote. Now, you know, I've said this before. I feel like writing an article for Clean Technica, Green Energy Times, for whatever, that has a picture of Greta and next to it a picture of Donald Trump. And the picture of Greta would say, world leader, Greta Thunberg, world leader. The picture of Donald Trump, not world leader. And if you think about it, what has Donald Trump done? Think about, just think about the Paris Accord. The United States is the only country of any size that has not signed, that is withdrawing from the Paris Accord.
Yeah.
All of them signed it. The United States is withdrawing.
I mean, big ones, small ones, in between ones.
Why is Saudi Arabia not withdrawing? Why is Russia not withdrawing? They want a place at the table.
Yeah.
Donald Trump wants to withdraw.
He's just turn his back on it.
Yeah, he wants to pretend that it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And he did the same thing with the Iran nuclear agreement. He withdrew from that. Instead of maintaining a place at the table where he could influence things, he withdraws.
Yeah.
And, you know, here is Greta Thunberg, who is 16 years old. What has she done? She stepped up to the plate at an age when a lot of people don't even know there's a plate. So, you know, my hat's off to her.
Well, a little quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
I mean, it just explains what's going on. Each year, Time features the most influential person, group, movement, or idea of the previous 12 months.
Yep.
Okay? Thunberg gained international attention for excoriating world leaders for their inaction on climate crisis.
Yeah.
That's not my word. I don't use that word.
That she does not hold back.
No, she made the limelight. I mean, people stood up and paid attention.
Absolutely. Okay. Is that enough?
That's enough for that one. Yep.
Okay. We've got an item now from VT Digger.
We're coming back closer to home.
Closer to home.
Renewable developers raise eyebrows over Green Mountain Power green energy trading application.
And you know, we talked about this last week.
Yeah.
That trading application where a person could have solar panels and sell the electricity to a business.
To a business, yep.
Okay.
Not a bad idea.
No. An effort by Vermont's largest electric utility to make it easier for business customers to buy green power is meeting with resistance from some renewable energy proponents. This is because the app allows trades from already established renewable energy systems.
Well, the problem isn't that they think it will lessen or could lessen the need to build new installations.
And, you know, I got news for you. I don't think it's going to make any difference at all.
No.
I don't, and I think I don't know what this is, but I don't like the fact this is a pilot program. It only involves 200 customers.
Yeah.
People are not going to build systems to take advantage of this to begin with.
200 customers. Good point.
You know,
it's an interesting picture on this website.
Yeah.
It's called a power flower.
Yes.
It's built in Vermont. It's a solar tracker.
Yeah.
And it looks like about a 20-foot wide flower.
Yeah.
And each of the petals
Yeah.
is a solar panel.
Is that All Earth Renewables doing that? I think it is.
What's the guy's name? Bittersdorf?
Blittersdorf.
Yeah, that's
David
the guy.
Blittersdorf.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. You know, and one of the nice things about Vermont is everybody is accessible. The governor of the state is accessible, and people know each other. You know, so it's if I wanted to talk to the head of the Department of Natural Resources.
You just walk into his office. I've walked around the state capitol building and just been amazed at the lack of, I'll call it security.
Yeah.
You know, there's nobody there telling you what to do and where to go.
Well, the way I look at it is that people are available.
Exactly.
I've heard that you could talk to every legislator in Vermont in 1 year if you'd set out to do that, which is...
I don't think that'd be too difficult.
I don't think it would be difficult at all. And that would be just as an ordinary person. I want to talk with you. You know, knock on the door. I want to talk with you. Okay. We've got an item here with a picture.
Another picture coming up.
And that picture is local, by the way. This is from
right down the road.
Yeah, this is from Biomass Magazine.
Well, that's Vanguard Renewable situation in Deerfield.
Right.
And if you ever been to Deerfield, it's interesting. They built it as a farming community, you know, back in the 17th or century or so.
Yeah.
And all of the farms have frontage on the highway.
Yes.
And they're all narrow and thin.
Yes.
They go back for about a mile. And, then, you know, there's another farm.
Yeah.
There's a technical reason behind that, too, though.
Yeah.
Because back in those days, they farmed using oxen.
Yes.
Oxen don't like to turn around.
Well, there you go.
So they take them a mile before they made them turn around.
Oh, dear. Okay. What do you got for a title?
Dominion Energy and Vanguard Renewables partner on dairy renewable gas. And let's look at that picture there.
Yes.
You can see the blue vats there is where they're generating hydrogen, or, well,
methane.
It's natural gas,
Yeah.
methane gas. And it's being stored in that red building
Yes.
with the balloons on the roof.
Yes.
Okay. So they're collecting methane, they're storing it. They bring it somewhere else where it's collected again, purified, and dumped into the gas grid.
Yep.
So basically, it's a good idea.
Yeah. Let me read this. Dominion Energy and Vanguard Renewables announced a nationwide strategic partnership of over $200 million to convert methane from U.S. dairy farms to produce renewable natural gas to heat homes, power businesses, and fuel vehicles. I want to point out they are converting methane. They're not talking about creating methane, which in fact they're doing.
Well, the cows are creating.
The cows are going to create the methane, and you know what they're dealing with in these digesters would be producing a certain amount of methane in nature anyway. So they're actually reducing the methane load by composting it. And
well, one of the things they're doing is individually these farms would not be able to generate enough methane to make it worth collecting.
Yeah.
And they got a whole bunch of farms all strung out where they
Yep.
got contracts with them.
Right.
And they're making it worthwhile.
Right. Although
financially, you know, doable.
There are over 1 million methane generators in China at people's homes where they're just converting household waste into methane.
They use it themselves.
Yeah, that's right. They use their own methane. They use the methane for cooking.
And refrigeration.
Do they?
Yeah.
I suppose they could.
Well,
Why
they could,
not?
Yeah.
That we should do a show about absorption cooling, because the whole idea is
it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, but if you
Use
go through it
to make cold.
That's right. If you go through it one step at a time, all of a sudden you start saying, "Wait a minute, that really works." And then you go back, and you know who got the latest patent on that method? The guy who really kind of topped it off.
Who?
Albert Einstein.
Was it Einstein?
I sat there looking at that and saying to myself, whoever did this was an absolute genius.
He's an Einstein.
It's Albert Einstein. Okay, should we move on?
There's a takeaway
Oh,
here.
go ahead.
Multiple projects are under development nationwide,
Yep.
which will substantially reduce methane emissions. And methane is a greenhouse gas approximately 25 times more
Powerful,
than
yeah.
carbon dioxide.
Right.
And they mentioned later in an article, sulfur hexafluoride, widely used in the electrical industry, is 23,500 times more warming than CO2.
Yeah.
So they got to stop using that stuff.
They've got
That's
a
what
bunch
they put in transformers.
whole bunch of stuff that they've
Oh,
got to
yeah.
stop using. Okay, we are up to Friday,
And we got a
December
picture coming up
23rd. We
here.
have a picture here of young activists.
Looks like, what is it? They're singing, I think.
Well, they may be singing or just screaming their heads off. I wouldn't blame them if they were doing the latter.
Well, it's a picture of young activists storming the COP25 stage.
Yeah, this is from Echo Watch. Young activists took over and occupied the main stage at the COP25 climate conference in Madrid. They demanded world leaders commit to a far more ambitious action to address the ecological emergency. Quote, world leaders have left us no choice, end quote, said 14-year-old Alexandria Villasenor of New York.
Well, the action took place after a plenary session that included speeches from youth climate activist Greta Thunberg of Sweden and Hilda Flavia Nakabuye, I think that's how you say it, of Uganda.
How do these people in Uganda get names like that?
Well, translated, her real name is Smith.
I was going to say, why can't I have a name like Nakabuye? Maybe I should change my name. Okay. You got more on that one?
No, we got I covered that one.
Okay. Our next item is from Utility Dive.
Natural gas plant replacing the Los Angeles coal power, which is going to be 100% hydrogen by 2045.
Fascinating.
This is a good idea.
This is fascinating. They're actually doing this. Los Angeles Municipal Utility is planning to convert a Utah power operation from coal,
which is not in Los Angeles.
No, it's not, to natural gas, and then from natural gas to 100% hydrogen by 2045.
Little by little.
Little by little. They're actually starting at 30% natural gas. The gas-fired generation is replacing an 1,800 megawatt coal plant, which will cease operations one way or the other in 2025.
I didn't get from the article whether they bought that plant or they just contracted to use it.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
But you know,
it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't that much. But the idea that they're taking this coal burning plant and converting it to natural gas, which is happening a lot, but then they're replacing the natural gas with hydrogen. And they're starting at 30% and adding little by little, as you said, until 2045. Now, the hydrogen is going to replace where does the hydrogen come from?
From hydrolysis of water.
Yeah, which is powered by
electricity.
Electricity from wind or solar. It doesn't
economically. It doesn't make sense, but it's a huge battery.
It's like one of those things, you know, the old business of Yankee ingenuity. You lose money on each individual sale, but you make it up on the volume.
well, yeah, and there's something that you got to dig through the article to find out. This plant sits above an underground salt dome.
Yes, that's the
big
other
enough
thing.
to store high pressure hydrogen for years.
Yes.
So that when they're generating electricity and not going to use it, they generate hydrogen and put it in the ground.
Absolutely. And you know what?
Pull it up later when they need it.
You know what happens when the grid has got too much electricity and you've got solar plants and wind plants pumping it in?
They curtail it.
They get curtailed.
Yeah.
And what do you do with this? Nothing is done with that electricity that they would be making.
If you can save it, you're ahead of the game.
Exactly. You can make it into hydrogen. It doesn't cost anything because it would have been curtailed otherwise.
It's free energy. Yeah,
it's basically free energy.
It's costing you, but it's not.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we are up to another picture. This is a why do we have so many pictures of Block Island?
Because it's the only thing going on the East Coast.
It's the only thing going in the United States.
Yeah, right.
Okay, this is from UN Environment. That's UN as in United Nations.
United Nations. New report envisages a 10-fold increase in global wind power by 2050. That's 10 times, folks.
Yeah, an International Renewable Energy Agency report says deep electrification, accelerated deployment of renewables, and greater energy efficiency can together achieve over 90% of energy-related CO2 emission reductions needed by 2050 to meet the Paris climate targets. This is interesting to me because they're saying they can do this with just wind power.
Just wind power, yep.
And you know, this is like, can we make it to this place we want to go?
Well, certainly I've read more than once that there's more than enough wind power potential in the Atlantic shelf off the East Coast to power the entire country.
And there's more than enough solar power in whatever, you know,
Texas,
whatever you want, to power the entire country. And, you know, you can put batteries by the way, big article today, we'll talk about it next week. Vermont is getting 65 megawatts of storage.
Good.
Yeah, and guess what kind of storage?
Batteries?
Compressed air.
Compressed air, no
Yes.
kidding.
Yeah.
No, that's the first time I've heard of that one.
It's going to be the first big compressed air place in the United
Bingo.
States.
Where's it going to be?
They're going to liquid. They're compressing it all the way to liquid.
All the way down to liquid.
It's going to be in the northern part of the state, and the reason they're putting it in is because of transmission. It's cheaper than putting in new transmission lines.
That's an interesting concept, isn't it? Well, that's good, because they're building transmission lines now that they're not going to need in 20 years.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay.
It's a different model that's developing.
Okay.
Well, I got a little takeaway here. The pace of development of offshore wind technologies is faster than most people would have expected.
Yep.
Okay, so it's happening. Larger wind turbines, which we've talked about, are enabling more efficient energy production and lower electricity costs. And they're getting big now.
They're getting big.
Floating wind farms, this is something that just popping up, can effectively exploit abundant wind potential in deeper waters.
Yes.
Okay, they don't have to rest on the bottom. They can float.
Yep.
And wind power could cover more than a third of global power needs, becoming the world's foremost generation source.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So burning coal is out of style, guys.
Burning coal is out of style. Natural gas is next. Okay, we are up to Saturday, the 14th of December, with an article from Utility Dive.
And we got an interesting one here. Massachusetts Attorney General Healy stokes grassroots effort for clean energy market rules in the ISO. That's the independent grid operator.
Yeah. Okay, Massachusetts Attorney General Maura Healey launched an online effort to educate ratepayers about the region's grid operator, ISO New England. Included in the effort is a petition for market rules that promote clean energy. I found it interesting that the Attorney General is doing this.
Well, in this particular case, the Attorney General in Massachusetts is the state's rate power advocate.
Yes.
We have a rate power advocate here in Vermont.
But it is not the
Service.
Attorney General.
No. The Attorney General himself is the boss man. But we
Okay.
got a separate group that's what they do.
Yes.
Public service, I don't know, there's two public service entities.
Yes, I know, it's very confusing.
We got Public Service Board
Yep.
and a Public Service what?
Commission?
Commission, I guess. Yeah, it's a commission and a board. I'm not sure which one is which, but one of them represents the ratepayers.
Yes.
And the other one sets the rates.
But here, in Massachusetts, it's the Attorney General. And
Well,
that's
this was
why she does it.
this was a confusing article. And what it appears is Vineyard Wind missed a deadline and was not able to participate in a power auction.
Yeah.
So they're suing the state. And they said it could have resulted in higher rates, and the independent service operator disagreed, and that's what this is all about.
Well, yeah, okay.
Kind of confusing.
It is a confusing situation.
Oh, we got another picture coming up here, and it's interesting
This
here.
is a woman who's growing her own vegetables. How
Which
remarkable.
I think, if you can do it, is a good idea.
I think, have you ever heard of a town in New Jersey called Victory Gardens?
No, I haven't.
Well, there is a town in New Jersey called Victory Gardens.
Yeah.
During the Second World War, when everything was
We had Victory Gardens.
We had Victory
Yeah.
Gardens, and here we need Victory Gardens for energy. We're not trying to beat the Axis powers. We're trying to keep the world alive.
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah, it
It
does.
really does make sense.
This is
Can
for-
kitchen gardens combat climate change?
This is from the BBC. Growing fruit and vegetables in the garden is already seen as environmentally friendly, but it could also be a weapon in the fight against climate change. That has been the experience of a community in Bangladesh whose rice crop was ruined when seasonal rains came up early.
This is dependent on rice crops.
Yeah,
let me
this is
tell
a
you.
little confusing too. Basically, what happened here was they had their rice crop destroyed. That meant they had
By rain.
no income and not enough food.
Yeah.
And in order to make up for that, they had to grow crops that they could eat. And
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, a seasonal rain should have come 2 months earlier. or
Yep.
2 months later, I mean.
Yep.
Health and climate experts have begun educating the community to grow their own food on higher ground, which is just what you said.
Yes.
Where they could grow a more nutritionally varied crop of fruits and
They're going to be
vegetables.
better off for growing
yeah. Oh, sure they will.
these foods. Yeah.
I mean, the world around, people subsist on rice. And
These
it's easy. They've been doing it for centuries.
I
but
forget
there's
what
better ways to do things.
Yeah, I forget what the percentage was, but it was given in the article, and it was high. It was like 75% of their calories come from rice.
Yeah.
Okay, our next item is from CNBC.
This is an interesting and informative article.
Oh boy,
this is a good one. This is. I would say it's a must see if you
read.
can.
Yeah, absolutely.
U.S. has only one offshore energy wind farm,
which we've seen already in this show.
But a $70 billion market is on the way, and there's a very good video in it.
Yes.
About 7 minutes, worth watching.
Yep. Today, from Maine to Virginia, states are poised to join a renewable energy revolution that will provide abundant, clean energy, create tens of thousands of jobs, revitalize port cities, and spur economic growth in dozens of coastal communities.
It's starting to happen already.
It is, absolutely. It's going on. This is not somebody
right
saying maybe someday in the future, we'll have pie in the sky by and by.
Huh. It's happening in New Bedford right now.
It's happening.
You used to live there, didn't
all
you?
up and down. No, I lived in Plymouth.
Plymouth, okay.
In Plymouth.
Well, that's pretty close.
Yeah, we had that video of what was her name, Jessica Kilroy, up on a wind turbine repairing it.
Oh yeah. I remember that.
A cute young woman who flies all over the United States, climbing wind turbines,
Making good money.
Making good money, and who is also a musician. And when I saw the video, I thought, that place looks awfully familiar to me. And if you had no trees on the ground, you would have been able to see the house that I lived in the video because it was right there.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
Well, offshore wind has the potential to generate more than 2,000 gigawatts. And you've heard me say gigawatts means bigawatts.
Big. Yes, that's right. This is 2 terawatts.
2,000
this is
gigawatts
the equivalent
capacity
of
per year.
Yeah.
Nearly double the nation's current electricity use. The whole nation.
Double the use. This is like 2,000 large nuclear reactors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, okay, let's account for
large,
capacity
but that's
factors.
okay.
This is like 2,000 small nuclear reactors or 1,000 large nuclear reactors because offshore wind has about half the capacity factor of nuclear.
Well, costs have come down.
Costs have come down.
Technology has gone up.
Yep.
And states have mandated ambitious renewable energy goals.
And those Haliade turbines, one of them would power Brattleboro.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're big.
They are big. Yeah.
Public sentiment is also high to reduce dependence on fossil fuels.
Yeah.
It's a win-win situation.
It absolutely is.
It is estimated there will be a $70 billion offshore wind business pipeline in the U.S. by 2030. And it's starting already.
This is huge. This is going to employ more people than, well, it's going to, renewable energy is one of the reasons why jobs in the United States keep being created.
Well, it's one of the growth areas in the U.S.
Big
right
growth,
now.
although it has suffered under Donald Trump.
Well, it's a hoax.
Yeah, right. Okay.
But we got another
we are up
picture
to
coming
Sunday,
here.
December 15th, and we have a picture of a science class. And one of the things I find interesting about this is that this is in an area of Colorado that has historically been dependent on coal.
Exactly.
What do you got for
How
a title?
coal country becomes solar country.
Yeah. This is from the Atlantic. In Colorado's North Fork Valley, solar energy, along with strong organic farm economy and recreation dollars, is helping fill the economic hole left by the dying coal industry, which sustained the area for more than 120 years. 2 of Delta County's 3 mines have already closed. The other one is clearly in trouble.
Well, that's what's going on. It's an area which has historically relied on coal mines.
Yeah.
And the market isn't there.
Yep.
They've closed two of the mines, I guess the mining company's going bankrupt.
Well, the mining companies are going bankrupt, and
solar and renewables are getting cheaper.
yep.
And a local high school now offers a solar energy training class,
Isn't
which
that
is what we're
interesting?
looking at right
yes,
there.
Yes, that's right.
Which trains students for careers in solar energy.
Yep. Okay, our next one is from Clean Technica.
It certainly is. And I guess I'll put you up there.
Put me up?
70% of Americans support solar mandate on new homes.
This is interesting.
Interesting story.
CITE Research recently conducted a survey for Vivint Solar and found 70% of Americans said they would support a nationwide mandate that required solar panels be installed on all newly built homes. The survey was conducted online, and 2,000 U.S. adults aged 25 and up participated.
Well, with nearly 1 million new homes built annually, this would be equivalent to driving 12 billion fewer miles a year.
12 billion is a lot.
Yeah.
That's 12 gigamiles. 12 bigamiles.
Never thought of it that way. It is.
Bigamiles. Reminds me of an old joke. Do you know what a bigamist is?
A bigamist.
A bigamist is a large Italian fog.
Oh, okay. I knew it had something to do with the weather. Now, how do I
How do you do it? How do you do what you want to do? Okay, we're up to an item from ABC News.
I've got a picture here.
And ABC News is not American Broadcasting Company.
It's
It's Australian
Broadcasting.
Broadcasting Company.
And that's a picture from COP25.
Yep.
And the headline is, UN COP25 summit ends with anger.
Yeah.
Ends in anger, with global warming's window of escape getting harder.
Major
You could
economies.
explain what that means.
Yeah. Major economies have resisted calls for bolder commitments as a UN summit in Madrid limped toward a delayed conclusion, dimming any hopes that national governments would act in time to mitigate the impacts of climate change. What this means is these kids are getting angry, and they're getting angrier, and they're getting angrier. And basically, what we're seeing is old fuddy-duddy politicians and people who have a lot of money blocking their future from being one that they can be happy in.
Well, that's one of their gripes. That's their biggest gripe. What are
And
you doing to my future?
The farther we go down the road, the closer we get to rebellion. And when I'm talking about rebellion here, I'm talking about, okay, you've been blocking climate change. You know, you could point at Donald Trump or Mitch McConnell or whatever. Now it's time for you to go to jail.
Well, what it seems is in this COP25, the big countries like us and Australia,
Yeah.
India,
Yeah.
they've bullied the little countries.
Yes.
Okay, so that what they come out with is beneficial to the big countries. They really don't seem to want to do much.
They don't want to do much. And I got news for you. The chickens are going to come home to roost. And it doesn't have to be rebellion. Maybe I'm way off about that. But climate change is happening. And if we don't do something about it, it's just going to get worse
It's
faster.
going to come back and bite us, guys.
It's already doing
Biting
it.
us already.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we're up to Monday, December 16th here.
We are indeed.
And we got Georgia Power. Inaction on renewables may lead to the loss of a large industrial customer.
Yeah.
Interesting story.
Energy and Policy Institute produced this. Last April, Georgia Power filed a complaint with the Georgia Public Service Commission to block a competing utility from providing Nestle Purina with renewable electricity at a lower price than its own. This, of course, is people who are saying we need to have the free market at work. The case is now being considered by the Public Service Commission.
Well, what's going on here is Georgia Power, like a lot of large companies in a lot of states, has an exclusive monopoly.
Yeah.
Okay. And the monopoly forbids Nestle from buying electricity from a competitor. But there's a loophole. Okay. If you have previously purchased electricity from somebody else, you can continue to.
Yes.
And what they're saying is the previous owner of the building did, but that doesn't count.
Well,
And that's what it's all
I got
about.
news for you.
They want to get the cheaper power.
Yes.
From, which just happens to be all renewable.
Right.
From an alternative source. And Georgia Power is saying, you can't do it, guys. We got a monopoly.
I got news for you. Nestle Purina doesn't need to buy power from Georgia Power. They can put the solar panels on their roofs.
I was
put
just
in
going to say,
batteries.
why don't they just do it themselves?
They don't have to, you know, and the utilities who are fighting so hard against this are going to, they're going to be washed away in the tide. It's just, I don't know. I don't know.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, why doesn't Nestle, as you said, just turn around and say, okay, guys,
Well, it's
I'm gonna
cheaper
take my
for
foot
them.
and we'll go home.
Yeah, it's cheaper for them to
buy the power,
buy
than
the
to make it
power
themselves.
For right now.
Right now.
They'd rather make it themselves, and rather do that than make it themselves. So they're gonna fight this. And as a matter of fact, if you look at things that happen, like with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission or whatnot, companies are getting extensions on their licenses from the NRC that go now to 80 years. And why are they doing that? They should know that those reactors are not going to be running after 60 years because the economic conditions are just not going
to make sense.
However, if they act on that and it turns out that that's wrong, then they've got a problem. They've got to scramble. So that's why they do it. It's not very expensive to get the license, even though you're pretty sure that it's not going to be useful in the future. So they do that.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, we've got a picture of Greta Thunberg.
Coming up here. Is that who that is?
That certainly looks like Greta
Looks
Thunberg.
like her.
This is from the Christian Science Monitor.
Why Madrid Climate Summit fell short of global expectations.
COP25 climate negotiations, the longest in 25 such gatherings, ended with major polluters resisting calls to ramp up efforts to keep global warming at bay. Here is a look at the major issues involved and the sticking points for future negotiations.
Well, what the article is saying is major players who needed to deliver in Madrid did not live up to expectations. Now, the major players is the big guys.
Yeah,
okay?
hopes.
But thanks to a progressive alliance of small island states,
yes,
European, Asian, and Latin American countries, they obtained the best possible outcome.
Well, yeah, that's something we should point out, is that
they didn't get everything they wanted, but they got
They didn't
a little
even
bit more
come
than
close
they were.
to getting everything they wanted, but at least things weren't a complete tragedy.
Well, there's a takeaway here.
Yeah.
Emissions, this is reality, need to be cut in half by 2030.
Yeah.
And net zero emissions need to be a reality by 2050.
Yep.
Okay?
That's what
Achieving this is possible with existing technologies in our current economy.
Yes.
Market mechanisms can speed up this shift by putting a price on CO2.
There are a lot of ways you can speed up this shift. The thing that I'm afraid of is that we are going to have a president of the United States who says, by the way, everything is being rationed, and that includes cars. And you are not allowed to buy new cars with internal combustion. Yeah, I mean, in 1942,
Yeah, I was just
the
gonna say,
federal
back in
government
World War
went.
II, they did exactly that.
You were not allowed. Gasoline was rationed. It was limited to 3 to 4 gallons per household per week, and in order to get that ration, you had to have a certificate saying that you needed a car. And you had to have a certificate saying that your household had no more than 5 tires.
No more than 5 tires?
No more than 5 tires.
Including the ones on your car.
Yeah. Which means, okay, if you had 2 people going to 2 different destinations, maybe you could get by with 2 different motorcycles, but and one of them could have a sidecar. But, you know, this is, and that happened in this country, and they went to the automotive industry and they said, you're not allowed to sell cars anymore, including the ones on the dealers' lots.
Yeah.
So,
that's
okay.
what happened.
Clean Technica is next.
All the good, quote, or not quote, parentheses, under the radar news about renewable energy.
The National Renewable Energy Laboratory came out with 3 reports last week that should give stakeholders in fossil fuels the willies. Big solar arrays and wind farms make big headlines, but these reports deal with behind-the-scenes research that carries more weight.
The first report was wind energy.
Yeah.
And they said we've barely scratched the surface
of
the wind
energy,
potential,
yeah.
which we've said on this show.
Yes, absolutely.
Second report covers what happens when a wind or solar farm produces too much electricity for the grid to absorb.
And this is fun.
And we'll touch base on this one again in this show. And the third model is, and this is they're promoting their own thing here, a free online photovoltaic system performance and cost calculator, which enables you to figure out what's going on or what the potential is.
I had
for your
forgotten that
PV.
third one. I had forgotten the third.
It almost doesn't make sense. It almost doesn't fit in
But
with
you know,
the other two.
if your power is being curtailed, you can use it for something else locally, like
That's
charging
the
a
whole
battery.
point. You can sell. If you're going to have surplus power, you can figure out how to sell it.
Yeah.
And they didn't even spell it out that easily. How to read between the lines.
Okay.
But we got a nice picture coming up.
We
here,
are up to Tuesday, December 17th, and we have a picture of
put the picture up.
Disco Bay. You know, Disco Bay.
I can hear
is
the
in
music now.
Greenland. Disco is the name of.
It's the name of a town. It's in the southwest corner of Greenland.
Yeah, but it was also a name of a character named after that town in Captain's Courageous. That's what it was.
I don't know that.
Rudyard Kipling wrote the book. It was about a boy who fell overboard from an ocean liner, and he was picked up by a fisherman.
Oh.
And Disco was one of the fishermen on the fishing boat.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Disco Bay.
That's Disco Bay.
Yes.
And I'll leave it up there for a while.
Okay.
Greenland ice melt matches worst IPCC predictions.
This is from KJZZ.
Not good news.
No, it's not. But we're hitting this over and over and over and over again. New findings by an international team of researchers show that melting of Greenland's ice sheet over the last 26 years are close to the most pessimistic predictions of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. The research paper appears in the journal Nature.
Yeah,
and
it does.
Basically what they're saying is, you know, when all these people at the various organizations put together their models and their projections and so forth of what would happen with climate change, they had a best case scenario, a worst case scenario, and a middle scenario. And it looks like we're heading for the worst case scenario.
Unfortunately.
And which brings me to the point about Donald Trump being the anointed one.
Yeah.
Anointed for what?
Well,
maybe to show us that there's something wrong with worshiping Mammon.
Well, satellite measurements found that Greenland lost 4 trillion tons of ice since 1992.
Wow.
That's a lot, folks.
Yeah.
Raising, and it didn't raise the sea level much, but it's a measurable amount.
Yeah.
About a half an inch.
Yeah.
Okay? It doesn't sound like much, but there's a lot of big oceans there.
There's a
and
lot of
all of the
this
sea
is
levels. Some of them went up more than that.
Yeah,
Some of them went up less.
Just Greenland also. There's other areas that are melting and similarly.
Well, parts of Antarctica.
Yeah.
And parts of the extreme southern tip of South America.
And the glaciers in the Himalayas and things like that. All that water is going to go someplace.
Well, the island's ice sheets contain enough water, they're talking about Greenland here, to raise the mean global sea level by 20 to 24 feet.
20 to 24 feet is...
And just what's happened if all of the ice in Greenland melted.
Yeah, and that's just Greenland.
Just Greenland.
And there's not much going on that will prevent that melting from happening, which means that Mar-a-Lago is going to be on ocean bed.
Well, we've talked about that one before.
We have. Okay, our next item is from The Guardian.
It is that. World demand for coal falls despite growth in Asia.
Global demand for coal has fallen this year for the first time in 2 years as Europe and the United States turn their back on coal-fired power plants in favor of cheap gas and renewable energy, an International Energy Agency report found. The future of coal now rests largely in China. About half the coal being burned in the world is in China.
Well, that's just what I was going to say. Coal remains the world's largest single source of energy generation, half of which is produced in China.
Yeah.
Okay? The decline in the use of coal was led by steep cuts in coal demand from Europe and the U.S.
Yes.
Which we've talked about, which is due to abundant, cheaper alternatives such as renewable energy and gas.
Yep.
It's economics, guys.
It is.
Okay?
It is economics.
Coal is disappearing in many advanced economies, but it remains resilient as even continuing to grow in developing Asia.
Yeah, and that will not last very long, I'm pretty sure.
Well, the economics aren't there.
The economics are not there, and the people in these countries are going to realize that pretty quickly. Okay, here is a depressing
Yeah, we
photograph.
got a picture coming up, and I'll start with the picture.
This is from BBC.
That's an artisanal mine.
Artisanal mine.
Artisanal mine, whatever.
I didn't know that word. I knew of artisanal cheeses, but I didn't know
I never heard
exactly
it this
what
way.
it meant.
That means that that guy there,
Is
by
doing it-
himself,
is-
is his own coal mine.
Yeah, doing it by hand. He's
Cobalt mine in this particular
He's doing
case.
cobalt mining.
Top tech firm sued over Democratic Republic of Congo cobalt mining deaths.
This is from BBC. I think I said that, but I apologize for saying it twice. Apple.
Well, it is from BBC. So.
Yeah, Apple, Google, Tesla, and Microsoft are among the firms named in a lawsuit seeking damages over deaths and injuries of child miners in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where 60% of the world's supply of cobalt is produced. Cobalt is an important material for lithium-ion batteries. And by the way,
it's been linked to child labor, which of course the country denies, but it's happening.
yeah, well, some lithium batteries, lithium phosphate, or what they call LiFePO4, lithium phosphate, lithium LiFe, LiFePO, lithium iron phosphate batteries don't use cobalt. And IBM just today announced that it's got a new battery. That,
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Interesting.
We will not talk about that in the next show because the next show that we record will be 2 weeks from now, and I've got to limit the number of items, so it's already out.
No,
but
we'll get to it eventually.
we will. But this is yeah, okay, what do you got? Nothing?
Top tech firms sued over Democratic
Yeah.
Republic of Congo cobalt mining deaths.
We've
So what they've complained about is kids
dying.
are
Children.
kids aren't supposed to be doing it.
That's
they're
right.
doing it, and they're dying.
And they're dying. Okay, we're up to Wednesday, December 18th, and we have a picture here.
You got a picture here.
This is a
and we'll get the
picture of a
picture up.
Chinese hoax happening on a global scale.
Amazing. It's a
isn't
Chinese
it?
hoax, isn't it?
Yes, it
All that
is.
red
How
stuff there.
how did they get all that red stuff all over that chart?
Well, Australia has been, it says that. Australia has been getting warmer. Australian heat wave. Nation endures the hottest day on record.
And this, interestingly, well, we talked about it. All right, let me just read this. Australia has experienced its hottest day on record with a national average for the high temperature reaching 40.9 degrees Celsius, which is 105.6 degrees Fahrenheit. The Bureau of Meteorology said heat on 17 December exceeded the previous record of 40.3 degrees set on the 7th of January 2013. In some places, high temperatures were up at 45 degrees Celsius. And by the way,
Well, Australia is upside down. So
yes,
it's
it
summer
is.
for them.
Yes, that's right. This heat that they had was exceeded today, yesterday, and it was in today's news. The record that was set the day before yesterday was 40.9. Today it was 41.9 degrees Celsius, so it was over 107 degrees. Tom, this is the average hot temperature for all weather stations in a country that's as big as the United States almost.
Pretty close to it.
It's the average high temperature.
So everybody's getting hot.
The whole country is overheating. And
It's worse than that, because the record comes as the nation battles a severe drought and bushfire crisis, which we've talked about.
yes, and summer isn't even here.
Summer's just starting.
It's just about to start, and they're really worried. I mean, we talked last week about a fire that had a front 37 miles long.
Yeah, we did.
And it was just outside of Sydney, and they don't think they can stop it. What does
That's
this
what
mean?
we said, yep.
And people look at this and say this is a hoax. Why don't you put
Well,
that?
Australia's been in a drought for as much as seven years.
Yeah, why don't you put that graph back up?
I think I can.
This is a graph of the high temperatures for
Well, it's the graph of all of the temperatures.
Yeah,
But they're all high on this.
No, this is the average. what is this? It doesn't-
Annual mean temperature.
Oh, it's the annual.
This is the difference above or below average.
Right. This is a difference
so the
above or
black
below.
line in the middle and 0 is the average.
It's the average. And what are we seeing here? Sometime around 1950, the temperatures started going up. And they have been going up, and they're continuing to go up. And, you know, we haven't had a...
And it just gets worse.
It just gets worse. And this year, it's going to get even worse. Where are we going?
Well, heat waves are Australia's deadliest natural disaster.
Yeah.
Okay? And they've killed thousands more people than bushfires or floods. Just a heat wave alone.
Yep.
So Australia's in trouble.
They go out, people go out and they die. That's what they're saying.
That's what's happening.
Yeah. Okay. We have an item here from Inside Climate News.
Earth's hottest decade on record, capped by years of extreme storms and deadly wildfires. That's all over the place.
That's all over the place. This is for the entire world. Deadly heat waves, wildfires, and pervasive flooding in 2019 punctuated a decade of climate extremes that may show global warming kicking into overdrive. Scientists say 2019 was the Earth's second warmest year on record, or at least it may prove to be. And if it is, then that means that the 6 hottest years on record are the last 6 years.
Are the last 6 years.
How did the Chinese do that? I
They didn't. It's a hoax.
No, that's what I mean. How did they do this? I know what it is. They've got so many people in China that they can hire thousands of them to go around and mess with weather reading stuff at weather stations.
That's what's happening. They're warming up the thermometers.
You know,
well, this is a particularly informative article.
Yes,
it's a
it is.
long one, and I would say this one is well worth reading.
Yeah.
A lot of pictures in it. Most of those pictures are graphs. So if you like graphs.
Yes. Yeah. That's actually why I didn't include a picture on this one because there were so many graphs.
It was
and there
all
were
graphs.
not very, but the graphs show what's going on. And again, this is it's global warming is a complicated thing where the fact that the climate is changing to the warmer side means that the oceans are warmer.
That's what's happening.
So the oceans find it easier to evaporate.
Warm the
They're warm the air, but also evaporate to put.
So there's more moisture.
There's more moisture in the air. As the oceans warm, there is more moisture in the air above them, but the air above them can hold more moisture.
So they're spawning tropical storms.
They're making tropical storms, but in other places, such as Australia,
they're just raising the temperature.
They're just raising the temperature, and a lot of that is because of the way what do they call the air movement that increases or decreases speed of planes? The jet stream.
Yeah,
the Australian jet stream is not carrying that water into the country, and also. One of the things they're finding in Australia is that the clouds that go over them, first of all, don't produce rain necessarily, but second of all, are very likely to hold the heat in.
Okay.
And they don't produce rain because the air below them is so hot that they don't hit cold air that cools them off to have the water condense. On the other hand...
We didn't talk about this on the show, but the article mentions that a huge section of the U.S. breadbasket region was swamped by floodwater.
That's the flip side of the climate problem, is you've either got high temperatures producing drought, or you've got bad weather producing floods.
And we got wildfires starting in weird places like the UK.
And Greenland.
In Greenland, yeah. Wildfires in Greenland?
What
I didn't know there was enough trees.
Well, you don't need trees for wildfires.
No.
Just the brush that's on the ground is enough for that. Okay, should we go to the United States and complain about the U.S. Capitol?
Got a picture here now.
Yeah.
I bet I can find it. There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
This is from
You'll recognize that picture, don't you?
Yeah. This is from Green Tech Media.
U.S. lawmakers stiff solar Wynn gets a modest victory in a tax deal.
After months of lobbying, the clean energy industry secured minimal tax credit extensions in the $1.37 trillion end-of-year deal. This is a budget deal. It included $250 million for programs to aid advanced nuclear reactors.
Oh, we need that.
But solar power and electric vehicles were left out. So the decreases in the tax credits for solar and electric vehicles have...
They didn't happen.
Well, they haven't been stalled. They were built into a schedule, and the schedule is moving ahead without them. They did get an advantage with wind power, though.
Wind benefited, well, offshore wind anyhow.
Yeah. And so, you know, it's an interesting thing to see this along with other news for the day that came up. For example, there was an article that came up about, or was this was earlier in, no, this is a different article that I've got in mind, but it was one that we talked about earlier, where there were people in a county in Colorado where the coal-based economy.
We just talked about it.
We just talked about it. But in Appalachia, there are places where coal miners are out of work, and it's bad. And so they've been looking for ways to get new jobs, and the new jobs are appearing in the solar industry. But guess what? The solar industry is under siege by the Trump tariffs.
Yeah.
So, you know, the federal government is not helping people in this country.
Well, they're trying to, Trump particularly is trying to renew coal, and he's lost it. He's lost that war.
He had more coal
Stop
plants.
talking about it.
Yeah, he had more coal plants closed in the first 2 years of his reign than were closed in the first 4 years that Obama was in office.
Yeah.
This is Trump saving coal. Again, you know,
I think he was just misinformed from the beginning. You know, he decided he was going to put his money on coal, and
but he's misinformed by everything, about everything. I mean, I think when I was 12 years old, I knew that the President of the United States could not be saved from an impeachment by the Supreme Court. But Trump was saying that he wanted the Supreme Court to save him from being impeached, as though he expected. This is a man who doesn't know what's going on, and yet he's President of the United States, and the Republican Party is supporting him.
Well, one of the fears is he's going to declare a state of emergency and stay in office forever.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think he'll get away with it, but he sure as hell could try it.
No. He can declare a state of emergency, but you cannot shut down the Congress by declaring a state of emergency. It can't.
No, that's not going to happen.
State of emergency, you can go to the country and say, state of emergency, we're not going to allow you to drive your car anymore. That's one thing. But saying that there's a state of emergency that Congress is not allowed to...
That doesn't mean he wouldn't say it.
It doesn't. You know, unfortunately, I think he's a man who would do anything.
I think so.
He said, you know, that his voters were so loyal he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and he wouldn't lose a vote. And I actually looked that up today because that stuff was going up in the news. And, you know...
Yeah, he said something almost exactly like that. Shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue.
Yeah,
get away with it.
He could get away with it because people are in favor of Donald Trump. Well, I think that's probably right. And people are in denial about the situation that they're in. And the reason why this whole thing is working together is because of the ways that con artists work, where a con artist finds out what you desperately want and then he offers it to you. And that's what's happened. And people have, you know, and the reason I never favored Donald Trump, in fact, I was really kind of violently against him, was because I could see he was a con artist. There was no way he was going to deliver on his promises.
Well, all you got to do is look at his history.
Yeah.
That's just what he's done all his life.
Trump University. Well, it's
well,
playing out.
How many times did he go bankrupt?
6.
He stiffed people 6 times.
That's
big
right.
time.
Yeah, and it's playing out in our climate, and that's unfortunate. Okay,
well, I think we've
time to
run through everything we were going to touch base on.
Yep, time to retreat. Have a perfectly lovely week, everybody.
Y'all come back now, you hear?
Let's call the meeting to order at whatever time that says, 6:33.
Thanks.
So do we have any additions, deletions to the agenda?
Yes, all business transportation.
Okay.
Was there an addition?
Got transportation under old business. Under the oldie and moldy stuff there, mister. Okay, members of the public. And review and approve the minutes of the December 9, 2019 meeting.
You guys don't have them.
Oh, they didn't go out? Okay, we'll hold that. Well, gosh, we're moving right along. Financials, capital reserve update. And then, so we actually also need to add, budget discussion too. Oh, that's down there, budget presentation. You know what else I don't see here, and I thought we put it in here, was, where's, annual meeting discussion, okay.
Did you want to add communications in as a regular thing on Dover? We always had that.
No, not really. Unless you want to communicate.
No, just need to get them.
I have nothing for communication, but, okay, so capital reserve updated. So, according to our, so we didn't have time, there wasn't time enough to put together a written report for y'all's, which is mostly my fault because I asked for something that was too hard to do, plus the audits were really slow in Dover, but next year the audits will be a lot better because there'll be one audit instead of two in trend. And the Dover, the people who've been doing the Dover audits don't seem to feel like it's a real priority to get it done. So on our capital, we have in total, from all the money moved over from Dover and from Wardsboro, there is roughly $894,143. 894,143. So that's the big number. Okay. Out of that number, there's approximately 30,000 that is committed through smaller grants like After School, Fiber, the Stratton Foundation, the Stars in Wardsboro. Plus, there's a memorial fund set up from a person from Dover set up for music, people that do music. So if you take 894 and you subtract 30, you're down to around 864. Out of that 864, last year we as a group committed 200 to buy down the tax rate last year. So that should leave you pretty darn close to 664, 143. Does everybody agree with that number?
Yes.
Okay, so if you all agree with that number, what we had talked about was we were talking about what do we want to establish for reserve funds. So I think there are 3 funds that we look at that Lori looks at for us. One is called our general operating fund, or just a general fund, and that's what we 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we have no Rick tonight, but we do have a Laura. So, but we didn't put Rick's name tag out, so we could like.
Need an email?
No. Right there. Oh. So anyways, so we're gonna have the general fund will be what we vote on every year for our operating money. And that's that $5 or $6 million that we vote to run the school. So that will be known as the general fund from henceforth on. Huh? So then we're gonna have some reserve fund, or I'm sorry, we're gonna call it the capital improvement fund. And under the capital improvement fund, it's suggested that we do, now this is kind of our decision, but I would suggest that we have in our capital improvement fund, we have 2 categories. We have one for transportation, because if we are going to maintain our own buses, eventually they need to be replaced. They do run between $85,000 and $100,000 if you want to buy a new one, of good quality, like not just a man. And then the other fund should be building improvement fund, and this is where we were discussing last year. Last meeting we were discussing like taking the HVAC thing from Wardsboro, not using operational funds for that, but making that. You weren't there, were you? Were you at last meeting? Yeah. Okay, but remember we talked about there was money in about $30,000. I think we moved for things that we felt were capital that are long term, not just like painting is more maintenance. So we should have those. Would be the two big funds that we would have that we would move money into and out of, each year. So if you folks are in agreement with that, that's what I think we should present to the voters, the annual meeting. And then there would be a third fund, which would just be your reserve fund. And that's kind of that liquid fund that in Dover every year, we would vote to, if there was any surplus at July 1st, then that money would just get transferred to that reserve fund so that it's not floating out there wondering what's happening with it, that we know where it is, and then we can make determinations at for that next town meeting to what we want to do with it. It's just one less thing we have to discuss. We can tell people, yeah, we ran a surplus, but it went right into the liquid reserve fund, and this is what we're going to recommend. We may recommend to move some of that money into the specific improvement funds, either the transportation of the building, or we might recommend it to use to offset taxes, or we may recommend that it just stay there. Does that make sense to everybody? Is everybody good with that? So knowing that we have about this $664,000 after we subtract everything else out that's committed, but 200 of it needs to stay in that general reserve to offset this year, so it really leaves us about 400 in
64.
You're right. My suggestion is that we recommend to the voters that we put 164 into the building improvement portion of the capital improvement fund, and then that should take care of the 30 we want to spend this year and still leave us about 130, because we know we're gonna have to do a roof on this building in the next couple of years. And then we would have to fund, next year we'll have to decide to add some money too, because out of that, even though we're gonna fund it with 164 this year, we're already planning on spending next year at least 30 for stuff that we've kind of committed to, and then we'll have to keep moving forward. Pardon?
Yeah, 30, that was right.
Right, we have 29.
29.
Yeah, so I'm just rounding a little bit.
Right.
Because it's easier for me to try to do the math in my head.
So 164 to building, right? Is that what
Well,
you're saying?
that's my suggestion, and that's what,
Okay.
we need to decide here as a group so that we can put it forth at the meeting, the annual meeting in February. And then 100 of it goes into the bus, transportation.
Price of a new bus.
Right, and then I think after that, every year, under the Dover, we used to fund about 10 to 12 in the transportation, and about the same amount, up to 20 into the building, depending what big projects we had coming down the road. And I think that's where we'll lean on Lori a little bit more once she's got less audits to deal with and less budgets and kind of get everything caught up. Then we'll really have to look at the study that was done and kind of really, I want to have a good plan so that we can justify why we have that money in there, not that we're just hiding money or putting money away. Because I've been saying it for years, and Lori said something earlier that kind of confirms it, is I really think eventually the state's gonna say, hey, that's our money, we gave it to you, if you're not using it, it comes back, you don't keep it in your savings account, so. So I think having it someplace is better, yes, no.
And the remainder?
The remainder of about 4 would go back into that liquid.
Actually, no,
No.
2.
2, I'm sorry, would go into that liquid.
Go to the operating?
No, it would go into the reserve fund.
Well, I think when you're saying 4, you're right, because there's already 200 that's committed.
Right.
So that's what he's talking about, is in that reserve would.
Plus another.
No, well, hang on, because we started with 894, 143. 200 is in that reserve fund, has to be there because we committed that.
Right.
That brings us to 694. We take the 30 off for those other little.
Right.
So now we're down to 664.
Right.
We put 220,
So
264, 164,
and 100.
and 100. So that brings us down to 4.
Right.
So we put that 4 in, we'll have a total of 6, but 2 of it's committed. So it's 4, but 2, it's total 6, but 2's committed, so it's really only 4 that is going in there. And there'll be some change. I mean, it's not, there'll be, you know, it'll be, the total is like 600 what is it? 894, 143. So we'll just, you know, we'll have to make it all even.
If the audit isn't complete, that number may still change?
Well, it doesn't matter, because what we do is any number, we're gonna look for specific numbers into the capital improvement, transportation and capital improvement building. Whatever's left over will go into the reserve fund.
I'm just curious whether that total number, that's not a final number.
Right, it's not an audited, it's not an exact audited number, but we don't know what that exact audited number is yet, but our suggestion is gonna be just whatever's left over, so. Right, so basically, it's gonna be really simple, because it's gonna just be, we're gonna take this kind of the already applied or already dedicated amounts, and those are gonna be in the 30,000 range. And then we're gonna put 164 into building and 100 into transportation.
What's a roof cost?
About 100-ish, give or take.
Okay, and we're looking at doing that
It may be in a couple of years. With the problem with the roof's still not bad, but we're gonna have to plan on doing it soon. And we also, in the capital study, I mean, you know, the furnaces are 25 years old in this building. We're doing a new heat system over there.
Wood floor in the gym.
In the gym, it's been replaced since I've been on the board. They've been saying, oh, we're only gonna get another year out of it. And it's
how many years up there?
20-something years. The NBA's not playing out there. But so I think this just gets us started, because next year then we'll have a little more time. We'll have these reserve fund kind of lined up, and then we really need to, as a group, look with Lori. And again, part of it is, you know, everybody's been maxed out trying to get. We're still trying to close up the old multiple districts, and we're trying to get the new districts up to speed. So I think next year will be a better year for us to be able to spend some good time looking at this, and also for Lori to get everything kind of settled in her office, so she can really spend some time looking at places that she can save us money, or things that, you know, we could be doing to conserve some funds or put some money other ways. So, Lori, did I cover that right?
Yeah, everything sounded good.
I just gotta go through the numbers one more time, just so I'm clear. Because it was, so we had 894, then we took out 30 for the small grants, and then we came down with 864. But then you said we took 200,000 out for the buy down?
We committed last year.
Because you committed last year.
Right.
So that leaves us
694.
664.
Right.
Okay, so out of that.
664, 143.
Right, okay, I'm just rounding up.
Yep.
So that leaves us 54. So of that 664, you're saying 100 in transportation, 164 in buildings. So that means 400 in the reserve? Am I adding that up?
Plus the 200.
2 plus.
2 plus the 4, because you have 4
So that's
left.
600 in that. That'd be 6
Right, but-
total, but 200 is committed. Gotcha.
Right, so there's really only 400 in there to play with.
4 buckets.
I got it. No, I got it.
No,
Just wanna
that's
make
what
sure
I'm
that-
thinking.
Okay, so it's 600, but we've committed 2, leaves us 4.
Right.
Got it.
And again, we don't know if that 2's all gonna be used or not, but
May not have to use it.
remember from the last month when Lori went through everything with us, you know, which was, I've never had before here, is she was showing projected out, and it really, I mean, we were pretty close bottom line, you know, maybe 20 one way or another. So one of the things is we need to look at, we're not sure if all the tuition is in yet.
Right, no, I understand.
So, I mean, that number could come up 50 bad. I mean, we could run a deficit of 50,000 next year, you know, at the end of this year.
Sure.
Or we could run a surplus of 20, we don't know. So that 200 isn't exact, but that's what we need to make sure stays in there at a minimum. Because it's already been committed.
Yeah.
And if we commit any.
For the next year, we'll have to make sure that stays in there too. So is everybody good on that?
I have one
Yeah.
comment. I just have a comment.
Yeah, go.
So with regard to surplus funds, and I heard some discussion about, you know, if that may not be allowed in the future or some such thing statewide. So
Lori just came back from a meeting where there was the state this coming year is gonna look at
So the stat book, you know, when they collect all the data in August, they've added a worksheet that is reporting on reserve funds.
Yeah.
Which is new. It's
yes,
not.
I remember when that passed. I would just like to say, for myself, to be really clear with the board, I think the process that we have used in the past here in Dover has been incredibly responsible, which has allowed us to maintain stable rates for the voters. And I think that's the process we're undertaking here as well, and that requires, in rural areas with fluctuating population, that absolutely requires us to maintain some reserves, cash reserves. And I'll just tell you as a legislator, that is not happening until the state is taking over the actual education of our students. When they're responsible for making sure that all of our kids are getting equitable education, then we shall see.
My one fear though, because I brought this up several years ago in Dover, is I think we have a much better leg to stand on if we can show that it's not just kind of like we accumulated several $1 million and we're just sitting on it because we can.
Yeah, well, we
Right.
haven't.
Well, no, because we've also got some committed.
That's right.
And then, so, you know, most of your time you're trying to look for like a 3 to 4% reserve. And I do agree that the big headache we have is with the tuition. If we were part of a school district, if we were a K-12 district.
Secondary school choice.
Right, it's a lot easier because that budget's set, our budget's set, everything's set, so we're all good. You know, the problem is when you do the tuition, you know, students move out, move in. I mean, even though we're halfway through kind of the fiscal year, we're more than halfway. We're halfway through the fiscal year, but we, you know, we could have 12 new students move in right after Christmas break, and our numbers could be bad, or 12 students can say, wow, I didn't know winter was gonna be so bad, and move out. And that can really fluctuate, what our surplus is, or our deficit is. So is everybody okay with that?
Kind of like to see a little more in the buildings, in the 164, but, like, you know, I know there's other items, obviously the roof's a big number, and you've got the floor, Wardsboro held off on doing the classroom expansion for 90 grand. Just having that in an account kind of might make it easier for those decisions down the line.
And the one thing is, remember, it's a 1-year funding. So the only reason I threw that out was it gives us, we used 200 last year. It gives us enough to use another 200 if we, up to 200 if we want to. And then there's a little fluff in there in case, not a lot, because 200 is out of a $5 to $6 million budget is a small percentage. But we can relook at that next year too. And let's say that this year the surplus, there's a surplus and it's 50,000.
Right.
We can next year say to the voters, let's take that whole 50 and put that in to the reserve for the building. And we're going to have to again start putting money into the building reserve, into the capital improvement, building and transportation every year anyways.
Yeah.
I just don't know what that number should be. That's why I thought this 164 was good. It kind of it kind of balanced all the accounts out. So I think my suggestion would be let it go for this year, but definitely your point's well taken. And we do need to really look at a plan. And I think the other thing is we used to show up a 10-year plan. So like we would show, okay, right now, this year we have 100,000. Next year we fund 10, so we have 110. But oh, next year we're buying a bus. And the net cost to us with trade is gonna be 80. So the following year we only have 30. We put 10 in, we have 40. But oh, look, 3 years after that, where we're only at 70, now we gotta buy a bus for 110, so we're gonna be short, so we either have to borrow or increase funding. And I think can do the same with the capital. We can project that, you know, hey, in 2 years we're gonna do the roof, and in 4 years we're gonna do the floor and the addition, and then we just make sure the funds are there.
I understand that. I just thought it'd be better to have a larger number to start with, but I think your point's taken.
What do you wanna see for a number? What would you feel comfortable?
I would think add another 50 to it maybe, but just get out that 200 might be a nice number to get the starting point. That way it's there. It's maybe a tougher sell to move it if you've already got it. I understand you saying you can move them around, but having a little bit higher number might make life easier for some of these bigger items. And who knows what else is gonna come down on us too. But I mean, I hear, if as long as it's easy to move between accounts, I don't have a problem. You're saying too.
Moving between accounts requires voters' approval.
Right.
But I think and that's yearly. So it's not like easy that we can just decide in July that we want to move money into those individual ones.
Right.
The movement into that big reserve is easy because we vote on that ahead of time.
Right.
So but it's a point well taken, but it's not just you and I, so.
No.
What do you guys think? So Dwight's looking to put maybe more than 164, he'd like to go to 200 for the first year's funding, because there is some, some big
There's some stuff
expenses
out there that, that coming down that we may need to do in the following year. If we have a larger starting point, it might make life a little easier to move that around, and it won't dip too low if we do spend that money, because we're starting at a higher point. Does that make sense?
Whether we spend the money from the general reserve or the building improvement, it's still coming out of a reserve, so I'm not sure that.
I don't think we can, if it's earmarked for general.
The building reserve, yes, that really can't just go to offset taxes.
Right, but something in the general reserve could go towards building improvements.
Correct. But that would be voted on by the public too. Because one of our articles will be to move to move X number of dollars from the reserve, from the general reserve into the capital improvement building fund. You can make it? Want some Kool-Aid? Are we good with that?
Yes.
Okay, Laura. Your thoughts?
Yeah.
Move more? Leave it where it is? Adjust it later?
How much do we typically move to stabilize rates? What's the range?
Well, it can go,
In the
it's been
last
as
10
high
years,
as
what's the range?
300,
Yeah.
and it's been as low as 100, a little under 100. So you'll have 4 in there, so you can move, you have enough for a couple years movements too. If we, move.
I would rather leave it there, because I think we would probably prioritize, well, I don't know if that's true.
Yeah.
Right now,
I don't have a strong feeling,
on the
as long
warning,
as
we have
it's no
money.
more than 50,000.
Well, that was from last year's number. And that was just a placeholder, that was not, we need to have this discussion first to kind of fill in then we still have to have a discussion about moving funds.
I do not have a strong feeling.
I'm good with moving. I think putting a little more extra in the building would be, bump it up to 2. That still leaves 376 in the liquid reserve, which I don't think is that bad of a number for, and that way we get that little bit of buffer in case something major does happen, a blow furnace, or if it's that hard, you can't just move reserves around like that without getting major approval.
So the other thing is, let's say a furnace goes to, I had this big argument with Mary Lou years ago. So if we blow a furnace up in the day after the annual meeting, don't think we're gonna wait or have a special town meeting. The furnace is either gonna get repaired or get replaced, or whatever we need to do, we're gonna do what's best, and we're gonna explain it to the voters the following year. So we would spend the money, and then we would have the voters next year tell us where they want that money to come from. So we would probably just take it out of operational, we would run a deficit, we would have to cover it from the reserve, and then we would go to the voters and say, okay, we took it out of the reserve, do you want it to come out of the building reserve? Do you want to just raise taxes to cover the deficit? How do you want to do it? So again, we're planning, this is stuff that we can plan on.
Right.
So,
I mean, in the perfect world, if everything works out well, we're on budget, and then the following year, the principal tells us the floor has had it, that's it, enough's enough. But then we'll have that buffer because we'll have a little more in the account that we can budget for the following year, not have to worry about transfer.
and I think we're being more responsible because just because we, the capital budget said replace the roof in year 20, well, if we can go 3 more years out, you're gonna buy, and that, we do that 3 times over 60 years, we've actually bought a half a roof really, because, and it doesn't, probably not all of us it won't affect, but it'll affect our children or our grandchildren, and it'll affect them.
Yeah, I'm just looking to make decisions a little easier.
So I'm good with, we're gonna do 100 to transportation, 200 to, building. The balance goes into the liquid, regular reserve fund. So we're gonna have roughly in that,
560. Pull out the 30 from the existing smalls.
So 530.
560.
Oh, 560 is pulling the 30.
We already pulled.
We already pulled the 30.
And then out of that 560, 200 is pre-committed. So you're at 360. So really, you just moved $40,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody good with that?
Does that hamstring us for buy down for this coming year?
It would, yeah.
Your max would be 359,000.
But I would
Well,
not.
200 of that is.
So that's out of that 559.
That's already out.
That's already out, so it leaves us with
We have
359. We moved 359, we got some issues.
No, we haven't gotten there yet, so.
Right.
Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so for now, that's what we're gonna do.
Got it.
Okay, thank you, Lori. So that was the easy part of our budget tonight.
Oh,
Okay, so now Lori's got a great sheet for us. So the way you had it, or somebody, Barry asked, how much things are gonna hamstring us. So we had budget presentation and communication discussion. So we're gonna move that up because we got Nita here, and that way Lori can go home. So we approved the budget last week based on the needs of our administration and staff, which was $5 million and some odd dollars and some odd cents. $5,680,223. Oops, thank you. Hey, Bill, will you take a set of this for Rick and just get it to Boardsboro?
Okay, so the budget that you're looking at has revenues now. So I've included that, and as you can see on line 20, that's where in fiscal year 20, the 200 that we've been talking about was budgeted. I haven't put anything in there right now. This is without adding anything for reserves.
Where do you want?
On the budget itself, on page 1, line 20.
Yeah.
I was just pointing out that in the revenues, that 200,000 is what you committed for this year, fiscal year 20, we were just talking about. And then it's blank in 21 because I haven't, you haven't made those decisions yet. And those decisions will be based on this second sheet that I gave you that has a projected tax rate on it. It's a little sketchy, it's pretty early in the process, but we do have equalized pupils, preliminary ones, but they came in actually higher than last year, so that's excellent news. Last year, you were at 269.16, and this year, 274.80.
I'm sorry, what was that number?
269.16, and then it's 274.80. If you all look at this page here, this estimated tax rate. So, however, you know, the budget is up, we know 6.25% in expenses, so, and revenues are down a little bit, so that leaves you actually over the threshold at this point in time with an ed spending number of $19,312. So that's right after the equalized pupil number. So if you want me to start at the top of that chart, would be easier.
Yeah.
Walk right down through it. Okay. So the first line that has the $5.6 million in it, that's the expenditures that you approved at the last meeting. And then we have our offsetting revenues, which is basically everything but the ed spending, because that's how we're trying to calculate what the ed spending is. So that calculation is it's very simply your expenses minus your offsetting revenue gives you your ed spending. So that's the amount of money you need to balance your budget. And then it's divided by the equalized pupils of 274.80, which gives you an equalized, or an ed spending per equalized pupil of $19,312. So the excess spending threshold, this is an estimate, but it's come in, it is for 21, it's 18,756, which means this is that cost containment measure where anything above that you are actually double taxed on. So you are $556 per equalized pupil above that threshold. So that is actually added to the per pupil cost. So you have your $19,312 plus the $556. Should be actually my calculation is off right there because I was changing it before. So it should actually be more. So it is a little higher than that because it should be higher than the 19,300. So let me get that.
19,868.
Yeah, 19,868.
So we're $556 per pupil
Over the threshold, right.
What was the threshold last year?
It was lower than that.
I think, I want to say 18,308.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Wow.
Were we over it last year too?
No,
No.
we were not.
Oh, and don't forget we bought it down last year too.
You go through 25 of these meetings. You memorize.
You memorized it.
I do not, however, because I can't keep that much stuff in my brain.
$53,000, $153,000.
Correct, yes, right. That's exactly right. So that's what you would need to cut, either in expenses or raise revenue to get under the threshold, $153,000. So, let me just pull up this.
152, 724, 84.
88.
What was
Did you
it?
just put it in your head?
Well, no, she's got it right here, 152, 724.84.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah, I did in my head.
Yeah.
Shh. I should never have told my secret.
He seems to do double, triple.
All right, so if you divide it by the yield, the proposed yield, which again is a fiscal year 21 number, but this is the number
Estimate.
that, it's definitely an estimate because it changed 4 times last year at least. It
And
went up,
remember,
it went down,
yeah.
it went up, but it was in the favor of the tax rate in the end. It was, it ended at 10,666 last year. I do remember that number. So the anticipated tax rate, the unified tax rate, just cross that 183 out, it's 1.88. Okay, and then you've got the incentive of 6 cents this year, which you're on year 2. Brings it down to 182. Okay. And then that 182, that unified tax rate, goes through each town's CLA. Now, let me talk about CLA because Wardsboro actually, unbeknownst to any of us at the time, went through a reappraisal. And you can see their estimated CLA for fiscal year 20 was 109.93. So when we were doing this last year, that's what we were working off of, 109.93. They were reappraised and their CLA dropped to 97.39. It's a huge impact on the tax rate. So their tax rate when we were projecting last year was $1.43, which was right in line with the year before, because the CLA was right in line with the year before. Their tax rate, however, was came back at $1.63. So you all from Wardsboro should have noticed that increase on your tax bill. You did. Okay, good. So yeah, so that had nothing to do with the budget you passed or anything, right? It had to do with the reappraisal.
Which just actually means though, you really, your actual tax dollars paid have to be pretty similar, because with the CLA being going up or down, I mean
that's what equalizes the tax
because I mean,
rates
you know,
across the
everybody wants to be at about at 100%.
At 100%, yes. It means that the properties in Wardsboro are selling at higher than market value. So it's good for sales, not so good for the education. That's the simple version of the CLA. So where does that leave you? So you take your unified tax rate and divide it by the CLA, and it brings Dover in at $1.77 versus $1.54 for a 23-cent increase. And Wardsboro, it brings in at $1.87 versus $1.63, 24 cents. So 13%.
That's with the incentive.
That is with the 6 cent.
But that's with no buy down.
That's right.
This is, oh, okay. That's good.
Did we buy down and get out of the penalty box last year?
No, we weren't in the penalty box, but we bought down.
So last year, your goal was to basically level fund the tax rate. So you used enough to bring in, of course, not knowing what's going to happen in Wardsboro, but it would have been a level tax rate had the CLA stayed the same.
Again, you know, we don't know what's gonna happen. Last year, remember, we were all in panic mode in January because it looked like the yield went down and it was gonna be a huge increase to us, and then we, you know, then the yield went up, and then the governor found some one-time money, the legislature, whoever. So again, you know, here's another reason why at the end of the meeting, when talk about moving the annual meeting to a date more certain, like sometime in April, so that hopefully we can have a better feel. And that's why Dover a lot of times used to have their postpone indefinitely their annual meet or the town meeting on the school side until the legislature got out, so then we could actually go in on real numbers, not on, well, yeah, some years. I read somewhere being a election year that most of the time they end early or on time because nobody wants going to campaigning after having hung out in Montpelier too long. But, I mean, who knows? Craig has as many stats as he do for football and baseball now. And he just bats when it's 38 degrees out, he bats a .185 average against lefties, but he's a .4 average against righties. So. But if it goes up to 39 degrees, he doubles his batting average. They're going to start doing that for legislators. If it's really cold out, they vote yes on 12% of the bills. So what do you guys want to do? I'm still not, well, on the tax rate, on a transfer, on, are we gonna get nervous yet and be Chicken Little and say the sky's falling, or are we gonna just wait and see what happens in a month? The one nice thing, and the one thing we were concerned about last year, remember, was there was no discussion on the budget. There was just a vote, it was just what we could put out ahead of time. That was another reason why we felt very strongly about trying to having a level tax rate. At least now we get to explain to the voters that, hey, you know what? This is the best we can do. If you don't like it, there's your article, make a motion. Give us some guidance. We'll do it, we'll do your bidding.
How much would we be required for buy down to keep the tax rate level?
Right now.
Oh, you don't wanna know.
Yeah, more than you have in reserves.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd still like to know.
All right, well, I think it was like 300,000, roughly.
No, it was more than that, wasn't it?
No, 500.
It was 500,000
Yeah.
we were down? Well, 300 gets you within 3 cents.
Well, did we change that?
I just added 300,000 to the offsetting revenues. And yes, I changed, somehow I did
That-
take this up, actually.
The excesses.
8 cents, 8 cents. Mhm.
How much?
If you add $300,000 of
That's
reserves, it will get you within 8 cents. Let's try 4. There's probably a calculation, but it's 4 and 5 cents. So it's getting closer.
I'm telling you.
Thank you.
2.8% increase. So the letter that came out from the commissioner was tax rates were going up somewhere between 5 and 6% right now. So it's
5.5.
So the first thing though I would argue, Mark, is that right off the bat, we're gonna be 2 cents higher because we went from 8-cent buy down to 6 cents. And
I was just curious what the
yeah,
number was.
no, but and we've always kind of said that, we don't want to buy it because it's more stabilization than it is equalization, because eventually the funds will run out if we try to keep the tax rate level. And then the other problem we get too is
that number shows that it's not even possible for us to do
yeah.
it, so.
And then the other part of it is a lot of people make the comment that I really don't care what the tax rate is because I pay by income anyways. But even though the percentage of income you pay goes up a percentage.
It does, it goes up. That letter also stated that 2/3 of the state of Vermont pays on income.
That's if you own a house and 2 acres, but to me, that's not Vermont, that's, New York, New Jersey, Connecticut. Vermont's at least a house in 5 or 10 acres, and there's a lot of zoning that's 25 and 50 acre areas.
So what's the open question now?
What can we do?
What do you folks want to do? Do you want to go in with, an open-ended, have this discussion, let the voters tell us what to use for reserves, and we can just tell them this is how much is in there? Or a lot of times we can make a recommendation. But I would think we would want to at least put in enough to get us out of the penalty box.
Yeah.
Which was, how much was it, Lori, to get out of the penalty box? Why are you smiling, Lori? What did you just figure out?
No, he does math so quickly in his head, and I rely on the Excel, so I have to do it to verify.
Oh, so he was
him.
just saying that.
And he was right, It's our teamwork.
Well, no, I mean, it's because we moved 200,000 last year. Right, so we're already starting this budget 200,000 less. We're 2 cents less, so are we starting there? 2 cents is gonna be around $26,000 to $28,000. So that gets us to about 256, and I just doubled it, that's 500,000.
Got it.
He did that in his head.
No, that was helpful to think about, right, because we bought it down.
You buy it down, so you have to
Before we buy it
immediately-
down, we're, yeah.
Right,
We don't
and
buy it
so,
down again,
so that's
right.
what's been happening every year, right? I mean, you've been buying it down, so you've been, you know, keeping your tax rate artificially low, really, by buying it down instead of, you know.
But it was artificially lower than should have been. I mean, you know, there's, like you said before, Laura, time and time again, we really don't have a whole lot of places in the budget we can look at to make any type of real savings or reductions. And, you know, we're very heavy on tuition, so, and even doing away with the Burton number doesn't really do that much because the Leland and Gray number is so close. And the majority of the Wardsboro people do Leland and Gray. And, you know, unless, the only place you really save any kind of money is reductions in staff. And, you know, it's not like we get to tell the student, it's not like we get to pick students for the grades, you know, so it's really hard to, you know, we do have some low student teacher-pupil ratios, but again, it's hard for us to make them bigger. It's not like we've got 3 second-grade teachers, and we can, you know, say, okay, well, instead of having 12 students each, 2 of you are gonna have, you know, 18 students each. You know, we don't have that option, and even really, you know, saying that we could close the Wardsboro building isn't really an option because you're not gonna wanna transport all those, you know, younger students around. So, I mean, you know, just having 2 buildings makes it a little bit more expensive. You know, and again, if you close a building, you gotta provide more transportation, and then, you know, is there really any savings anyways? It's not like we're paying a bond on the other building, on either building, you know, they're bond free. You know, you could say that, you know, if we had to pay a royalty to, you know, somebody because they own the land and it was, you know, $1 million a year, well, yeah, then it might be worthwhile looking at doing something different. But I mean, even, you know, one of the things we kind of bounced around in the beginning was, you know, build one building more central to both places. And you know, by the time you pay a bond, I don't know if you really save anything because, you know, nobody's going to buy an old school building. It's not real popular. There's no machine shops looking to move or big offices or, you know, corporations or IBM is. So, I mean, I don't know what else you do.
I would push back on the tuition because it's not like parents are gonna take their kids out of school and send them to Leland Gray. So,
Well, that's not true.
well, I mean, it would be.
Some may.
We wouldn't know unless it happened. It would be hard for me to imagine that Burn would let go of that tuition money. So, it'd be hard for me to believe. Neither here nor there. I just don't think we should assume that all.
But even again, I mean, the difference of a couple $1,000s with 30 students going is $60,000. It
That
is
was
something.
100.
I don't remember what numbers.
I think it was 100,000.
How many?
That's if every single student chose the lowest priced option.
That's if we did not authorize an additional expenditure and all of those students remained where they were.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
that's right. And so what I'm saying is, it is hard for me to imagine that all of those students, schools would let go of that tuition money and say, you know, well, you can't come anymore. That's tough for me to believe.
Don't forget, if you're no longer sending town, that the tuition rate increases, 2,000.
It is also hard for me to believe that will happen.
That's the case. It was the case prior to being a sending town in Wardsboro. So the tuition rate will raise 2,000, and you're lowering 2,000, so that increases somewhere between $4,000 and $5,000 a family semester. So I can definitely can see families not sending their kids with that kind of cash.
I would be, you know what, I would not want to see that happen. I can tell you that right now. I would be stunned if Burton did that.
No, it would be us doing it.
No, it would be Burton doing it.
Not accepting.
Yes.
Okay.
What Laura's saying is they could accept the statewide average tuition and fund the rest with, you know, like a grant or a scholarship.
As I've been told they've done in the past.
But again, it's still, even if we did that, it's still gonna be, there's still gonna be an
It's a crapshoot.
increase, yeah.
It's a crapshoot.
It's a crapshoot,
Yeah,
it's an
I just
increase,
kind of-
there's,
I wanna push back on the notion that it would cost us more by getting those out.
I never
Because
said it
don't
would cost
think
us
we
more, I
know
said
that.
it
I
could,
don't think we know that.
no, I said it could, it's not gonna be as big a savings as
Might not.
saying there's 50 students going to Burton, and you save $14,000-$17,000 a student, which I was doing the other day night. I just said, oh, well, we can save 200,000 right there, but it's not really. That would be if all the students just disappeared.
I don't know how popular we'd be either, by making a decision
Luckily, I'm
like
not
that.
up for that.
I guess it depends on which group we're talking about.
Well, I mean, it's been voted in every year in Dover and now Wardsboro. To change that would be a radical change.
And again, you know, to reduce staff would be radical because, you know, we have programs that are working pretty well and, you know, students are performing well. Do we know that they wouldn't perform as well if we said, you know, reduce a staff member in each building? I don't know, but again, is it, you know, I don't want to experiment with a grade of kids, you know, you don't, elementary, we don't want to lose a year, you know, especially in the younger grades, we've seen what happens, you know, when we lose a year.
Yeah.
So it's kind of really.
Getting back to the, so last year we bought it down to keep the tax rate level. Is that what we did last year?
That was because we couldn't have a discussion with the voters.
Right.
They were just gonna go stand in a booth and vote, so we felt it was important to.
So this year, I guess, I don't know if the expectation, but we know that we're not getting the 8 cents, we're getting the 6 cents. So I think there's maybe some expectation that the tax rate would go up slightly because we're not getting that 2 cents.
Right, but it's going up more than slightly.
But it's like, I know that's,
Yeah.
we know we're starting at that point where there's going to be an increase.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, we also get to talk to the voters before they vote.
Yeah.
You know, the problem is when you go into the booth, you can just preconceive a year out that I'm gonna vote the budget down, or I'm gonna vote for the budget. And you don't even have to look at the budget or see what the budget is. At least you're gonna have to listen to us, maybe, even if you sit in the audience and fall asleep, maybe by osmosis, something will get in there. But I mean, you know, we at least get to hear people's concerns. And, you know, if an overwhelming majority of them say, hey, look, you know, we think this is way too high, you know, then we know that. If they say, you know, you've done a really good job for a few years, you know, this year it's a little tougher, we're good with that, but next year don't do this to us, you know, we can be given marching orders. And I don't know what people are gonna feel. I mean, like Laura said, we, you know, in both towns, because you folks in Wardsboro have done it for a few years, you've been buying the rate down. But we all knew that eventually the money wasn't gonna last forever. And we were very, in Dover, we were doing that because, you know, we said that we could level it, but yet you're gonna use, you know, 70% of your reserves, and people said, no, we don't wanna do that, let's, you know. That's why there was always, they gave us that maximum, and then they gave us a little leeway so we could spend up to this, with the idea of keeping the tax rate as stable as we could, and then we would see what happens after, you know, when we have to fill out the report in May. I mean, I don't think there's anybody on the board that is really happy with the increase. But I think we're all pretty comfortable with the budget. And, yes.
There is a tax rate comparison sheet on the back of your budget that just has all
the
you
other
know,
towns, yeah.
some of the other towns and what the tax rates are. Know that you're actually in good company. So these were fiscal year 20 CLAs and tax rates. So off of the state's website. And Margot's looking at a pretty significant increase from this too, so now.
Yeah.
It's, that was with the CLA. I mean,
Wow, some of those towns really got hit big with the reappraisal.
Are you expecting Dover CLA to go down a little bit, like it did 19 to 20?
No, I think she's got it as,
No, I have not got them yet, so those are all estimated.
yeah,
numbers. The
for
tax
Dover's got,
bills haven't come out.
Dover's probably got the best
It went down.
handle on,
Went down about 0.8%.
yeah,
From 19
but
to
it
20.
doesn't, we've never had a huge shift. Because, they do a constant rolling reappraisal. Remember, a lot of other towns don't have the sales too. We have a lot more sales. Stratton, Dover, Wardsboro's probably got quite a few sales too, but your resort areas tend to have more market for them to look at. But they also usually have more full-time or people on staff doing it. Yes. You wanna say something?
Long way to meeting study.
Yeah,
It's hard for me, well,
if
you
there's
don't have
cost
something
savings
that
in
has
numbers,
business, yeah.
why isn't Burlington half the cost of the smaller schools like Leland and Gray and Twin Valley? Yeah, well, who knows?
Because you've equalized education by equalizing per pupil spending. It doesn't scale.
Actual cost.
Yeah, and so many have been investing in their pre-K programs, as both Dover and Wardsboro have. And, you need 2.45 pre-Ks to equal one outgoing 12th grader because of the weighting, right? So a pre-K student is weighted at 0.46 and a secondary student is weighted at a 1.13.
It used to be like 1.5.
So, people have been building up their pre-Ks, but first of all, it takes 2 years to catch up because of the 2-year average. And then for every 12th grader that's going out, you really need 2.5 pre-Ks.
Well, there's another big push to increase penalties on higher spenders from Scott Beck, the teacher at one of the public schools. And it seems to be fairly coordinated. So he's been trying to pitch that for about 5 years, 4 years. But it does seem that there's a fair amount of coordination on that, so I don't know what's gonna happen this year, I really don't.
So my suggestion, folks, is that, we put in 200,000, buy the rate down by 200,000. And, that's our suggestion at town meeting. We'll have a little bit more updated not town meeting, for our school district meeting. We'll have a little bit more information by then because legislature will have been in session for 4 or 5 weeks, and I'm sure there'll be somebody who's, gonna grandstand on something. And, we can look at the numbers and we can make adjustments at the meeting in Dover. We would, hand out different colored sheets to people saying, here's what, I would always bother the administrator because they have to be here in the morning at town meeting to make copies in different colors. And so I think, we put that in the warning. And the voters get to tell us what they want to do. If they want to dump all the reserves in the 1 year, they can. If they think 200 isn't enough, they can increase it. If they think it's too much, they can decrease it.
If all we do is buy ourselves out of the penalty box, how much does that reduce the tax rate?
The 153, right?
Well, you're right, it's
Yeah,
that plus the, oh yeah.
All right.
And on top of that, we also have 556 per pupil, right?
That is the penalty.
That's
so
the penalty.
So you're
But we're
basically
taxing on
taking
that also.
Yeah, that number times the equalized.
The equalized.
Mhm. So that gets you to Dover at $1.67, 13 cents up, and Wardsboro $1.76, 13 cents up. 7.6 and 7.7.
The other thing is,
Percent.
we're gonna have to practice this before the meeting, because the other thing is, remember too, sometimes before the meeting, schools will have to announce their tuition rates. And if we see, you know, we were counting on an X number of increase, if it's quite a bit less, we can actually go in and suggest that they reduce the budget by that amount. We can also, if it goes up, we then maybe want to say we should increase it. And then we will have a better feel for some of those numbers again. And we can, you know, tell people at that meeting that, you know, we were projecting a 13-cent increase by buying it down by 200,000, but, you know, now it's only gonna be a 10-cent increase because of these numbers. But again, you know, we don't know for sure what's gonna happen until the guy gavels, the lady gavels the session over and everybody goes home from Montpelier.
I think 200,000 is probably a good number to go in with.
Laura?
What?
200 is a good number for you?
I mean, it's a crapshoot right now. I'm gonna go with whatever.
Take 2 years.
Just a little short, you had to really reach where you could get hurt. So you're good with it too?
I think we usually end up doing okay, figuring it out closer to town meeting meetings. The one thing, I would rather, if it looks like this is what, if we end up going, looking at something like this going in, particularly if we're over.
In the penalty?
Yeah, if we're in the penalty, I would prefer that we come in with some options in our pocket that we can clearly explain.
Now,
The consequence, you know, like, if, you know, people push and, you know, we say, okay, here are things that, you know, we would look at. First of all, we stand for the budget, which we all voted for. If the voters are gonna KO us, this is where we would start, and here's why we included it in the budget, and start from that place, you know, like.
And, you know, the one point I was gonna make is, remember that we've told the voters by our articles of agreement, we have to have a budget meeting within X number of days, 10 to 15 days before the meeting. So and we decide to always have two, you know, one in the town that we're not meeting in, and then the one that we're required to do in the town we're not meeting in, and then the other one in the town we're meeting in a little bit earlier. And we can also, so we can get some feel from the voters then on what they feel too, and have, you know, we can discuss that with them. And, you know, if overwhelmingly the voters are coming out saying there's no way we're gonna approve this budget, we can say, well, what do you want us to do? And, you know, we can make adjustments based on what they tell us. And again, that's one of the benefits of having a floor vote versus an all or nothing ballot vote. Your thoughts, sir?
Obviously, we can wait. I like the idea of buying, obviously you have to go to the penalty box, no question about it. So that's our minimum, I think.
Which is 2.
Yeah.
No, just to get out, the penalty is 153.
That's our minimum, and whether or not the voters tell us either way, if they want more, then we'll go to 2. That's the way I look at it. I'm sure they want more.
I'm sure they will too. I'm fine with going with 153 as well. And if they
As a
decide-
strategy.
That's also, that's still an estimated number though.
And that's
So that's why I'd like up to 2.
Right, up to 2.
Enough for 2, yeah. I think one's things.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll put 2 as well. I'm okay with that.
But wouldn't they expect you to put in 2 to get to that tax rate though, to see on their bill?
Well, we don't know, because we tell them that, you know, there's no guarantee that we do that that's what that's gonna be, because we don't know until they leave Montpelier. And that's always been a crapshoot too. So if everybody's good with that, all that budgeting stuff that's gonna make your head blow up, I wanna do 2 other really quick things. This will be quick. So I would really like, before Lori leaves, I'd like to congratulate Lori Lori did some really hard work, and she's now a certified.
School business official.
Wow.
Thank you, Lori.
So Lori's worked for the district for
Does that mean she's leaving?
15 years? No.
It's probably 16 or so.
So, you know, she's worked really hard. She's always said yes. They keep piling stuff on her. So we really appreciate it. I really appreciate it, both as the chair of this board and also as the Wyndham Central chair. And Lori, congratulations. And it was a really nice little gift just before Christmas. I was worried when she was telling me about it because they do this review, and you had to write some letters and stuff, and they didn't even call her and interview her. And I was really nervous about it for her, but she must have done really well because it came out really quick. So really good work, and thank you. Before you leave, though, the second thing I want to ask, I really want us to consider asking the voters this year to move the annual meeting till maybe April sometime so that we have a little more time to play with these numbers. We will also have more real numbers because we'll know the insurance increase, not estimated. We'll know what the tuition rates are because we are so tuition heavy. You know, it makes up such a big portion of our budget. And, you know, last year we had a pretty big snowstorm at the meeting, and we still had a really good turnout, even of Dover people in Wardsboro. But, you know, the weather, I know we can still have big storms in April, but, you know, you're less likely to. And I think it would give us a little bit more time. Plus, Lori, the West River group will probably continue to do theirs early anyways. So it'll also maybe give the business office a chance to concentrate on the West River one. And when that one's put to bed, then they can concentrate on ours a little bit more. Because we have been asking for more information out of Lori and her staff, you know, and I think the big thing is we just know more. We know more what's happening, and we're closer, you know, to the legislature. You know, we've been through at least halfway, so you kind of have a feel for where they're headed. Yeah. You think, yeah, because they always try to pass it before town meeting, right?
Well,
in March.
it's gonna pass the House and the Senate, so.
Yeah. So what do people think of that?
What's the downside?
The downside is if you get turned down and you have to come up with another budget, you may not have a budget in time for the May 30th filing deadline, but then you get the previous year's budget until you vote a budget.
Right, 87%.
87%.
87% of the previous year's budget. So
I'm trying to remember what our reasoning was for putting it in February in the beginning.
well, because it was, it had something to do with our articles of agreement, and, you know, that was the time, like Leland and Gray, the union had always voted around that time. And I'm just wondering if it's just compacting it too much. Remember too, though, we didn't do the actual vote until town meeting day on the budget, so we've actually moved the budget vote up almost a month.
Yeah, it's early.
The only thing to consider is the second Tuesday in April may possibly fall on Passover. We don't have that problem. I took the liberty of taking a look. We don't have that problem through 2025, but after that, you may.
Plus it could be there's a holiday week in April too with the schools, right?
Do it the first?
We could do it the first.
You're gonna run into the same problem. Passover can be anywhere from the end of March to the end of April.
Is it a
because it's
certain day of the
lunar
week?
calendar, so.
Is it a certain day of the week?
No, and it's an 8-day holiday, but the first 2 nights are the only ones that really matter. But if it falls out,
Are people
if
in a
we
very
do this,
giving spirit, do you give gifts?
there's no gift giving.
Well, there's sort of, I was gonna say, maybe they'll give us a budget.
But if the problem comes up, we can ask a year or two in advance, you know, to ask the people to move it.
The third week of April is usually school vacation.
School vacation, the third week? Yeah.
Yeah. And then you're into see, if you do it the beginning of April and you have to rewarn it, it gives you time to do one in the beginning of May. And that was the only reason I was thinking the beginning of April. I mean, I don't even care if we do it at the beginning of May, just with the understanding you're probably not gonna get a revote. Well, if you did it the last Tuesday of April, then you can warn something the following week and get your 30 days, and you can probably get a second vote by the end of May. But again, we're voting the budget from the floor, so we're not gonna get turned down completely, we just will get a different budget than what we want. So, I mean, we could do the first week of May.
So in your contract, you guys give contracts to professional staff on April 15th. So that's the only thing that comes to my mind is.
So we'd be locked into those contracts before the budget was passed.
Yeah, so there you go.
Or we'd have to issue RIF notices to everybody and wait for the budget, and that's just a harder, that's just more work. So,
First week in
I like the
April.
idea of moving.
well,
I'm good with whatever.
is the last week of March, then it could be fall in that same period, right?
Yeah, I mean, with Passover, you're dealing with that whole.
Like a 3-week
I think
period?
It's
A month.
like a 6 or 7 week period that it could fall in. Of the first 3 weeks in April, the second is probably gonna be your best. The first, there are already, I already see 2 conflicts in the next 5 years. But there are none for the.
I mean, if you did like
Second.
around April 10th, I mean, that's a month after crossover. You know what I mean? You're gonna know a ton.
I think second round in April is probably a good time to do it.
Don't we usually try and pass the yield before town meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's never, it's the House passes it, not
I thought
the,
it went up after town meeting. It was
Yeah.
just before the,
Actually, it was one of the last things.
no, it was up earlier than that, because we met and discussed it in Wardsboro before we had the
Oh,
meetings.
no, that's, yeah.
And we send it over.
I think it went down after that.
We gotta send that, and then it
If it was
comes back.
before April 15th, I'd be happy.
Well, let's shoot for the second Tuesday in April, because there's no conflict in 2021, correct?
That's not,
Through 2025, there's no.
that's not vacation.
Okay, let's just start there.
Oh, vacation.
Okay.
It's always the third week, not.
We'll let
In 20
people know that that could be an issue in the future.
In 2020, which is not an issue, okay, never mind. It would have been the 14th, still would have been the day before the 15th.
Okay. Well, and we can have the contracts all set to go, and if the budget passes, and Bill can send them
They're all
out the
gonna be
next day.
prepped and ready to go, exactly.
Okay, so that's gonna be an article then to move it to the
Second Tuesday.
second Tuesday of April.
so it's the same for this year.
Okay, so Lori, that should help us quite a bit too, shouldn't it, with putting numbers together? Because then can you do me a favor, you and Bill, just for the next meeting in January? Just kind of send us what the flow chart would be, or you know, the kind of the calendar. So we probably wouldn't start discussing budgets till the first meeting in January. Because if we're gonna have it in April, we really don't have to have it out till the 1st of March.
So a flow chart for FY '22 budget building.
Right. And just make sure there's nothing that's gonna slam you guys, you know, make sure.
Okay, yeah, we'll map it out.
But I'm hoping that would really lay a lot, that would save you guys some
Oh.
headaches, because
Tax season, that affects us, doesn't it? I was just kidding.
you know, you're not gonna have a night that everybody's gonna make it, you know.
On April 9th, there was
Yeah.
nothing
Yeah.
changed for the yield. last
On
year.
April 9th,
It was after April 9th that they changed.
It changed after April 9th. last
But it went
year.
down, right? Or did it go up?
It went up, the tax rate went down. A little bit.
Everybody good with that?
So a flow chart,
Oh,
yes.
you guys.
Okay, so now, Lori, I think if you wanna skedaddle, you're good.
I can do the skedaddle.
Wow.
You guys are
Thank
awesome.
you. Thank you, Lori.
Yes.
Anita, how are you?
I'm good.
Anita?
We miss you at our meetings.
I miss you.
So, we want to now we have a budget, we have some dilemmas, we have some changes. So, we were going to, I think the idea was to, since we prepaid on some stuff, to have you help us with, again, like you did last year, to get the word out to people. So, I think the big words are gonna be when is the meeting? The meeting is February
11th.
February 11th. What's the meeting just before that in Wardsboro? What would be the first Monday in February?
February 3rd.
February 3rd? And what's the meeting in Dover would be the third Wednesday of January, which is January?
3rd.
20th.
January 20th, thank you.
Third
Did you do that in your head?
No, it's on the agenda.
Third Monday.
It's also MLK Day. Which I know.
Oh, yeah. Third
Maybe the
Monday.
27th.
We could move
Because then
those.
the meetings would be a week apart in both towns.
Okay.
January 27th.
Yeah. So our deal has been, so since we have a regular meeting in January and in February, we'll use up those to, the first part of the meeting will be present the budget to the voters. So we would want to let people know we're going to be presenting the budget at that time. So those would be some important dates, and that you get to vote on it on February 11th. I think it'd be important to have the agenda go out to people.
The annual meeting.
Right, the agenda of the annual meeting, and also the budget. And the with a big caveat that this is a best guess estimate and nothing set in stone until the legislature adjourns for where your taxes are gonna be. And if you have any questions, come to these meetings and come vote.
So essentially, you're gonna have 3 opportunities to have discussion.
Right.
One in each town, and then a live town meeting.
School district meeting.
Right.
By town meeting, it'll be all over but the crown.
Annual meeting.
What about early voting and absentee voting?
It's from the floor.
The only thing that gets voted
You
by
can't
person
absentee
is
the
my
ballot. You can't
election.
absentee ballot from a floor vote.
So it's a floor vote, so there's no.
Right.
Got it. And that was what was amended at the last meeting. Everybody voted.
Right.
Okay. Time of the meetings?
7 o'clock.
And
For
are they at the
for the
school?
annual meeting, and then 6:30. No, the annual meeting's at the town halls.
Only the annual meetings at the town hall,
Yeah, Dover Town Hall this year.
Dover.
And then the other 2 meetings are at the schools. And not the office, the town hall on Holland Road,
Diamond,
across from Dorothy Johnson's house.
up at the library.
Yeah.
No,
not at the library, but next door to the library.
Yeah, next door. So the February and January meeting are 6:30?
Yes. The February school board meeting starts at 6:30, so that's when we'll do the first hour we'll dedicate to town meeting discussion,
Okay,
or to
and-
school district meeting discussion.
And that's February 3rd and January what?
27th, because Laura doesn't want to meet on Martin Luther King Day.
27th. Okay, and there's no dates or on any of these meetings?
No, we run meetings. We're Vermonters, and we expect it to snow in Vermont.
Okay, so you want press releases, posters at the schools, email blurb to go out. We already missed the Bucketville
Yep.
for the January meeting in Dover, but I can get the 2 February meetings at least.
They're the more important ones, and for the Bucketville anyway.
Right, well, that's the only thing people in Wardsboro read, I'm telling you.
Yep.
So the usual suspects, the Reformer, Deerfield Valley News, all that. Front Porch Forum. Are you throwing stuff on a website anywhere? Who's doing that?
Well, yes, where's Bill?
So you're still using the WCSU.WindhamCentral.org?
Yes.
So it'll be on there?
Yeah, budget should be on there, right? Somebody help me?
It has not been uploaded yet, but it will be.
Okay.
So there'll be a link available to you. And the schools, you want it sent to you to post on your sites?
That'd be
Okay. And, okay. You're not considering a mailing of any kind?
No, that's,
I think we should do.
I think we need to do a mailing. Does everybody agree that we should do a mailing? Mailing adds the cost increases the budget increases increased tax rates.
You spent a lot of money on it last year, but as you said, people showed up, so I don't know how you weigh those two things. I mean, it was a lot of money.
Do you remember how much it was?
Don't know the exact
Bill,
figure.
how much did we spend on mailings last year, do you know?
I do not know.
I wanna say it was somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000.
Because, well, we had that person print the, we had that thing printed.
It was nice.
Yes. You know, there's no town report, so unfortunately, I think,
It's really important to do.
do you think it's, you said it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think the $2,000 to $3,000 to at least make the effort to put something comprehensive in everybody's hands. We can't make
You're
it read
talking
it.
about this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did we mail that last year? Or
Yes.
just-
Yes,
We did mail it.
we mailed it, and then we
Wow.
had a few extras after.
We
Right.
mailed it to all the voters, but I spent a lot of time, and I know you spent a lot of
I
time
spent a lot of time.
going through, like, you know, if,
Duplicate.
yeah, you know, like I got 4, were gonna be sent to my house, because me, my wife, and the 2 kids are all voters, so.
Try and get rid of
You
it.
mailed
Trying to
2,759 of these last year, and you mailed them on January 24th, and they got there literally in the nick of time. The cost of the postage was $805.63, and the cost of the printing was somewhere in this book. I guess I don't have that. I wanna say it was like about 2,000 something.
I seem to remember a number of 3,300 total, or 3,600.
I was gonna say 32, so, because I think I had to write him a check, and you guys had to reimburse me, because the guy wouldn't release the stuff without a check. Yeah.
It was a lot, that's all I remember.
Okay, so if we wanna do this, folks, then what we need to do is, for the next meeting that we have, Mark, is January,
The next meeting is
Yeah.
February 6th.
January 6th. If we have it all ready to go to press and vote on it on January 6th, we should call that guy up, the printer, and then just see if we get it to him January 7th, if he can have it out the following week.
So your deadline to him would be January 7th.
Right.
All right, but you have to.
Well, we meet January 7th, right, Mark, you said?
6th.
6th. So we would get it all to him on the 7th, because on the 6th, if you can make the meeting on the 6th, we can approve it as a board.
No, when would I make it? I need time, like, if you give
Between
me
now and the 7th, the 6th.
It takes me a couple of days to actually make the thing.
Yeah, but I'm saying we can do it can you do it between now and the 6th?
Yes, if I have everything, do I have everything?
Well, we'll get you the budget, we'll get you the warning,
I got the warning just now.
we can get you the
That's
financials.
just that's not a locked-in one.
What else do I need?
What did we have last time? Did
And we
have
had a letter from the superintendent, and I
Letter from
think
the
one from the
principals
principals,
and some pics.
and one from Rick and
Now,
I.
they're gonna go on vacation, so I can't hustle them for pics.
Just send them an email, they'll send you some pics.
Yeah.
You can have some for PEX.
Actually, you don't even have to hustle them, because Bill, will you make sure that Anita has some pictures?
You just
I don't
contact,
need too many, only a few.
we'll make it work.
And then I'll get hold of Rick, and Rick and I'll get you a letter. Bill, can you get her a letter?
I have a letter.
Matt, can you and Tammy do a letter? If you want to do separate or joint, however you feel most appropriate, yeah.
I would love it
Okay.
if you could do that.
And then,
Talk about the buildings.
you wrote a letter, Rich, last
Yeah,
year?
Rick and I think, didn't we? Wasn't it
No,
the
it
chair?
was you.
Okay, Bill, did you write that for me so it looked like I knew what I was talking about?
I did not actually, you did write it, and you wrote it really well. It was fantastic,
That was a nice show, though.
it was good reading.
Okay, and I'll write you a letter,
Okay, and then last year we had this timeline thing.
Yeah, I don't think we need a timeline.
You don't need a timeline? So is there any way?
I think we just want to announce that, we want to make sure people know that, bring this booklet with you on the 27th in Dover and the 3rd in Wardsboro, on the 11th at the Dover Town Hall. And please come, because this is, very important for you to find out what's going on.
Okay, so, as you know, this is printed in 4-page increments. So last year it ended up being this many pages. So if there's any way you could squish it down, it'd be one less, you could say.
It should be able to.
Gonna go up, we didn't have the budget in it last year.
Right.
We didn't
We did not have that, we had this
printed the
budget
budget.
summary.
All you had was this.
We printed the budget separately last year, well, we
Right.
didn't, you guys did.
Do we want to make the whole budget in there?
Yes.
I think so,
I think so.
yeah.
So how many pages is that going to be?
You could write a shorter
Five-
letter.
5 pages.
It's fun.
No,
page.
Phil, if we could maybe shorten up the letters to half a page.
I can,
I don't think that's gonna buy you much.
did you really want a superintendent's letter?
Yes.
No, I think it's,
Everybody wants to hear from you, Bill.
I don't think it's so much the superintendent, but just Wyndham Central. And I think the reason, Bill, it's important is because last meeting, there was a lot of discussion on the superintendent's budget.
I don't know, I got a letter prepared, I did it the same as I did last year.
Okay.
It's general for every different.
No, that's fine.
Here's a recap of all the steps it was last year to complete it.
So there's 5 pages in the budget, and then do you still want the summary that I had?
No,
done?
because you're giving them the budget. I don't think we need to
So don't give us
summarize.
the-
So the print bill will come in more and the postage will be more.
Well, but again, there's no other way to get the budget.
All right, and,
direct it
we'll
to the
have to
website.
go through the lists again and sit,
Well,
I mean, I
Hang,
just,
hang on, guys, I'm sorry, Nina. Dwight just said something. Say it again out
Well,
loud so
they could,
everybody hears
it
it.
could be directed to a website for the budget, not ideal.
What if we
not
did the
crazy on it,
budget
but 5
summary?
pages is a lot of numbers.
And if you want to look at the specific budget, here's where it's available.
I think we should make it easy. I think we should
5
make a word
pages.
for it.
That's a lot of budget, but I'm with you, I think it should be in there too, but
Yeah.
that's a lot of print.
How confident are you that all your people can get the?
Website, they can get it.
How
If they want it,
confident
they
are
can get
you
it.
that all your people can get the budget
I'm
on
not.
Monica?
I'm not.
Okay.
I mean, we'll certainly be handing it out at the meetings, obviously, the budget, so see if that.
No, but it would be good for maybe if people reviewed the budget ahead of time.
You know.
Anita, what do you think?
you really can't ask me, because if it was up to me, I'd mail them a postcard and say everything's online. If you can do Facebook, you can go on a blog page
Can we
or
put the
website.
budget on Facebook?
And, no, but I'm just saying, you know what I mean, like, it's just like going on Facebook, go on wyndhamcentral.org, there's a RSV UVD chapter, and just click on the big thing that says, here's our annual whatever, and read your little hearts out.
Yeah,
I mean,
I mean,
you can't ask me a question, because I'm not.
All
That
of
would
our
be one thing, but we don't.
We
It
do have a webpage.
No, we don't.
We got it through Wyndham Central.
The board has a page where
That's
our
next.
documents
That's next.
go.
Right,
But
if
we
it
don't, we
was-
don't have RVUSD no longer has a website.
We don't have that site anymore?
No,
Well,
the
I mean,
domain
it's
name
still,
was
it's
expired.
redirected.
no, the domain,
Still have
I
it.
renewed the domain name, it's still there,
Yeah.
but it hasn't been updated since the last time.
Well, I
updated it.
archived it, and I made a new homepage that said all the previous material up to X date is
Right.
available as archival material, but there'll be no further updates.
Mm.
So I certainly can freshen all that up and really archive all that's there now and post the whole thing online, but, I mean, I'm just so not attached to paper. It's just sits there with a big notebook, but
Yeah, even the Bucketville isn't
I
mailed
just
any
think
longer.
it's like people want to get to it fast and quick and look at only the parts they want to look at, and I don't know. I think having copies on paper for people who come to a meeting is useful. You know, not everybody's going to have their tablet. And it was fun to make, and it was pretty, and I think it made a good impression on people for your first year. But for me, I mean, I don't get paper anymore. Even, you know, everything I do is like online, everything.
I still get all my bills in paper.
I don't
Okay.
do anything.
Yeah, I want to see the paper, it's easier for me to.
Wow.
I don't get any paper. Well, I would like to avoid this book being like 20 pages, because this is gonna cost a fortune to print and a fortune to mail.
And if your budget's 5 pages and the summary is a 6th page, and then you got a couple reports and some pictures, you're up to 8 or 12 8 or 10, 12
Right.
pages.
Take the pictures out.
No, if you're gonna be in 4-page increments.
You always
gotta
have to go up by
4
4 pages.
8, 12.
This was 12.
That was 12.
Front cover, back cover included. It's-
So we can keep it to 12. So it's not gonna cost any more to mail. Did postage go up in the last
A little
year?
bit, yeah.
Yeah, it did.
I'm gonna bring in another issue here. So can we send it electronically or email it to all? We've been talked about this, getting email lists a long time ago.
Yeah, there's no
Yeah,
board
We
email.
don't have one currently other than the school.
The only people that would get it was be the school
Schools.
community.
Right.
And last year, I had the Wardsboro voter list, and I sat in front of the television and worked on it
Oh, Lord. I'm sorry.
to get rid of all the extra names. And Andy started on the Dover list, but then Rich went through it again to try to cut down the number of copies. Yeah, my goal was to get it under 2,000 copies, but we didn't succeed. That's why you got 4 of them.
And even with that, sometimes you gotta be careful because, multiple families may use the same PO box, so we get yelled at by somebody.
Yeah, or an apartment where they have the same street address with different names. I screwed up on some of those because I thought it was just like the husband and wife, they did different names, but it was actually 2 apartments.
I mean, I'm not a fan of paper, but I did enjoy that. I still like getting my annual report in paper. So.
Okay, so everybody, we're in agreement. Everybody wants to see a paper.
I'm happy to make it. I had fun doing it.
Okay, so please, we're
Yeah.
gonna make it. We're gonna include the whole budget. Everybody agreed to that. We'll have to see, pardon? The dates are important, but the dates and the dates and times and locations. I think, we can waste a couple pictures on the front cover. The back cover pretty much has to be the mailing portion, right?
Right, the only reason I put pictures there is because you can't put anything else there. You can only have,
So we really, out of the 12 pages, we lose 2 pages, the front and rear cover, because you don't want to put much on that. So that leaves you 10. 6 of it's a budget, so that leaves you 4. Locations take up half a page, 3.5.
the
Bills.
articles.
The articles are 2 pages. Well, the articles are actually a page and a half.
Right, and if I could make that smaller font, last year I did all this in 11-point font, I could go down to 10.
Yeah, I
But like
think
these
they're
pages,
recommending 12 because people are getting older and can't see.
these pages could be like a column for the Wyndham Central letter, a column for the board letter, a column for the Dover letter.
If we're gonna kill a tree, let's make it so that the tree didn't die in vain.
Yeah.
That somebody can actually read it.
Just saying. This, like, yeah, see, like, I made it extra spaces though, so.
Hey, you guys are the ones that are making this meeting go forever. You just let me do whatever I want to do.
All right.
Rita said,
Well,
do.
Okay.
Let's leave it up to Anita.
Anita, yeah, so Anita, we're gonna get you something from the principal's bill, the board itself.
Yep,
We'll get you the dates, the agendas, and the budgets.
yep,
And then let's see where we stand, and you give me a call, and the board's gonna give me permission with Rick to approve whatever gets sent out, they don't care.
all right.
But we're gonna look at it
I
at the
feel like
7th.
that might be too strongly worded.
But we're gonna look at it as a group on the meeting on the 6th.
Yeah, I can have a definite, like, if you and I talk about it once beforehand, I can have like a
Yep,
final-ish
yeah,
thing
and,
at that time.
Bill will write my letter, I'll write my letter tonight, tomorrow night. Can you contact a printer? I noticed that there's another guy doing printing over there on, Canal Street. He prints banners and stuff, I wonder if he could do it.
I don't know, I'll make a couple phone calls.
There's a graphics guy where the motorcycle, where D&D,
Oh, it's been for a while. Lotus?
Lotus, do they do
Oh, yeah,
these?
we've used Lotus a lot. I find that Minuteman is a little bit less complicated.
Okay.
You know, you're talking to the owner himself all the time,
We
and you
don't have
get
to do it
really
on
fast
Tuesday.
answers.
No, it's
So-
under $2,000.
But, yeah, I like those. So you're gonna
You're
work on
okay,
the,
right? Bill?
you're gonna work on the
Thanks.
mailing list again?
I'm not gonna work in the mailing list. I'm not gonna take responsibility for that.
How do we do that then?
I think we're just gonna have to plan on mailing a bunch more.
It'll end up being close to 5,000 pieces.
It's, you know what, it's not my right to take somebody off the mailing list.
Well, we weren't taking them off, really. We were trying not to take them
duplicates.
off. We were trying to.
Yeah.
One to an
Yeah.
address. One to an address, as opposed to one for you and Regina.
Okay,
But you don't
I'll give
need
you the
an
list and you can
address
cross
on
it
the
out.
note.
Because it's not just taking them off, it's adding the names. So, you know, if there's,
We can give the list to.
where I got in trouble was I maybe sent it to Laura Sibilia. I didn't include Laura, TJ, and Junior, or.
See, and when
Miss.
I did the Wardsboro list, I tried to like type in every
Right,
name
and
all.
in Dover, that will take you forever.
Right, it took me forever in Wardsboro because I didn't know enough people.
And it took me forever, and I just don't have the time. If I have to write a letter.
Can we do postal patron?
I don't think you can with this kind of document, but I will find out.
I think that's a budget.
Because I think that Bucketville News looked into how to not have to put addresses on it, and it didn't work. So, and then in
And
that
I think
case-
you're actually gonna wind up with a whole bunch more, because there's so many people in West Dover that are, you know, so many, I go into West Dover post office with 15 keys. So I'll get 15 of them.
I am not going to agree that I should take on the deduplicate.
Well, I can talk to Andy. I'll give Andy.
Andy's not gonna take it on either.
No,
because
no, no.
Andy-
I'll just ask him if there's some way that he can think of that we can make these lists clean.
Can we send it
and-
to, we can't send it to the tax one, so we can.
Again, it
Registered
makes.
voters, right? Registered voters.
Right, but
Yeah.
the problem is if there's, you know, a
Right.
couple kids in the house, I mean, there were some houses that, like, I think there was 8 or 10 of them going to the house.
And I pulled dozens out of the trash in the Wardsboro post office. And I just crossed out the address and put them around where people could pick them up.
Okay.
Right.
It's not an easy task.
No.
Okay, so we'll talk on the 7th. You and I will email,
Yes, we will.
okay, and then, and we'll have something for the 6th, the meeting on the 6th. But you'll at least get somebody lined up and let them know we're looking at for 12
Yep, I'll
pages.
talk to a couple people.
And we're looking to get it out ASAP.
Okie dokie.
Okay, cool. We're having a blast. Okay. I know, that's why you guys are just enjoying the meeting.
All right, Matt.
Old business. Equity, calendar for discussion, it's just a placeholder. Website design, placeholder, we're gonna talk about tonight. Residency policy, F-13 action, so.
There are no changes to either the Wardsboro and Dover. It's just been reformatted to be under River Valley, so it's the exact same policy.
Thank you, Anita.
Wardsboro and Dover had aligned theirs 3 years ago.
You're gonna hate me.
No, it's
I've gotten lots and lots and lots of comments.
Yeah, me too.
comment away,
I
man.
did homework.
That's good. That makes me feel
Bad left
good.
meeting.
Rich, can I open up the discussion with a question to
Guilt
Bill?
set in.
Would you like to ask Bill a question?
Go for
I
it.
would, yeah.
Ask Wild Willie a
Good,
question.
I'm glad you did.
It is,
Do you guys have one of these?
it is clear that F-13 and, I think the affidavit,
Go to the affidavit.
are written for, non-operating districts.
That is the model in which we
Have
used it
taken
from.
So we have some work to do there.
Okay.
Great. I have, do you want small little, like,
No.
editorial
Yeah.
changes
Yeah.
in addition to content?
Where are you?
Okay, so hang on then. Are you serious when you say a lot? Like, do you have more than 5 or 6?
Oh, yeah.
How many do you have?
I had about that, 5 or 6.
Do we wanna maybe just, do you wanna type an email? Do you wanna go through and edit that and then get that to me, so we get it to Bill?
Sure.
And maybe that would be the better thing to do, just to save time. If
And then I can bring it back in January.
Right, because if everybody can send me your edits or send them to Bill, send your edits directly to Bill, let him edit it and bring it back to us.
I don't mind where so much edits, I just had some questions.
Okay, go ahead. So, Mark, any questions you have other than edits?
I want to go ahead with.
Okay.
That's great. Oh, first of all, thank you both very much.
Yeah, I mean,
Outstanding.
so for the Dover Wardsboro policy, 2 of the criteria, I guess, for being a resident are 5 and 6, a recent bank statement and a packing slip from like UPS or FedEx. I don't know if, first of all, a packing slip from FedEx, is that something that pretty much anyone got to residently, if you could get something shipped to you?
Well, usually it's like an electrical bill or it's a.
Yeah.
Like 2 separate.
So I didn't think that was really a good.
The DMV does that also.
What's that?
The DMV uses that as one of their criteria.
Really?
Well, it's usually a utility
Just a packing
bill.
slip
In
from UPS?
addition to utility bill, they want some other piece of
Yeah, but-
semi-official mail.
Okay, but my only question is like a packing slip you could ship, you put your name on any address, I would think you ship it somewhere, so that was my question on that. Bank statement, I don't know if that tells you anything either, because you could set up a bank account with any address, I would think. So that, I don't know if those are good ways of.
Indicators, I think, of commitment.
Maybe, yeah, but maybe.
Do you have a bank in Connecticut or do
But
you
these
have
are-
a bank?
These
you
are-
could possibly visit?
Like, what they're saying is that this is the following, usually says proof of residency, but not just an indicator of where they're at. So I don't think, my only concern is these don't prove residency, those 2 things. That's my only concern there.
Right, because it's subjective.
Yeah, so I don't,
So it's just how many pieces can you produce?
right. The other ones are great, but those 2 I think are, like, maybe you would be thrown out, or, I thought maybe a tax return would be better, but anyway.
Well, tax return that shows where you filed, because, part of it is you're claiming residency for your, so that you pay taxes.
Yeah.
You pay your school tax by income versus.
Yeah, I think, was it in the other one, was the declaration, was in the other,
And the affidavit.
affidavit, so I would think the declaration would be much better to be put in that.
You're gonna email me these.
Sure.
Great.
A number of questions. One, the homestead. My house is owned by a trust. I don't fill out a homestead. I couldn't prove residency.
You don't fill out a homestead?
I did not fill out a homestead.
Okay.
A new house, I will, but where I live now, I wouldn't be able to. So that's just something to consider.
Yeah, that's
So
just
you're a tenant, then in your house, you really don't own it, because
No,
the trust owns it.
Trust owns it.
Right, so you pay rent on it? You don't reimburse the trust or anything? Okay. Because we had that one time, and that's what the person was able to do, was show that they wrote checks to the trust for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also the trustee, so I could write a letter saying that I'm the tenant. But, I mean, that doesn't, again, that doesn't, I'm just raising possible issues. I know a number of people that live in homes and apartments, happens all the time in New York City, that are owned by trusts.
Yeah, that's
or
just
other family members.
And that's just one example of, but I think a declaration is stronger than a UPS packing slip. That's my only point. Is one option to prove residency.
Well, I wasn't disagreeing with
Yeah,
you
okay,
on that. I personally couldn't present a bank statement for local bank because I bank in a
Right,
bank that
that's
doesn't
true
have a
too.
Vermont branch. But that's just me. I have no problem asking for those things because I think that it helps the people making the decisions as to whether or not you are a resident. I don't think they can be exclusionary.
Thank you.
Same thing with utilities. Somebody can live in a house and the utilities could not be in their name. So, I mean, I think those are things that just, they're good to ask for, I just don't think they can be exclusionary.
Just a short story. I share a well with my neighbor. He's getting older, so I decided it was in his name. I thought I'd have to go through hoops. I just called up the electric company and said, can I put it in my name? They said, sure. They didn't ask anything.
And I had to change the meters for Trails Edge out of the developers' names, and it took me a year.
Really?
It took me like about 100 phone calls and letters and emails.
They could care less, as long as you're gonna pay the bill, great. So, anyway.
Yes. Well, Dwight, are you?
I have some others, but if anyone wants.
No, why don't we let Dwight finish? And then we'll go to.
So I guess that other than that, I thought that was great, the actual policy. So then the affidavit, just, some questions I just don't know. So question 7, is this a continuous, regular, and adequate residence? I'm not sure, what that really even means, or in what, and I guess I understand the meaning or the reason behind it, what they're trying to get at, but I don't know what it's even, maybe I'm not quite sure. What is a continuous, regular, and adequate?
So I set up my my pickup camper in the backyard, and me and the 5 kids are living in it for the summer because we're kind of camping
It's not
out.
adequate.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that means, but I don't know if that's necessary. And then the next one is it a primary nighttime residence? I'm not sure what that means either. And how many nights are spent in this? I get the intent, and just the questions seem kind of vague to me, and I'm not quite sure I understand that. And then number 10, what brings the guardian to the area of the town? Is that something we can ask? I guess we can ask it. It's on the.
You can ask anything.
You can ask anything. So you're asking why are they moving here?
Can I ask a question related to that? It was unclear to me whether, in number 9 says, if no, please skip next question. So, and the question is, do you own, rent, existing living arrangement with any properties other than the one listed above? So, if they say no, then are they meant to skip question 10? Or are they
Trying to get to the point of, I own a home in New Jersey, and I purchase or rent a condo in Wardsboro. Am I staying there, or did I just purchase it?
If it's your only house.
I understand the question, I think it should just say skip question 10.
I pulled stuff out, so that could easily be edited. But please mark that.
Don't get me wrong, I'm completely in favor of this. I'm just trying to figure
No,
out if
it's
it's
great.
fair and equitable
Yeah.
questions and necessary questions. So then on page 3, so it says, I certify that students resident within the RSU has not been established solely for the purpose of attending the schools thereof. What would be the harm if it was the primary reason that they came here? They came here because they wanted to go to school.
I think that goes to Mark's
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people that move to school districts because they like the school.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why that question is in there.
Well, the difference is.
Yeah,
if-
this is, we like the tuition that you pay to the private
Maybe.
schools.
Maybe, I'm just, that could be a valid reason for someone moving to an area and they.
No, we're not saying it's valid or invalid. We're asking them to attest that is correct or incorrect.
Yeah, so anyway, and this one, I certify that I have intent to maintain a principal dwelling place in the school district indefinitely.
That's directly from the law.
Yeah.
So what does that mean from the law? What does it mean in terms of, so you have to testify that you're staying here indefinitely, right?
That is the quote from the law.
Okay, all right.
If you were to challenge.
Well, that's their intent,
residency,
so I guess.
You have to challenge that fact.
Yeah, so that their intention is to stay here and, okay. That's all I really had, I think.
That's really good. It's very.
That's my homework, see?
I appreciate it. All right, board.
Alright, so in F13, Dwight pretty much brought up most of my questions.
Did you guys have like a party and stuff?
Yeah, that's right. That was a crazy, that was a rager.
On page, what is page 3? Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
No.
No? Okay.
You're gonna send me the others.
There's a line in regards to if a pupil resides in the Dover Wardsboro area as an emancipated minor. Next sentence is the natural parent or legal guardian and the emancipated minor must complete an affidavit concerning people residence. Why would a natural parent or guardian need to require an affidavit for an emancipated?
Highlight that.
What's that?
Highlight that. You're right.
Okay.
Grammatically. Because if you're emancipated,
You
you're,
are.
you're legally
your
making your own
guardian.
call.
Yeah. Kind of a stupid question, but there's a phone number in here, which I believe is probably the Dover School, 5386.
I brought that one up too. I called it to see if it was River Valley's, and it was answered Dover School.
I'm pretty sure the 464 it gives it away.
I called Lori on staff. She tell you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bill, we need to decide, when I call 464-5386, I don't care if that's the number, but it shouldn't be answered Dover School, it should be answered River Valley's Unified School District.
If it's in this policy. But in general, it should be answered the Dover School, because this is the Dover School, and that is the number from the Dover School. Until the board decides that this isn't the Dover School, that would be my recommendation, that you would answer the phone, this is the Dover School.
We can't have two places that are being answered the same.
Why not?
Two separate buildings that are being answered the same?
Well, they don't have to be exactly the same, it
So-
could be River Valley's Unified School District, Dover,
Okay, well, that's not
but
exactly
it's
the
not
same.
Dover School, it's River Valley's Unified School.
Then I think there should be a separate RVU or something. Phone number. Parents are going to want to call the school. They're not, parents aren't calling the district.
On this one, they're calling for the district.
You're right. No, for here, that's right. There probably should be a number for the school.
They already have a number.
I'm fine with it. We have to say Dover or Wordsworth, because you can't answer it the same for both buildings.
No.
I answer the same, no matter what building I'm in.
Hello?
What do you want? No, I'll start using hello, that's so much nicer.
No, but that's a good catch, because I would like to have two numbers.
I'm assuming it was just a typo.
Bill's humoring me.
The actual VSA law number was left out, the 3016.
Yeah.
I also would like to, I would like to see the actual laws included in this packet and not just the one
The
sentence,
citation.
not just the one, number 2 that starts with section 3, which is for the purposes of this title, resident. But right, but that's only the first line of the entire law, and I think there are other relevant parts to that law. So I think we should just have a page where the relevant laws are included.
You wouldn't cite it at the bottom.
I would not cite it at the bottom. I don't want them to have to go look it up. They're also not the easiest things to look up.
You all set?
I'm all set, yes.
You all good, Bill?
As long as the two of you.
I'm fine.
No, you're sending me, no, you're.
Trust me, you're gonna get it.
No, okay. I mean, is Bill all set with what Mark? Okay, your turn.
So the citations
Yes.
can change, the law can change every year.
The citation law. Well, the laws
Well, the
have.
section
yeah, they have-
usually, the individual, usually the chapter will stay the same. Residency will always be under
I
that
mean,
chapter.
sometimes you just change a word,
Right.
sometimes you change a phrase, but the citation will likely remain the same.
Okay.
That's, otherwise you're gonna be,
You'd have to update,
It'll
you'd
be
have to update
stale,
it every
yeah.
year. Okay.
it would be nicer to have the whole law there.
It was a great discussion.
Well, it's not that
Maybe
hard
just
to
look-
find.
include
If you
include
go
a
into
link.
Vermont statutes, Title 16, VSA.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have a hard time doing it.
If I can do it on my flip phone, almost anybody.
You can do it on your flip
No,
phone?
he can't, no, he's lying. No, he can't.
Yeah, I do. Hey, Bill, what's the law? Matt, can you do me a favor? You call me again? Are you all good, Lord? The only thing I had was the phone number, because I actually called the number figuring I was gonna talk to somebody in River Valley's Unified School District, and
You need to get that.
hey,
back.
I'm talking.
Something very important.
You need a gavel, Mr. Chair.
I want an oak gavel that I can wrap somebody in the knuckles with. Can I get a ruler? Okay.
Or your last meeting.
Annual meeting, discussion we covered. Mark, you want to bring up transportation? Under old business?
Yeah, are we can discuss the warning, because I had a couple of comments for warning also.
Yeah. But do
But
the,
first,
do the transportation.
Okay. We got well, Bill and I got an email from Chris on his discussion with Mark at, deal with it, at DDA. The crux of it is that DDA wants us to pay for a bus.
That they're not gonna help.
That's what it looks like to me.
Well, they will organize it, they
right.
will arrange it, and they will invoice for it.
They will definitely invoice for
Pay
it.
for it.
There are, I believe Chris mentioned that there is one district where parents can pay like $800 a year to use a bus. Bill, am I
Yeah.
right?
They pick the bus up at the Stratton town offices.
Is the welcome sign?
Yeah. I think it was $800 or $900.
So, my only question for the board is that something we even want to consider allowing parents, giving parents that option? If not, I'm not even gonna convene another transportation committee meeting because.
Well, I think Wardsboro, we're allowed to opt into that if we want to.
Right.
I don't know about, I don't know why
Guess you
Dover
could.
would be any different.
It just leaves so early
That
that
bus
hardly
is-
anyone
that-
takes
that
it.
bus
Leaves
is
like
full.
6
And
in
it
the
was,
morning.
it is full.
It was
yeah.
at capacity, yeah.
It was at capacity, right,
Right.
yeah.
Where was this bus coming to?
This particular one was going to Dots.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
and it was $32,000. And that only covers morning.
That's just a morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
I think if we hear clamor from the public demanding that we do this, then we should move forward. Other than that, we should just leave it.
Well, it's good to know,
Yeah.
right?
And
Yeah.
we now have.
Now we have a number.
You have a number,
Now we have
you have a distance, you have a number, you have.
And I think you should share with the committee.
I was gonna share, I just wasn't gonna call a meeting to discuss just the numbers. That was all.
Okay. Are you good then, sir?
I am good. yes.
Everybody on board good? Okay, so back to the annual meeting. So, Matt just passed around, the warning, so this is the latest and greatest from Andrew. So, legal voters, town of Dover, everything there was good. Article 14, that was my type vote to be voted by Australian ballot at town meeting Dover and from the floor at town meeting in Wardsboro on March 3rd. The polls will be open for Australian voting. And the town meeting starts at blank in Wardsboro.
Here's a color copy coming.
Oh, you brought a color copy?
Wow. Well, Andy colored them, so I figured.
Okay, so
Reds
anyways,
and
what time
yellows
does the
and-
town meeting start in Wardsboro? Anybody?
Town meeting? 10 a.m.?
Is it 10 a.m.? Can you find out, Bill?
Yeah.
Dwight, you didn't sound real positive.
Thanks. 10 a.m.?
Are you sure?
You know, I think it does, yeah.
Okay. You want us to go with it? Huh? Okay, so anyways, Article 1, I don't think anybody has any problem with. Article 2, Article 3, Article 4, Article 5, Article 6, Article 7.
Article 7 looks a lot like Article 6.
Article 7 is Article 6.
I left those in.
Did you do that on
I
purpose?
noticed that.
Did we both get it? You got it?
You guys
So
both,
we both did
you
it.
both let me know. I was impressed.
Was that a test?
That was a test.
It's not a test.
I also have a question in regards to that. Who does that apply to?
That applies to anybody that gets mileage reimbursement.
Which is whom?
Well, the board can get mileage reimbursement if you go to training. The school personnel get mileage, I think they go make a deposit somewhere. Is anybody that's allowed to get mileage reimbursement? So Article 6 shall be mileage reimbursement. Article 7 shall be, shall the voters authorize the school directors to withdraw money from the capital reserve fund, but not more than, and we're gonna change that to 200. Okay, so Andy's suggestion is swap Article 9 and 10 in case 10 needs to be adjusted if the voters amend 9.
Which was the.
Which was just the opposite of what Rick
Opposite.
wanted.
Yeah.
So I think we can just go back and swap them again.
I believe it.
Is that 17,850 and a final number, Bill?
We have not
Best guess.
received our letter. We'll get a letter.
So we're gonna put,
No, that's exactly what,
Very soon.
no,
that's exactly what Rick said.
Right,
Put the budget first and then do the tuition rate.
right, so we want, which is the opposite we have. We have the tuition rate first and the budget second.
I know, but that's not what he wanted.
I know, that's what I'm saying, that's what we said, we're gonna switch them. So Article 7 is gonna be the old Article 8. And Peter, I will send you this, so don't get too worked up. And then Article 8 will be the actual budget,
So Article 10 there.
and which I can also insert that, what was that number, 5?
5680223. It's already in there.
No, the per pupil.
Oh.
Which gave, Lori just
It's 19868. That includes the penalty.
Yeah,
That's what you have to.
right. Okay, and then Article 9 will be what he has for Article 9 now.
Ah, yeah, right.
And we'll leave that 17,850, because again, we can suggest that be amended from the floor.
Oh, it says 19 to 20 in there.
Oh, okay. Don't worry, there'll be some mistakes going forward. Article 10 will be, so the voters establish reserve accounts as set forth by the school directors and fund each account as follows. So it's going to be, we're gonna call the first one, no, it was, hang on.
The operational one, the general fund?
Okay, yeah, but we don't, because that they vote on for the budget. So, so it's gonna be reserve fund, and we're gonna fund that one at, that one's gonna be funded at, so it wasn't 400, because we moved that.
369, right?
No, 569, because we got the 200 from last year.
Right, but by the time these guys vote on it, I'm gonna go.
No, it-
Oh, right, because you're gonna do it before.
569, 143. And then we're gonna have a capital improvement fund,
That's the 200,000.
improvement fund, buildings, and that's gonna be at 200.
Rich, that was 64, wasn't it? Not 69?
Transportation, hang on. Yeah, let's go back to that. Transportation's gonna be at 100. So there is, geez, crap. There's 300 right there. There's 30 in the miscellaneous one, and that's just gonna stay. And then we have, so that's 330. And we have a total of
564, 143.
94, 143. So it's gonna be 143, 2, 4, 6, 564, 143?
Yep.
Okay. 564, 143. And then dedicated, special revenues, I'm sorry. Revenue, and that's roughly 29, 424. And then what we'll do is we'll have a handout to give everybody for that. So they'll be able to see.
One sheeter.
Huh?
A one sheeter kind of
Right.
explains that.
So is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so the voters of the Riverside Unified School District move the district annual meeting to the second Tuesday in April, which would be actually Article 11. And then Article 12, any other business that may legally become. And then Article 13 to be voted at town meeting in Dover and wards, where Randy said to cross all the rest of that crap out. So we have to change on the front page 14 to 13. And then Article 13, and then Article 14, so the voters adjourn and reconvene at Dover and Wardsboro for election of officers on town meeting day. Everybody, yes?
So one issue is if you do this in April, town meeting will have already happened.
Well, that's next year. we have
The
to-
year out.
Don't worry.
Don't worry about
Don't
that.
confuse things, right?
Got it.
So wait, the directors of Dover's town meeting is voted at town meeting as well? I thought you guys did.
Right, we do it by ballot, you guys do it from the floor. Right,
But
and
you
the
usually don't
ballot's
need
on
that.
town meeting.
Exactly, okay.
And he said he didn't, he just
Didn't
put
matter.
for election of officers.
Okay.
That was Andy, he's our clerk.
That's trusted in.
So you end on Article 14.
Right.
Okay.
Everybody good?
Yep.
Okay, thank you for everybody's help on that.
Everybody's name spelled on the last page.
Mark, I took Mark's off, I couldn't take it off the tax bills, I took his off his letter to me. Figured he knew how to spell his name, because I sure didn't have it spelled like that. I was close, I was really, really close, Mark.
Could have taken off one of Warren's articles.
And then you would have yelled at me if it was wrong, and I would have gone home and cried. Okay. So is everybody good? Dwight, you set?
Yeah, this is gonna be 3 pages in our.
No, it'll get down to
I think
2,
it's
because
2,
remember, I have to
right.
cross
Yeah.
something off on the first page.
Okay.
And you have to publish the signature lines.
Signatures. And remember too, that's why we did the signatures on a whole separate page, so that he could start posting that, and then we could get the signatures later. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have that all prepared, so plan on signing at the next meeting. Lori, you'll be here at the next meeting, right? Because you don't go up till Tuesday.
Yeah, well, theoretically, I'll be done with that now.
After the meeting.
Yes.
Okay. How do you spell extraordinaire?
Right.
Just write it down on a piece of paper. Okay, so.
Extraordinaire?
Extraordinaire, yes. Okay. Because I don't have spell check on my flip phone.
You don't?
No. Any other old business? We're running a little late. So new business, FERPA report from the administration. This was something requested at the last meeting. Supervised union ensures all employees are aware of the details covered by FERPA and the Education Rights and Privacy Act 1974. Through an annual training procedure that includes a study guide and a quiz required by all employees. FERPA includes 3 major rights to students' records, to inspect records, to challenge content, and to consent to the disclosure of educational records. Principals review the results of the quiz for each employee and reviews whether or not employees require further instruction. Supervising all employees. So that means even like people that don't have contact with students. Custodial staff. Interesting.
All employees.
If FERPA rights are not properly observed, the administration can pursue disciplinary action with an employee. In the event of a violation of your rights, the administration may also seek further education for all employees in an effort to avoid any future lack of clarity relating to the law. So we had to go to a driving class one time, and they said to me, "Why are you here?" And I pointed over to a fellow employee and said, "Because he couldn't keep his car on the road."
That you had to go to training.
So I have to go to training. It was not fair. So, is everybody okay with that?
I just got a quick question.
Go ahead.
If it's all employees and it includes janitorial staff, Wardsboro outsources that, do they have to go through this as well?
And if you're
I
not
don't
sure,
know. I'd have to ask.
yeah, just find out for us. And what about people like that do specials, you know, like, when I was doing Dare in the Building, or you have the winter sports program people, or you have people going to Kuwait as chauffeurs or chaperones. I can't spell that either. You had to go through the training?
No, I went to Kuwait.
So,
Go for it.
You know, when people say, how come you're such a bad with grammar and spelling and stuff, and I just say, I'm a proud graduate of university.
Yeah, they don't really have access to the records, there's confidentiality issues.
So this is all about just being
But
the
this is
records.
FERPA. This is about this is a specific act.
Okay, which is specific to student records.
Correct.
Okay, well, a janitor who has keys to the principal's office could have access to student records.
Yes.
Are
Yeah.
student records kept locked up separately, like employee personnel files?
they are kept locked.
Just in the office or in a separate,
In
is there
my
a locked?
Is the cabinet itself locked? No, the door is locked.
So if I have a key to your door, I know I saw Peter, hang on a second.
Yes, if you have a key to my door, you have access to the records.
Okay. Go ahead, boss.
Knowing the names of my passengers on the bus is access to student records, I think.
Names are considered directory information by FERPA, which is handled a little differently.
On the other hand, special needs kids on my bus are a case.
If you were informed of their case. If you're aware of it.
I was instructed that that was the case.
Yeah.
Oh, so that was, you did do FERPA training then?
I don't know if I did FERPA training or not. I think I probably did, whatever they called it. But
Yeah,
because we had so many special needs kids on the bus, I was roped into FERPA whenever FERPA came up.
Okay, interesting.
Which was 1974.
At least since
That was when he was in middle school.
Year I was born.
Yeah, rub it in.
No, I think I was first married in 1974.
Okay, so that's something we asked Matt. So is there anything else we want Matt to bring back to us, or are we satisfied with Matt's response here? Is everybody okay? Okay. Matt, thank you. I think that covers that. IB Assessment Practices Report, which is the next. Reporting on IB attributes. Each grade includes information about an IB learner profile, including a 3-point scale for the following learner attributes. 3 always demonstrates, 2 sometimes, 1 not. And you've got all those things that you've used at the last few graduations. I think, Bill, you used it at your last graduation here too, didn't you?
I never got the opportunity.
Oh. Students are rated on how often they demonstrate these characteristics through their work in and out of school. Always, sometimes, never. Okay, so is this put on a report card?
This is sent home on report cards.
Okay, but again, so this would be covered under the FERPA, so this would only go. Okay. Anybody any questions on that? Is everybody okay with that? Now, do the parents get it? Do the parents get this? Has this been sent home?
Yeah, this goes home twice a year on report cards for all grades.
But, I mean, the summary here.
Yeah, this wording is exactly what parents see on the report card. Well, they get the attribute, they get a brief description of the attribute, and then they get a teacher's rating on a student's progress in that area.
Wow, okay. And the FERPA, does that go out to parents?
Parents each year have receive notice as part of our fall data collection. They receive various notices about FERPA and their protections under it.
So, I thought there was something a few years ago that we had an issue because there was a photograph from a photographer, or somebody like this gentleman back here. This happens to be videotaping, and students walk by, and then you have to blur out the student because unless the parents sign, but that wasn't part of FERPA, that must be a whole different thing.
No, I think it's still part of FERPA, jump in if I'm wrong,
No,
but
no.
it's a little gray on video versus photography.
Yeah.
But most schools observe video in the same way that they do photography. Video's not explicitly noted in the law, but it's treated the same way by most schools.
But that has nothing to do, because it's not a record, you're not.
Right.
We do an opt-out. So every guardian or parent gets an opportunity to opt their student out of photographic images. And we do our best to treat video exactly the same.
We all good with that?
Yes.
Okay, moving right along, budget presentation, communication, discussions, all done. We already did that. Contractual, review contractual issue. I think I'm gonna ask that maybe we do that next meeting. If that's okay with everybody?
I got my packet, I keep bringing it.
Yeah. And I think just we can say that the letter from our last executive session has been mailed.
No.
Okay, make sure you mail that.
I just
Because
got,
we only
I
have
just
10
realized you
days
guys
to do that.
emailed me back with my answer to my questions, I saw that.
Okay, yeah, definitely get that out if you can, because that is somewhat time sensitive. Okay. Unless anybody really wants to stay and hang out with the audience, I would say that our next meeting's January 6th in Wardsboro, the 20th, 27th, again, down, when do you all wanna meet, the 20th or the 27th?
27.
Okay. So we'll meet on the 27th, then we have February 3rd, we'll be in Wardsboro again, and February 11th will be the annual meeting. So remember, the important thing is that the 6th, we have to sign the warning, and we also have to approve the packet to get mailed out. So can we make sure, Peter, that's in the minutes? Bill, can you make sure that's on the agenda? The packet to go out and sign the warning.
For the 27th and the 3rd, we're starting those meetings at the same time as normal?
6:30. And we'll, use at least dedicate at a minimum the first hour. If it goes a little longer, it goes a little longer.
The 11th is at 7.
The annual meeting's at 7.
That's in the school board box.
Agenda for the 6th?
Oh, well, we do have some correspondence really quick. I'm sorry, Peter.
On the agenda for the 6th, sign the warning.
Right.
Got it, thanks.
And also, sign the warning and approve the communications for the budget in the annual meeting.
Got it.
Okay. Well, this has to go in executive session. This is 2 months old. Do we?
I just saw it.
We got a letter from a student saying the student council had their first meeting this year. I don't know when this is from. We thought of an ice cream social would be fun. On October 23rd, we're gonna sell ice cream at lunchtime. We're gonna have a bake sale at Morning Sing on November 14th for adults only. Each of us will bake.
How'd it go?
Went well.
Here, give them one.
Can't wait to hear it, that sounds like fun.
We just got a copy of the audit, if anybody wants to look at it. Okay.
The one that we've been waiting for?
No, this is 2 years
The
ago.
doors.
So, that seems like a system that might need to change.
Yeah, there is no school board box in either building anymore. You need to send a letter out to all the staff
And the students.
that any correspondence to the River Valley's board needs to be, can be put in a sealed envelope if it's personal and confidential, and needs to get delivered to either the superintendent or the administrator in the appropriate, or either building.
Or they can mail it to us.
Mail it where? There's no River Valley's Unified School District building. There's no P.O. box, there's no address.
Or a phone number.
I should send it to the principal and to the attention.
Yeah,
That's the best way to get it.
yeah.
And we just need, it's new, so we just need to communicate.
Yes.
Right.
No more than 12, I guarantee it. Is everybody good?
That's it.
Can you imagine when I get old and crotchety?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I
I love you guys, but I'm out of here. So somebody make a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Thank you, team. Dwight, you'll send it to me?
Happy
to today's Select Board regular meeting of December 17th, 2019. Has the meeting been properly warned, Jan?
Yes, it has.
Got started a little quickly, I apologize. It's okay, I'm taking the fall. And we're going to start with approval of minutes of November 26th and December 3rd in this case. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
All right, and all those in favor of approving the minutes of this November 26th and December 3rd, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And aye, thank you, and that's 4-0. We are missing one today. Well, I've suddenly found myself thrown into chair, so I think the remarks I'm going to say are slightly personal, but I think they're a little personal to almost everybody around us and to our community. We lost a very young man in our community, little Michael, and I got to know this little boy over the summer, and he was a joy, and our hearts go out to his family and our whole community, really. So many people that we know and love here are involved with the family, and we're just pulling for him, and he just didn't make it. But it's holiday season, and this is our last board meeting before a lot of holidays coming up and our bit of a break that we take. So I just ask you all to count your blessings and hug your kids close. Thank you. Thank you. Manager's comments?
Yes. I have an exciting announcement for town government that Stephen Dotson will be the town's first sustainability coordinator. He'll be beginning work on our team on February 3rd. He was one of over 75 applicants for this position. I can state unequivocally that during my time with the town, this was the largest, strongest applicant pool that we had for any of the openings that have come up in the last 5 years. Lots of interest in the position, lots of well-qualified people, and a difficult selection process, which is a great place for us to be. We had lots of help in this, so both Liz McLaughlin and Dave Scholes participated in the process, along with HR Director Sally Nix and Public Works Director Steve Barrett. Sue Fillion, the Planning Services Director, was on the selection committee, and she and I together did the final review of 2 really well-qualified finalists, because Stephen will be working within the Planning Services Department and reporting directly to Sue. He'll also be a member of our management team, working together with the department heads. And also participating in the screening and interviewing process were Oscar Heller, Chair of the Energy Committee and a very active member of the community in promoting the sustainability position when we were considering whether or not to create that. And Elizabeth Bridgewater, the Executive Director for the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. We really appreciated the time that they volunteered to this effort to help us make sure that we had a broad perspective in the selection process. I think a lot of people know Stephen. He's done a lot of work on sustainability issues and social action issues around the area and in his prior career elsewhere. One thing about him is, in addition to being an employee of a few different organizations locally over the years, he has provided lots of services, some leadership services as well as assistance as a contractor and a consultant to a variety of organizations. So I'm going to take a minute, just for those who don't know Stephen, to understand the breadth of what he's done already in our area and why we think that he stood out as being particularly the best person for this job. He's been Director of Communications and Marketing for the Northeast Sustainable Energy Association, Corporate Sustainability Operations Associate for One Report Incorporated, an Associate Director at the Rich Earth Institute. He's been on the Wyndham Regional Commission as a commissioner representing Westminster. He's a board member at the Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies leadership team, a member of the leadership team for the Ecovation Hub, was one of the initial co-creators of Hermit Thrush Brewery, and has provided assistance and service to the Brattleboro Savings and Loan, Retreat Farm, Friends of the West River Trail, Resilient Design Institute, and the Strolling of the Heifers Slow Living Summit. He's a person who has been deep into this work in a variety of ways over the years, and will now be leading our town effort around sustainability, both internally and out in the community.
Great.
Congratulations, Stephen Dotson. Wonderful.
Exciting to have such a well-qualified and a local person who's already very familiar with what we're going through. Thank you, Peter. The next item on our agenda is fellow select board member comments and/or committee reports. Does anybody have anything they'd like to throw out?
No committee report. I did, on the way in, notice it's a really beautiful night. And people, and I noticed this afternoon and then again this evening, because I had to be out, that people are being remarkably considerate and careful driving in these conditions. So it's a nice reminder that people actually know how to do it.
That's nice. A nice comment. Anyone else?
No, thank you.
And your comment actually makes me think. This is breaking protocol here, but I did see a note from our fire department that they would like everybody, if you are near a fire hydrant, to please clear out around 3 feet around, all the way around. It really does help us out in times like these. And I think I'll just roll right into public participation, and this is the time when we invite members of the public to come up and say their piece. Just try to limit it to 2 minutes. We have a huge audience tonight, but anyone here would like to say anything? This is for anything that's not on tonight's agenda. Just throw it out. Hi, Franz.
Hi, Franz Reichsman, District 2. I'm going to comment on 2 things that are on the agenda because I have to leave. And they are the budget and municipal broadband. And I just want to, speaking strictly for myself here, want to say that, as I said last week, I think, that I would like to see a budget item on municipal broadband go into the fiscal year 2021 budget. I think it's, I know you'll be talking about this more. I just wanted to register my opinion right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for starting off with an unorthodox comment. Anyone else?
Continuing your pattern.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Anyone else with any comments they'd like to say or questions? Jokes? No? Okay. We are moving on because we are not required tonight to do liquor commissioners or water and sewer commissioners. So our first order of business is an unfinished business item where we will discuss consideration of municipal broadband. I believe this is the third time that this has come before us.
Yes. May I give a quick update about
Certainly.
that?
I wasn't sure which way to go.
Yeah, I think that Dave should lead off substantively, but I'd like to just ground the public in the knowledge that this was considered a couple of times previously, earlier in the fall by the select board. The action that the board took on the second evening of consideration was twofold: for the town to monitor and be engaged in the regional effort to create a communications union district, a CUD, for southeastern Vermont, and to write a letter to several state officials who were comprised a committee that was looking into the question of whether municipalities ought to be allowed to use general obligation bonds to fund municipal communications, telecommunications facilities. And we took a strong position, the town did, at select board direction, a strong position in favor of that being allowed, that utilization of general obligation bonding authority being allowed, on the principle that it represents self-governance and that communities ought to decide whether to use general obligation bonds rather than the state deciding whether or not it's okay for communities to use general obligation bonds. Those are the 2 directed actions. We did those 2 things. We are engaged with the regional effort that's getting underway. We wrote the letter, we received a response, and received consideration to the town's opinion in the report that that committee wrote to the legislature, but the committee decided not to recommend general obligation bonding authority. That report was distributed to all of you, and Select Board Member Dave Scholes responded to that distribution by asking for some further consideration this evening. Here we are.
Yeah, it seemed like, well, the letter from the DPS came, was distributed to us, but we didn't ever talk about it. We just got that information. And so I thought we should talk about it. That seemed like that was the next sort of signpost along the way toward our conversations about how to pursue broadband. And their conclusion was, I think it's fair to say, is to wait and see. And initially, I was thinking, well, that's terrible because we'd have a lot more options if we could do the general obligation bond and just spread it over the whole community. And I kind of thought that, as I often do when I have a thought, I think I'm right. And I'm not quite so sure about that now because I talked to somebody from, I'm going to forget his name, but it'll come back to me, from who's the Norwich representative on the EC Fiber Communication Union District, which is Norwich, Barnard, and a few other towns around there. And he pointed out that he actually supported it. And I said, well, I got nothing more to say to this guy. But his perspective is that it would mean that only towns that had a lot of money would be able to do this. And other towns wouldn't be able to do it. And, or it would be much harder. And a lot of people who maybe don't have any use for the service would wind up having to pay for it. And although that's true of a lot of things in the world, you may not use every service that the town provides. You still have to, or for instance, schools, but you certainly get a benefit from it. So, but he talked a lot about the Union District and how, and the advantages of that. But the primary one is that they started, and this is almost 20 years ago now that they started doing this, and they wound up not getting it. They were ready. No, it was in 2008, and they were ready to go, and they had investors lined up, and then the banks exploded, and Lehman went out of business, and all the investors, that all went away. So they start over, and they found some individuals who would contribute, I think, up to about $90,000, and they did a stretch through town. And then the point of all this is that they took a really diverse approach. They got some users to invest in shorter-term bonds, no-interest bonds that would gradually get paid back for the revenues. They created their own model, and so that made the Communications Union District seem more appealing to me, because my context is the Waste Management District and the merged school district, and things, the issues that the towns have where interests don't align get really contentious and sometimes just bring things to a halt. And I still want this to move a lot faster. So but I've continued to look around. A couple of the articles, this one came late. I just found out about this on Sunday. That Bristol, New Hampshire, which is a town of a few thousand people, and it's in the article here somewhere, did their own. They got $98,000. The town approved spending $98,000, and they got a $132,000 grant, and they did a 3-mile stretch of Main Street. And now they're bit by bit trying to roll it out into the other communities. So that's another model. The Chesterfield, obviously they can do those bonds, and they did it. And one of the people, Brad Roscoe, I think I'm remembering his name right. He was going to come to the meeting, but unless you're Brad, you're not. He decided not to come because of the weather to talk about Chesterfield. And the other example was the excerpts that I sent in the link, although it's a link on paper, it's not very easy to link to, from Kentucky, where they did wire this very rural county, and in a few years they created 300 jobs, and many of them went to people that were making $5 an hour in an auto parts store or somewhere like that, and were able to get much better jobs, telecommuting, and so. The conclusion of all that is that there are a bunch of different ways that we could proceed, And so I wanted to find, I'm sorry Patrick's not here because I suspect he has some maybe you do have information about, you mentioned that we are engaged in the CUD process. Maybe you can talk about some of the progress that is going on there.
Sure.
That would be great. But basically my question is, well, first question is, do we want to proceed? Because there was some resistance, some hesitant. Liz obviously doesn't, she's shaking her head no. So I need to find that out before I try to get us to determine how we want to do it.
Okay.
So,
well, I'm going to let you steer a little bit. You threw a question to our town manager.
Yeah.
So.
Sure. So the way I would characterize what's happened so far is there has been preparation to launch the CUD process. A fair amount of it, lots of communication among the parties who intend to participate in it, as well as some coordination among those who are organizing it and bringing in resources to assist. And it will launch all but immediately after the holidays. I don't know the exact date of the meeting in January, but there's a meeting that has been scheduled to be held in January where the group will assemble and begin to identify the steps they're going to take to move forward. They will be receiving advice from the individuals who created, well, the ones who created EC Fiber will be speaking from their direct experience with the creation of a district similar to what is being envisioned for southeastern Vermont. And there's funding that's been provided by the state that's being provided to the Wyndham Regional Commission to assist in this effort. I don't know the details of that, and I don't know whether or not it's coming with technical assistance from the state. But I do know that there's that they've engaged individuals who had participated in the organization around EC Fiber to bring that experience here.
And the state also funded a position for a person to provide support for exactly what you're talking about.
Right, and that's the part. I don't know whether or not that person is already engaged in providing that support around the state, and whether they are part of what's going to be the launch here, or whether it's just state funding that's going to help in terms of paying for the expertise that's coming in from the EC Fiber folks and perhaps others. But Patrick will be representing the town in that. He unfortunately wasn't able to be here for this evening's meeting, but he certainly will go to that first meeting and be able to provide a further update to us in January about what he learns there and how it's intended to move forward from here.
Before throwing it out to some other comments, I thought I might just ask for a couple clarifications on what you're actually looking for as far as a discussion. When you talk about broadband, and we talked about this twice before in sort of broad terms about high-speed internet, and I think a lot of the time there's a confusion around the term because the term is rather broad, quite literally. Because often when people are speaking of broadband, they're speaking about fiber. And I assume that's kind of what gets you excited.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a good clarification, at least for me. But I'm kind of curious if you want something to be, you're advocating for something to be on our town meeting, what would that look like?
Well, that's what I thought that the way to proceed was to put some money in for a study to explore all the different options. And I don't know if we don't do that, and the CUD looks like it's going to take ages, then it'll be a whole year before we can put anything in the budget again, because that's not even going to start until January.
Right.
So where I am now is wondering whether to pursue that or not. And I think what I'd like to do is talk to Patrick and maybe the people of the district and find out a little bit more about what the prospects are for that. And if there's, I think that money has to be raised for the work. And if it's the initial money from the state is for exploring, but it's not going to get anything done. So I don't know exactly what to ask for. But I want to we'll find out more before we're done with the budget, if possible.
If you recall at the last meeting, I think it was October 15th, we generally had, at least three of us, I believe Brandy was also absent at that meeting as well. So there was only four of us at that meeting as well.
No, Brandy was there. Because she had issues with the company that was doing the work in Chesterfield. I remember that really distinctly.
Daniel, were you here?
Oh,
Daniel was
I recall Brandy not being here, but
Okay,
that's
well, it
fine.
might have been another meeting.
Yeah, since there were two earlier. So I'm just wondering, so I remember Liz saying a couple of comments that I agreed with, which were why, if there's so many steps that could be taken in the community and exploring some background on this and gauging our community of whether or not people are really interested in this, pursuing this, however we might pursue it, why wouldn't we do that work first? And you actually volunteered to get the ball rolling, speaking to people, and it seemed...
And having people come in and talk with the snow.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know even, I don't want to call it Franz because he's not a member of this board, but a comment that Franz made was that there wasn't, he personally didn't support going towards the study until there were numbers attached to it. So I guess I'm just wondering, I feel like you are kind of feeling your way a little bit, which is fine, but in order for us to make a decision on actually putting something on the agenda, it would have to be a little more concrete.
Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe it should wait for petition if it was something that you really needed to see.
Well, it depends. I think that the part that I absolutely agree with is we need to get a broader sense from the community whether they would support it or not. And a petition and a conversation at town meeting would certainly indicate that interest. And that may be, the way to pursue. I would like us to talk about it at town meeting. I'm just not sure how to go about that. I'd like to get a consensus from the meeting about how vigorously we should proceed in this direction. I think it's really urgent, and that's the reason that I'm anxious to get things moving.
I have a comment.
Please.
So 3 weeks ago, I'd say, or I don't know exactly how long ago, we voted on a measure, didn't we not?
I don't. Well, you mean, do you remember we had that sort of menu of options
Right.
to take? We went
Yes.
to 1 and 2, but I don't
Yes.
think we actually took a vote.
Okay.
I think it was consensus.
Well, so we had a
3 out of 4.
consensus, and that consensus was to go with the CUD, to gain knowledge from them of what they were doing in lieu of spending money on a study. Because they were getting state resources, they were getting state personnel, they were discussing this. And frankly, the more rural towns have a greater interest in better service than Brattleboro has. So I am content to stick with the decision or consensus that we made just a short while ago and gain, whatever knowledge we can from that. It's interesting because, Peter talked about that there were 2 steps. And the one step was the CUD and the second step was the letter. So we got an answer to our letter, and I understand that you're eager, Johnny on the spot, to discuss it. But I think we need time for the CUD to learn, and we learn from that process. And we haven't had that time yet because it hasn't really started. So I think it's premature, and I am content with the decision that we made, and I want to let that bear fruit.
Just a couple of responses. One is that the decision included me finding people to come in and talk about the advantages of different systems, so that's what I'm doing. The other thing, I don't think, from the responses that I've seen, and they're small, but the number of responses I've seen, I've heard more people say, well, the rural places don't need it, the downtown needs it because that's where the businesses are concentrated. So I don't think there's a conclusion that the rural communities are more interested in it or not. And we're rural and urban, so it really doesn't matter. The fact that it's been 3 months and so far the CUD is prepared to launch indicates it's going to be a very slow, tedious process, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a better process. And so I'm looking to keep as many different options going as possible. And obviously you can support what you feel comfortable supporting. I'm still going to do that. I'm still going to promote whatever we can. And I will participate more actively and communicate with Patrick about the CUD. But I have heard nothing about it since it was initially in the paper. And so obviously there's not much to report. But at this point, I don't really have an action that I want us to take until I get a better sense of whether that's going to proceed. It is a really good model. The way EC Fiber rolled it out, it's a really flexible model. And but it may mean that we still have to pay for ours all on our own anyway. So we'll see.
Daniel?
I remain fairly agnostic about this. I guess the one thing I want to kind of point out for folks who might be following along at home, like, so some of the communities that we've been compared to here are really small. So Leverett, Massachusetts has a population of, or at least from the 2010 census, had a population of 1,876 people compared to our nearly 13,000. And they had 813 households. We have 5,421. The amount of money that they raised in bonds for that project was $3.6 million for 813 households, of which 667 of them ended up becoming subscribers. And what I don't want us to go too far down the road is to kind of envision this project that is presumably at least a couple of times larger than that. You know, maybe it's in the tens of millions of dollars. And Leverett, Massachusetts was also a place that did not have access to any meaningful broadband of any sort. So there was no competitors there. We've already heard from Patrick's report that where towns have tried to do this, where there are competitors, those competitors compete. And that means that they're able to offer deals that they wouldn't typically. And, you know, I'm not saying that I'm in love with our local internet providers as things stand. I would love for a better deal. But if what it meant was I got a better deal and then the town was left holding all this infrastructure without subscribers to actually support it, that's bad for our taxpayers. So those are my concerns about it. I mean, like I say, I'm agnostic. If somebody can show me a way that this is financially viable for a town our size with the number of house sites and with the number of miles, right? Because we're also talking about laying cable. I mean, I guess in like the biggest vision would be laying cable to every single house site in Brattleboro. So how many miles of cable are we talking? It sounds to me like it would be a heck of a lot of money. And we know that we can't use general obligation bonds, so we can't raise money without having to worry whether it'll make money, right? We have to raise money through, and you can correct me if I get this wrong. Please do. So revenue bonds means that it has to like be kind of something that is able to make money.
Exactly. It's called a revenue bond because it has to be attached to a specific revenue stream that will pay off the bond.
So that would be subscribers for this service, which we would be competing with.
But it could be for a very long period of time.
Yeah, exactly. It could be for a really long period of time. And in the report from the state, it says here, a 2017 financial assessment conducted by the Center for Technology, Innovation and Competition at the University of Pennsylvania School of Law found that 11 of 20 projects assessed were cash flow negative during the assessment period. 5 projects had an estimated repayment period of 100 years. 2 projects were pegged at over 60 years, and only 2 were slated to break even. And so I don't often find myself in the fiscal conservative role on this board, but I think that, you know, our taxpayers need to be getting their money's worth, and I worry about going too far down a road for like a tens of millions of dollars vision, unless there was something that, you know, and I understand why we would study it, right? Because like we don't know. I'm not an expert in this. I'm taking opinions from folks that know more than I do, and so there's something to be said for a study. But even if a study is $80,000 and it looks like we're going to end up with a project that's $20 million and we really don't know if it's going to work, I don't know if I even want to spend that $80,000 when there are other things in Brattleboro right now that $80,000 would do a lot to help with. So that's where I'm at.
A couple responses, and I'm happy to move on.
Sure.
The obviously, it's entirely possible that Brattleboro is not large enough to sustain something like this on its own. That's one of the things I want to make sure that we find out.
Dave,
I have
could you
no
speak
idea.
up, please?
Sorry?
Speak up, please.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that Brattleboro is not large enough to sustain this kind of a thing, even if we paid it off over 100 years. And that's why the CUD might be a more viable option. And so that's entirely possible. I think the important thing about the competitors competing, at least in the examples that are in place now, Chattanooga, Tennessee is one of them. There's several others, a couple in North Carolina, I think Greenville, a couple other much larger towns than us that have done municipal fiber. And they found that what they did basically is resist and try and keep them from using the poles and try and keep them from having access and not cooperating with the backloading, because that has to go through those kinds of providers. But the deals that they offered were the typical deal that you get from a place like Comcast. You know, sign up and we'll give you all of it for $20 this year, and next year it's $180. And so that hasn't changed. That model didn't change, and people are continually paying more than they need to. It's also important that places like Korea and Singapore have the entire nation, and there are lots of rural areas in Korea. The entire nation is wired, and the effect on the economy is really astonishing. There's no question about what happens when you have that degree of broadband. And that's the primary reason I'm looking at this in terms of the potential economic growth.
Yeah, I'm sure that it would have a benefit to our economic development. Whether the benefit would match our outlay and continued like operation of a municipal utility is the big question mark.
Yeah, certainly. And it has to be answered.
Maybe.
Just like it to be answered sooner rather than later. And again, if the CUD process is moving and has some, time, some milestones and some goals and some time frames involved with it, then I'm perfectly content to let that play out. I just don't want to have it take forever. Those initiatives have not had a lot of success when towns are trying to work together and things. So, and the state obviously doesn't always help.
I think before I throw it out, if maybe there's a couple of people that might want to say something, I just want to point out that I think Patrick, because he's not here, he did caution us in putting a lot of hopes in the CUD, just because there was something described such as the donut hole, which is to this effect that the larger populated communities in these areas actually don't see the benefit that the least populated communities.
I have an update on the donut hole.
Me too.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, just that I mentioned that to the gentleman from Norwich, and he pointed out that it's not as bad as it seems or as it was described. It's not really it's not, well, you may have some better information just generally, but he said that it's really not accurate to think that a place like Brattleboro wouldn't be served by a CUD.
Maybe you could
It's one of the things that
describe
changed
what
my
that means.
So I think it's actually more nuanced than would Brattleboro be served or would it not be served, and it's because Brattleboro itself has some land use diversity. So what we have come to understand, and I would say our understanding is still really in the early stages, right? The thing is in the process of launching, and we'll know a lot more a month from now, 2 months from now, about where it seems to be headed. But one of the things that Patrick learned and shared with me is the CUD could have a benefit for Brattleboro, broadly defined, because of the communities that are outside of Brattleboro being adjacent to parts of Brattleboro that are currently not served by the major carriers. And so there still would, in fact, be a donut hole, or in our case, sort of the cavity in a sea.
Amoeba hole.
Well, it would be circled, but the downtown Brattleboro area and the developed residential area immediately around that is well served right now, actually, by competitive providers. And so that's the area where it would be hard for us to present ourselves as a public alternative to that in a way that would compete favorably, because they've got such tremendous resources internationally, so they could afford to undercut us. But that's within the developed part of Brattleboro. And so out in the area of Brattleboro that is currently underserved or unserved, that is adjacent to Dummerston and to Marlborough and to Guilford. There is at least a possibility, I think probably a likelihood, that if a southeastern Vermont CUD gets going, that those parts of Brattleboro could in fact benefit significantly from the regional CUD.
And then we'd be in the happy position of having a reverse HUD situation where we take advantage of the resources and the infrastructure that the surrounding towns have rather than the other way around.
That's interesting. Interesting.
I'm not sure that's how it works, but.
Well?
Yeah, does anybody in the public, do you mind if I throw it out to anyone who might be
Well, I
here?
just wanted to mention that Daniel made a slightly different point than David's in saying that the benefit was to very small communities. And so David mentioned maybe we're not big enough. That's not the case. We may be too big.
Relatively.
Relatively too big.
To get aid from the state.
Enough, right?
Yeah.
Sort of that Goldilocks effect.
Yes.
Or anti-Goldilocks. Yes. I mean, I had a couple comments too, but I was just going to throw it out to anybody who wanted to speak to it who's here tonight, or no? Chris? My only comment was it's still, and I said this at the last meeting, it still feels like a bit of a solution in search of a problem to me. We have, according to Patrick's good report that he gave us a few meetings ago, 95% broadband, which is defined broadly, already in Brattleboro. We do have some outskirts that don't get very good service, and it's something certainly to work on. But we have fiber to this building, and we have fiber to, I just confirmed with somebody who helps me with my computers, Patrick Byrne out on Burge Street. There's 200 up, 200 down, which was a nice number that I've heard about being thrown about in fiber, and that's just the beginning. You can get 1,000 up and 1,000 down, and I won't go into all of what that means. But that's fast internet, that's super fast fiber, but it's already available. Now, I don't know the coverage, and that's part of the homework too, I think, to make sure that we have a problem. In my mind, let's make sure we have a real problem that is slowing us down, either from an economic development standpoint or from an equity standpoint, and we're not really sure where we are, I don't think, yet, before we can go forward with solving the problem, in my opinion. The Chesterfield partnership with Consolidated Communications is brand new, so as swimmingly as it seems to be going so far, I've heard some good things. That doesn't mean it's going to go really well. And they're also a model that we can't replicate here at this time, by my understanding, the way that they handled it. So right now, the general obligation bond is off the table. A lot of us are uncomfortable. Daniel, you spoke to the problem with revenue bonds, and at the last meeting, I think you mentioned equity and how that really just goes towards serving people who can afford it often, because the town would be forced to make money from the deal. So I just don't quite get the urgency at the moment. I'd love to see evidence that the lack of cohesive municipal broadband is slowing us down somehow, or impacting our economic development. Because I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing that so far from businesses who need fast internet. Anyway, that's my...
Just one thing I think I can clear up. Again, the gentleman from EC Fiber I mentioned that we have fiber going through town. I remember when Savnet put it in, they put one of their junctions up at Academy School, and the school gets a little discount because it hosts that site.
I'm sorry, did you say Savnet?
Did I say Savnet? I said Savnet, yeah, when it was Savnet.
Okay, is that, I get confused, is that now First Light?
I don't know whether it was sold and changed.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but it was Savnet
And you said
when they
it's
did
at
that.
Academy School?
Yes.
Is that what, I just didn't hear you.
And Gosh, I'm not talking well. I don't know. It seems like I'm fine. I've got new hearing aids, so maybe I'm
got the
whispering.
heater going as well
But it
over
sounds
here.
loud to me. Let me turn it down a little bit.
It's the fans, probably.
The fiber that we have, it's a point-to-point fiber. It's not it's designed to have branches going off. So if someone's having access to it, they are somehow related to that point. It's a different design that they're doing in Norwich and Barnard and in that EC fiber district. But you didn't hear that.
All right, well then, you're not requesting we take an action?
Not yet.
Okay. Unless anyone else has any other comments, I guess we'll move on to new business. And we have, I need to cough. Sorry. We have a financial report to go over.
We do. So the monthly financial report for the first 5 months of the fiscal year, 41.7% of the fiscal year is complete. The prorated rate of expenditure in the general fund is 40.0. We're in good shape there. In fact, good shape across the board in this report, particularly in the parking fund. Of course, the parking fund is a little distorted because our capital expenditures from the parking fund are not in a separate capital fund. They're expended from the annual budget that you approve for the parking fund. So this is a number that will increase in the spring, but still, we've expended only 35.2% of the parking fund allocation in this 41.7% so far of the fiscal year. And the utilities fund, again, using a proration because of the fact that we make a couple of very large payments early in the year for annual interest and sludge removal. The prorated rate of expenditure is 40.5% in the utilities fund against that 41.7% marker. So good shape in all the major areas of operation. We have just shy of $4.2 million in outstanding loans that are being repaid to the town. There are, as there have been for many months now, 2 loans that are overdue, but still where payments are being made. 1 loan that's in default and fully reserved. And there's a notation in this month's report, closure, unhappy closure, but not unexpected closure on the cultural intrigue matter, where we knew that there was a default, that the town was not going to receive the remaining funds. We did file a court action attempting to get some leverage there, and the court has ordered that cultural intrigue is free of paying back the debt of $67,837 to the town. And so that has been written off the books. That loan balance has been written off. The program income report shows that there are $492,000 or so available for loans and grants. That's a number, of course, that fluctuates some from month to month. We're always receiving repayments into that fund, and we're occasionally making disbursements from the fund. But we're right now just shy of $500,000 of available funding there. We currently have 40 active grants that the town is implementing and 5 grants that you have authorized us to apply for. We're still in the application process. Have any questions?
No.
I just to see we're on the other side of the where we're supposed to be at this time, a little surplus in the general fund. It's nice to see.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
You mentioned that there was a loan late. How, when loans become late,
Yes.
what's the process that is taken to?
So there's communication ongoing between the finance department and the folks who owe these loans virtually as soon as anybody becomes late. And what we typically find is that somebody might have run into some cash flow issues at the business that was funded through the grant, or through their loan rather, I'm sorry, or that there's some other circumstance where folks just need a little bit of time and then they continue to make some payments while they're behind and then they get back current. That is the normal course of action. There are times when it becomes a more extreme situation like that. There was one that came before this board sometime last year, not in this fiscal year, but in the prior fiscal year, that we redid some restructuring. There was a loan that had been a 10-year loan. We were about halfway through the repayment period, and a local person who was really committed to repaying the funds had fallen far enough behind that they weren't going to be able to repay the funds on the original schedule, but made a very large payment, sold a piece of property, made a very large payment against that outstanding balance, and then we restructured the remainder of what was owed to the town for a new 10-year period. So that'll happen from time to time. It's very rare that we actually have somebody who just walks away and where the debt has to be written off. That did happen, unfortunately, in the cultural entry. That happened.
Thank you. Sure. I have an observation from the parking fund. I see that parking meter revenue is at 46%, right,
Yes.
ahead of the curve, and parking fines are down at 33%, which might suggest that the new parking meter system is working well, because there are fewer fines than you would have expected and more payments.
Might be the
but
key
it also
word.
could not.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's money in the bank.
Absolutely. And the fund overall is doing well.
Yeah.
We do have some repair costs coming up though, because somebody hit the parking, the last one on the west side of Main Street before you get to Elliott, and it's looking like the Tower of Pisa now.
But when we know who that somebody is, we recover.
do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's an insurance claim usually, but yeah.
I hope it wasn't one of our plans.
And I don't know the particulars of that instance, but a lot of times when there is damage, particularly street side damage to town infrastructure, we're able to recover those funds.
That's why Cool Hand Luke was in prison, by the way.
Really? And there's a
running over That's a valuable piece of culture.
Anytime I can help.
Some cultural impact.
Yes,
There's a movie I'd like to watch.
Failure
again.
to communicate.
That's right. That's what we have here.
Hopefully not too often.
So, thank you, Peter, for the report. Next is we have errors and omissions to the grand list, and we might be hearing from Jennifer.
We will.
Welcome. And would you like to just let us know our process, just for the viewing public?
So, I have something written down, so.
Yeah.
If it is discovered an error or omission in the listing of real or personal property after it became the grand list, the approval of the select board is necessary to make a correction. Such errors or omissions of property listings may be corrected on or before December 31st. The grand list was lodged June 26, 2019 with the town clerk. From this date until today, the assessors have identified changes. And if you could please examine the attached spreadsheets from the material you were provided, detailing the errors and omissions to the 2019 grand list, which are being submitted for your review and approval. I'll continue. There were 5 changes to the value of real properties. 2 were the result of BCA hearings. 1 corrected an error in the sale of 2 contiguous parcels. 1 was the result of lister voted exemption. And 1 is an exemption per state statute. There were 4 changes of value of business personal property due to late filings or filings that were corrected after the grand list was lodged in June. There were 3 changes in tax stabilization. 1 participant in the farm tax stabilization program didn't submit the required paperwork, so the property has been removed from the farm tax stabilization list. The other 2 involved a correction in the methodology used to calculate value of tax stabilization applied to the real property and personal property at Commonwealth area. Commonwealth area adjustments warrant a more detailed explanation. While the assessed value of Commonwealth's business personal property has been materially reduced per the outcome of a grievance, the tax value of Commonwealth's real estate and personal property both have increased. This is due to a correction in the methodology of calculating the amount of tax stabilization that Commonwealth is entitled to under its 2011 agreement with the town. The calculations related to that complex set of adjustments is included in the bottom of the schedule of the attached sheet entitled Errors Omission Schedule 2019 Tax Stabilization. When the adjustment is made to reflect the increase in Commonwealth's taxable value despite the decrease in Commonwealth's assessed value, the net change in the total taxable value townwide for both real estate and business personal property is an increase in taxable value of $905,705. And I can help answer any questions you might have.
Okay, before we go into further discussion, I'd like to just amplify two pieces of what Jen just described. Select board members who've been involved in this over the years and close observers to town finances will recognize that this is a really unusual moment in what is a really standard, frankly, sort of kind of boring but necessary, statutorily required procedure where we do small corrections each year to the grand list for the reasons that Jen described. What's different this year is the adjustment is much more complicated because of the Commonwealth Dairy situation, and because of that and the particular aspects of that, the grand list is actually increasing. The total taxable value based on this errors and omissions report is increasing by almost $1 million. And what we normally see at this time of year is a decrease because normally in a less complicated errors and omissions report, what we have is the report on adjustments that have been made because of the grievance process. So we lodge a grand list in June, property owners can contest their values, that process goes on through the summer and fall to make whatever adjustments might be made, and most often at this moment in time, we have a less complicated list that ends up with news that we're a little disappointed with. It's not usually a big decline, but it's usually a decline. And instead, this year we have an increase and a much more complicated report. Just wanted to note that for the record.
I must say, I'm confused because of this Commonwealth Dairy line. The old value was $16 million and the new value was $5 million change. So we lost $10 million?
That's the personal property valuation that Jen referred to in the report as the assessed value went down, but the taxable value has actually gone up because the formula by which the amount of the assessment, so they are in a tax stabilization agreement for another 2 more years, this year and next year?
Yes.
And under that tax stabilization agreement, so much of that $16 million was being stabilized, so that reduced their tax obligation, that we're actually seeing this year an adjustment where the value, the assessed value went down, but the proportion of that that's taxable has gone up so significantly that we're going to have an increase in the taxable value.
So it went from the original taxable value of almost $4 million
Yes.
to the total corrected of five.
Over five. Five and a half about.
5.5.
Yes, that's exactly correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Could you say more about business personal property? What is that?
Business personal property.
Yeah.
So we require businesses to send in an asset report of their equipment and any assets that they use to run their business. It can be desks, file cabinets, and the such. We do not require inventory, but we do have a tax on the depreciated value of your equipment. The equipment may be fully depreciated, but however, we assess that at 10% of its original cost. So there's always a value placed on the equipment.
And so if I'm reading this correctly, Commonwealth's business personal property went down, our assessment of that went down quite significantly.
Correct.
But their assessed value for their real estate increased.
So they grieved their value.
I'm trying to not muddy the waters, but I'm trying to just
No,
make sure.
yep, it's a very complicated question, and far more complicated than usual. So what happened was they grieved their value, and they won their grievance. So their assessed value was reduced very significantly. But Jen discovered that the amount of whatever that value is, whether it had been the original number or this revised number or something else at the outcome of the grievance process, whatever that number was, that it should be the proportion of it that should be taxed versus the proportion that where the tax is forgiven under the stabilization agreement, that taxable portion should have been far greater. And so there was a dialogue that went on with Commonwealth where the resolution of the matter was that because they won their grievance, the value is changed to that value. But because the town substantiated that the formula that should be applied to that value would require a far greater amount of taxation percentage, they accepted that, and that's where we've landed. And that adjustment, the adjusted methodology, will apply again to next year. And after that, they'll be just in the system like everybody else because we will have reached the end of their tax stabilization agreement.
Great. And this is all within the business personal property assessments?
Well, it actually, the Commonwealth matter affected both their business personal
Okay, that
property
was my
numbers
question.
and their real estate numbers. So, again, I apologize for the degree to which this is convoluted. It is convoluted. There was appeal of the values. That was one part of this, and there was the adjustment of the methodology that was the other part of this. The two work to different effect on the numbers. So this year, it's very complicated and very confusing, but we end up in the good place of almost $1 million of additional value on the books for taxable value, so we'll actually yield some additional revenue to the town. Going forward, the report, both next year, because we won't be making all these different adjustments related to a complicated owner of property, and in years beyond that, because they won't be in tax stabilization any longer, it should be a simpler report again.
I just have a question about some of the language used. Why do we call it business personal property tax? I've always found that confusing.
So I believe the state calls it that in the
really?
statutes.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
because when I see
awkward.
business and personal next to each other, it feels
totally agree.
Right. Okay, keep them
Yeah,
separate.
Unless it's your
why it's
personal
not an
business.
equipment tax or something else like that is a good question.
Yeah.
I totally agree with the confusion it creates by being business personal property.
Right. Okay. My other question is, we always call this the errors and omissions report. Is it really errors, omissions, and adjustments? Because most of the changes tend to come from grievance, right? Or most of the detailed changes.
No, not all. The BCA level.
Board of Civil Authority.
Correct, thank you. Board of Civil Authority level would warrant a change if it was reduced from the decision. Late filings for business personal property, they are adjustments, but there can be an error. An example of one where there was a sale of 2 parcels, each parcel separate parcels. They were contiguous, so in the state's mind, they were taxed on one tax bill, and they were sold off to separate parties. Each parcel had a house. The one house had not been removed from the main parcel, so it's called the parent parcel. So if you have 2 parcels, you have one parcel that's the parent parcel. That was an error on our part. There can, or it could be looked at as an omission.
Okay.
So,
It's also the terminology, just like how the business personal property tax is terminology that's required under state statutes, so is the errors and omissions report.
it is, and it's.
So other nomenclature might feel more logical or common sense, but the report we have to file, there's a certificate you will sign tonight after you take this action. That is the errors and omissions certificate that's required for the town to submit to the state of Vermont.
Great. So we got to do it. We can't clarify it to our liking necessarily. Well, unless we have anybody else that wants to chime in, I'd be open to taking a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I make a motion to approve changes in the 2019 grand list as set forth on the reports entitled Errors and Omissions, Schedule 2019 Grand List, and Errors and Omissions, Schedule 2019 Tax Stabilization from Town Assessor Jennifer Brunel.
Great, thank you. Liz has made a motion to approve the changes in the 2019 grand list as set forth on those two reports aforementioned. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. In the fear of losing our audience to that conversation, I think...
I was interested.
Good. I think I'll go on to item C, which is also confusing and strange. No, it's not. I'm joking.
Less so, I think.
confusing. The Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust 2016 Six Scattered Site Grant closeout. Right. Public hearing.
Yes, so I would ask that you please open a public hearing.
Yes.
And then I will explain what we're doing here. And Bruce Whitney is here from the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust to speak to some of the details.
Yes, I will now officially open a public hearing.
Thank you. So each time we finish administering a community development block grant project, we are required by the rules of the program to hold a public hearing where you hear the results of the work under that grant, and the public has an opportunity to tell you what they thought about it. The results in this particular case are not just here in Brattleboro, but actually to a broader geographic area that Mr. Whitney will describe here in a moment about the sort of full impact of this. And that's the result of this being one of a series of grants where because the town has maintained a good working relationship with the state, and because the state knows that Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust is a very reliable administrator of these programs, there are other counties now outside of Wyndham and Windsor's usual jurisdiction, and certainly outside of Brattleboro, that are beneficiaries of grant funds that come from the state to the town, to the agency, and are then implemented through the programming for whatever that particular grant is. And Bruce will tell us about this particular grant.
Yes, and I'm Bruce Whitney. I'm the Director of Home Ownership with Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. And because of errors, I gave you an updated report. And really the updates are on the numbers on the second page, the chart. Due to my travel schedule and communication with Patrick, I'd given him historic numbers, but the numbers here are just for this grant period, and that's what we need to report on for this closeout. So you'll see the numbers in the updated report are October 1st, 17 through actually today, yesterday. We've got the most up-to-date numbers. We thank Brattleboro once again. The town of Brattleboro has sponsored this particular grant since 2014. We've been running this program for about 12 years. In the lingo of the state and CDBG, it's called the Scattered Site Grant because we are working throughout at this point, 5 counties. We did start in the Wyndham and Windsor counties, and in the grant period that started with this period, we are partnering with Down Street Housing and Community Development, which is a sister agency to ours, and they cover the 3 counties of Lamoille, Orange, and Washington counties. So we're doing back office administration for that program. And the services we're providing are home repair loans to income eligible people. We can loan up to $25,000 for necessary health and safety repairs. We do housing counseling advocacy. We work with people who want to buy homes. We provide free one-on-one counseling, and we also provide an 8-hour education course that is in person, and we also have an online version. And those are offered in our location and also up at Mount Ascutney Hospital in Windsor. And then through that service, we're helping people buy homes, and they're leveraging our assistance and our down payment assistance to get mortgages. So on the back side, you'll see the results through these 2 years, almost 2+ years. We've done 40 home repair loans, 6 in Brattleboro, and that's so 15% of the loans have been in Brattleboro, and Brattleboro is a much smaller per capita population-wise. It would be much smaller than 15%. So Brattleboro continues to see an increased effect there. We've counseled 429 people over the period. 116 of those are in Brattleboro, and we helped 173 people buy homes, and 33 of those were in Brattleboro. So with that, we are closing out this grant. Brattleboro also sponsored the next grant, which will start January 1st. We will be spending this particular money through December 31st, and so we have 6 to 8 more home repair projects that we expect to be complete, and 10 in our construction pipeline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just need to throw out there, if people would be interested in getting more info, and how would they do that? If anybody watching is interested in.
Yes, they can go to homemattershere.org. Our main line is, let me see if I can remember, 254-4604. That gets you right to the front office, and you'll be directed to our program coordinator.
Thank you.
Tim?
Questions? Listen.
I just wanted to congratulate you, Bruce, and your organization. And I think the most significant number is this 33 first-time home buyers in Brattleboro. That's great. Thank you.
In a similar vein, I just heard on the radio that Lamoille County is looking at a new low-income housing project, 25-unit project. I assume you're helping with that, and I hope you are. And one of the things that's unique about it is that they raise the income level to, I think it's 125% of poverty. A family could have an income up to $70,000 and still qualify for the housing assistance.
Well, Down Street is still running their own housing development program without assistance from us, other than collegial support. And yeah, that sounds like that money might be the state bond money, and the Snow Block also has, I think, 5 units that are up to 120% AMI. So we are housing people in that middle income right here in Snow Block.
I have a clarification question.
Yeah.
On the sheet you just gave, it lists home ownership assistance, but on the December 3rd letter we've got, it only mentions under the final hearing site grant provided home repair and housing counseling services. I'm wondering why the home ownership assistance wasn't.
I'm not sure why Patrick might have left that out. This is the report I provided him. The housing counseling is the service that helps people buy home ownership. buy homes. So maybe he just didn't maybe see it as a service,
It's
more
on the
as a
next
result.
page.
Yeah, it is in the detailed report. I think it was just an oversight that it wasn't mentioned in that paragraph that summarized what's in the detailed report.
Great. I have a question about the home repair program. How do you guys do outreach for that program? You know, it seems like I work at SEVCA part-time and have a little bit of inside knowledge on this, and you know, there are a lot of homes in this county that they're in need of repair. Are you guys actively looking for projects, or are you at capacity with what just kind of comes to you passively?
We are actively looking for projects. Our outreach includes working with partner agencies such as SEVCA, the Council on Aging. Those two tend to be our biggest referral sources, but we do media advertising from time to time. We are doing Facebook, we are doing Google AdWords. We've done some radio ads here in town through the radio stations, and actually radio is pretty interesting these days in that they're big companies that have lots of different stations, so we found that we got a good bang for the buck in doing some radio that actually was spread around the state. So.
Great, thank you.
Spreading cookies around.
Would you like a cookie? Elizabeth
no,
made cookies.
Thank you. A colleague brought in Christmas cookies today, so I'm
Very nice. Well, the purpose of this obviously is to take any comments from the public, but it looks like, unless Russ has a comment there, or Chris, I don't think we have anybody here to ask any questions. So I can, if everyone's satisfied, I can close out the public hearing portion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again for the work.
Yeah.
Where are we? Okay. All right.
How could you forget?
So.
I'm sorry to leave you with no audience, but I am going to have
Oh, that's quite all
There
right.
are thousands of people watching at home because of the weather.
Get home safe, though.
Yeah. Otherwise, they'd be here.
Oh, they're watching, I'm sure.
I know.
That's good. Our town manager has stepped out, but we are about to enter item D, which is discussion of the FY21 proposed budget. We've had quite a few discussions, and how many meetings in a row? Does anybody remember?
Lots.
This is
Way too many.
Jan, I bet you know.
6.
Yeah,
This is
starting
6.
November 5, then 12, 19, 26, December 3, 10, and 17.
I wasn't counting. That's
1,
8 in a
2,
row.
3, 4, 5, 6. We're on 7 right now.
And if anybody's wondering, that's probably was one of the factors influencing us not to postpone this meeting due to the weather. Because, wow, it was.
Because if
been a
it's
long
Tuesday, we're meeting.
Yeah, exactly. No, but pushing it to
And
next
the next
Tuesday.
2 we won't be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We
If
will
you
not
wanna
be
let the
here.
public.
But I was stalling a little bit for our town manager because I know that he wants to give us a little info on the current status of our budget talks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, so if it's okay with the board, you've had an opportunity to review this, but I'd like to take just a minute. There's quite a number of different pending matters. I think it would be helpful to the public while on a stormy night we no longer have a public here in the room. We certainly hopefully have plenty of people watching at home, and I think it would be helpful to them to know what is pending, and then you can decide at that point. Tell me if there's anything else that ought to have been on this list. But quickly, there were no changes made to the proposed revenues during your initial review through the budget. And again, for the benefit of the public, I'll say we've been through a series of 6 or 7 meetings where the board has looked at every single part of the town's budget, every line item within every component piece of the budget for the general fund for FY21. And along the way, you talked about some things, made very few changes, but identified quite a number of issues that you still wish to address further in January. So there were no changes made to revenues. There were a couple of very minor changes made on the expenditure side based on information that came to you from others. So the Human Services Committee of the Representative Town Meeting recommended an amount of funding that was $4,510 higher than what we had put into the budget, which would have been level funding from last year. And you accepted that for the purposes of including that higher figure in the budget that you intend to recommend for this year's Representative Town Meeting to consider, so that your number will match the Human Services Committee's recommendation. And you also heard a request from the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance for an increase of just $1,629 to the amount of funding for the Community Marketing Initiative that was funded at $42,119 in the current year's budget. That was 10% of the receipts through the rooms and meals tax from the prior year. They asked that instead of that $42,119 being the figure again, that you increase it to make it 10% of the prior year's receipts as a matter of policy going forward. You conceded agreed to that. Thank you. Yeah. You agreed to do that, sort of reserving judgment about future years, but for this year's budget, you intend to increase this number so that it reflects 10% of the prior year's receipts. So we have made that change as well. But beyond that, there's a number of matters that might have a substantially greater impact to the budget as it has been proposed and as you will ultimately recommend it to Representative Town Meeting. And those topics include the potential for a pool house renovation or replacement at Living Memorial Park. Staff has been collecting some additional information that we will bring forward to you for your consideration as to whether to add that to the capital plan. You asked for some additional information regarding the fund balance guideline so that you can look at the 10% standard that we've been applying now for about a decade or so in Brattleboro to see how that relates to best practices and the policies that exist in other towns. When we identified the line item of $10,000 of funding for porta potties and other sanitary actions of the town to maintain public health and provide a place for folks to go to the bathroom in the summer months when there's more people living outdoors in Brattleboro, you responded to that by saying that was fine as far as it went. You thought that there were a couple of aspects of that that required more review. One, that you'd like to see some information about what a more permanent installation might look like. We are prepared to show that to you, although I don't anticipate you're going to want to pursue any of that for this particular budget because there's some very high price tags attached to those, unfortunately. But we will be able to at least provide that information and perhaps talk about what we might pursue in the future.
I have a question on that.
Yes.
Are there grants available for things like that?
We are looking for that as well. We're hopeful, but we haven't found one yet. So if we can find a grant that we could bring to you in January together with the information about the systems we've identified, maybe there's an opportunity to move forward more assertively on this. If not, our expectation is that at least there'll be some initial information. We all can sort of look towards what we might want to achieve going forward, and we'll continue to be looking for a way forward to achieve that. But the least expensive units that we've seen so far are $150,000 to buy the unit, and the cost of getting it shipped here and installed with water and sewer service and so on is on top of that. So it'd be a very substantial investment versus the approximately $10,000 a summer cost of putting out the 3 porta potties. You also, my understanding of your concern that you raised was when you talked about more permanent solutions, I understood you to mean not just more permanent bathrooms in public spaces, but actually other ways in which the town might invest in things that help people not just cope with the situation, but improve their living conditions and ways in which we as a community can better support people who are living in vulnerable conditions in our community. And so there is a very specific piece of this report that addresses Project CARE. You asked for that information very specifically, and we are happy to provide if you want to take that into a broader conversation we'll be happy to provide additional information that may support that, that particular consideration. We've been asked to provide more visual budget information to make the information more accessible to a broader group of people throughout the community, for people to be able to see at a glance graphically the most important information about the budget. And what we advised you before and reiterated in this report is we're happy to do that in a sort of relatively more rudimentary way, using tools that already exist for us, basically taking the Excel spreadsheet programs that we use to create the budget and applying the graphical tools that are part of that program, so that we can show you some pie charts and some bar charts and some things that do help make that information pop a little better. But for something that is more sophisticated than that and a bigger step forward, we'll be eager to talk with you more and talk with people in the community who have identified that they have some expertise in that area, and see what we might do in a more significant way forward on that for next year and beyond. The CEVEDS funding, once again, CEVEDS requested $3,000 per resident, or $36,000 worth of funding. You gave some consideration to that and to our report to you from staff that routinely now over the years the town has provided $2,000 per resident instead of $3,000.
Is it 3,000 or 3?
Oh my, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
$3.
I know that
So
the
sorry.
total amount is correct,
They would like
but
that.
I just don't want anybody to be thinking.
Yep, no,
we're
I
paying $3
wrote it
each.
wrong and said it wrong. I apologize. $3 per resident, 12,000 residents, $36,000 for a year. Sorry about that. And so the funding we provided has been at $2 per resident, at around $24,000, $25,000 per year. For several years now. You gave some consideration to that, but decided that you wanted to wait and make a decision about it in January when you're making your final budget decisions. In any event, whatever you decide about the amount, staff would continue to recommend that that funding come from program income rather than from general fund funding, because it is economic development related. It's an appropriate expense from that source of funding that comes from the CDBG loans that are made through the federal money, through the state to the town, that comes back into program income and can be reused for economic development purposes and housing purposes. And so we think that's an appropriate expense from that fund rather than what would be at $25,000 would be about a fifth of a penny on the tax rate. For Project CARE, you asked particularly what if the pay for recovery coaches was, first of all, recovery coaches have been providing their services as volunteers up until now. We did propose to you that there be funding provided, but we proposed it at a rate that would supply $12 per hour funding to the recovery coaches. And you asked us what would it take to make that $15 per hour, and also what would it take to fund transportation services to help the clients get to the appointments for their services. And we've run some numbers on that and would be prepared to add to the budget, if you approve this in January, $16,000 that would pay $12,000 to the recovery coaches and $4,000 to the providers of transportation. That $16,000 is equivalent to 14/100ths of a cent on the property tax rate. You indicated in our finale last week, in the first review, the first time through all the different line items, one of the items we looked at was the general services part of the budget, and in that, that one of the line items there is the salaries for select board members. That has been a source of much consideration at town meeting over recent years. We confirmed that the rate of pay for select board members has not been increased since 2012, and prior to 2012, the last time was 1996. So this has been very static over time, and you showed some interest in considering that. If you want us to bring you any additional information, I'll need to know what it is that would be helpful to you in that consideration.
What other select boards receive throughout the state?
Sure.
I know some of that.
It would be good to know what it was in 96 and what it was in 2012.
Sure.
I know what it was in 2012.
Yeah. Do you remember it?
Yeah, it was 2 and 3, so it was each member getting 2,000 per year and the chair getting 3, and then in 2012 it was raised to 3 and 5. So that's quite a jump when you look at the.
Yeah, at that moment it was quite a jump. Yeah, sure.
And we'll find out what it was
Yeah.
before 1996, if we can. I think we can.
I think on my research back when I was a town meeting rep, we are like well paid, funnily enough, for select boards throughout the state.
Yeah.
I think the discussion at town meeting is if the stipend were higher, more people might be interested.
Yeah, and I'll
We'll
remind
have-
everybody that, oh, sorry, that just for a point of order, it is always on the, as a article. So it invites the discussion at, we don't have to place it on the article because it has to be on the article to see what the town will pay its select board.
Okay.
So it's
Yes.
all automatically ripe for discussion, which is why it's, you know, almost always discussed.
That's what I was gonna say.
Sorry, tangent.
You also asked last week, and I should say these are being listed in the order in which you raised them during our first review, which is why this one, which otherwise probably should have been first, has appeared here in the middle of the list. You wish to review the Select Board's annual goals and our progress in pursuing those over the last 9 months for how well they're aligned with the proposed FY21 budget. And so what we'll plan to do is for the January 7th meeting, this is a fairly significant workload for January, and the schedule calls for meeting each of the 4 Tuesdays in January. And so what we'll plan to do at the outset of that to help you decide, you know, make some choices about where you go from there in the further review of these other items, is we'll provide that quarterly update that we do regarding your the progress, I should say. Some of it's yours and some of it's staff working on behalf of the things that you've directed. But our collective progress towards your annual goals will be reported at the January 7th meeting, so you can give that consideration to the relationship between the goals and the budget as you work through the rest of the pending budget items. When we were discussing the savings that the HRA has provided within the town's health insurance program, the health reimbursement arrangement, we talked about the fact that in the early years of that, we protected ourselves with cautious budgeting because we were concerned that the actuarial information we had received about where we would likely end up is, by the very nature of actuarial estimates, you know, an average and an expectation, and there could be a bad year where it could have significantly negatively affected the budget. We now have several years of administering the program under our belts, and while there is always the potential, and there will someday be a bad year, we're seeing really significant consistency from year to year, even though the individual claims vary and the number of claims and the severity of claims varies. As a group, we're large enough that the impact to the HRA portion of our budget has been really consistent, and so we feel comfortable bringing that down, which freed up some money to be available to be either a lower tax rate or invested in other services and programs, depending on your perspective. And so you asked us to confirm for your understanding and for you to be able to independently gauge the level of risk we're taking on here, what portion the funding for the HRA, the proposed funding for the HRA, what proportion of the overall exposure that the town has is represented in that funding. The answer is that the actuaries, based on our current plan design, the actuaries forecast that we should expect to spend 50% of our total exposure. And our total exposure is $415,000. If we did expend that 50%, it would be $207,500. The proposed FY21 budget includes $215,000, so still just slightly above the actuarial estimate, no longer a significant cushion, but sort of a rounding cushion The $215,000 represents 51.8% of our total exposure, which is 103.6% of the actuarial estimate. There are 3 different organizations that you asked to come in and appear before you so that you could have some interaction with them about their parts of our budget during your January meetings. And so if you continue to want that, if you don't give us different direction tonight, we'll go ahead and work with these 3 to schedule them to come in. And we'll do that for the first 2 evenings. We'll shoot for January 7th and January 14th for these appearances, with the hope and expectation that most of the additional work you're going to do substantively on this is going to be on the 7th and the 14th, so that by the time we get to the 21st, we're narrowed down to just the final issues, where maybe in the 7th and the 14th you've asked for some additional information or that sort of thing, so that by the time we're done on the 21st, you know what you want 100%, and we're able to put before you and the public on the 28th a budget where you're able to just look at it and say, yes, that's our budget. That's the goal of the January evolution of the final stage of this process. And the 3 organizations that you're asking to come in are the Windham Regional Commission, the Representative Town Meeting Human Services Committee, and the Southeastern Vermont Transportation, which is the bus service that provides the current and mover services in Brattleboro. You also identified a 4th organization you'd like to hear from, but indicated that you didn't need to hear from them during the budget process. And because January is going to be such a full plate of business, we'd suggest that this occur in the spring, at least after you put your budget to bed, maybe after town meeting. That's Rescue Inc. We'll invite them to come in sometime in the few months ahead. That's the list, I believe. Let me double check the next page. There is one more, sorry. There is one more item, and it's the cost of the additional storage for the body-worn cameras. There was a concern that was raised because it sounded like a lot of money compared to what people know they can buy storage for personal use. We've confirmed that, yes, that's true. The contractual relationship with Axon, who provides the storage and related services, which retrieval and in some cases actually editing the material so that the proper things are redacted when they're being prepared to go to court and that sort of thing, for the body-worn camera footage that is collected by police officers as they respond to different incidents. In amending the contract with Axon to add additional storage within that, the context of those services that are provided, the cost for 2 additional terabytes is $3,000. The overall contract is on the order of $15,000 to $20,000. I don't remember the exact figure, but we can confirm that again for you if that's important. The question you asked us last week was to confirm that it really is $3,000 for the additional 2 terabytes of storage, and the answer to that is yes. Finally, you identified as articles for which, or topics for which you intend to place separate articles on the town meeting warning, separate and apart from just being included in the select board's proposed budget. Would include the SEVEDS funding, the Human Services funding, and the Community Marketing Initiative funding. And so as we prepare the draft warning for your review, which you'll also be looking at on January 21st and January 28th, we'll include those items as separate warning items.
Now, 2 out of 3 of those is traditional.
That's correct. In fact, I believe Human Services is required by state statute to be a separate item. And SEVEDS has traditionally been a separate item. The Community Marketing Initiative, of course, is new. So, but you indicated last week you'd like that to be presented to town meeting as a separate article.
Well, I think it's complete. Does anyone have something that Peter forgot to add to the list?
I think this is plenty. Actually, I'm not sure what, I don't know that we can become, I can't remember the words you used, Peter, but experts on HRA funding. I think I'm not sure what we can decide or what would be, where we would go even for a conversation about that. Other than
my understanding was that you just wanted to satisfy yourselves when we talked about it generally as being, we had approached it conservatively, and now we've sort of brought that back in, but we believe still to a prudent place, not to a reckless place. I think you wanted to understand what did that mean in numbers. If this is sufficient that that's not an item we need to come back to as we go through the January process, then that'd be great.
Feels to me like we could put a check mark by that one unless Brandy, has a question herself.
Okay.
She could always put it back on. We wouldn't mind, probably. Just trying to lighten the load here. I was also looking at the organization appearances. I felt like one of them was certainly needed, and I would just ask the board, whoever else wanted to have the transportation folks come before us. Do you think it's necessary for the budget discussions?
I think it's necessary for the advancement of our goals, because that was an item on our goals.
Okay. I guess just in the budget crunch is what I was suggesting, that maybe it would be something that we might push like we are doing with rescue.
Right.
Unless it's tied to funding for you in your...
No, I mean, I think that's a good point. Like, out of the conversation we're going to have with the bus folks, do we imagine that we're going to say, hey, wait a second?
Well, they've already been approved for the year or something like that. You negotiated that?
No, it's been a standard amount for quite a few years now of $50,000. If as part of your communication around the services that are provided, you decided that that feels like too much or too little, that could be adjusted in your recommended budget to the representative town meeting. Or you could approach this as $50,000 is the amount that we've been allocating for this purpose. We've got some things we'd like to accomplish in the way the service is delivered. For now, it's not a budget matter, it's an operational matter. And
I think my
go from
concerns
there.
are more operational, and I would be happy to defer. But one of my goals in the select board roster is to have those operational changes to make bus usage more feasible and more likely.
Yeah, and better understanding as to how we might make that happen.
The presentation that they do is full of information.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth doing. I would rather put it off too and really delve into it. It's
Okay, so there you go.
Do you want to have them in February?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Since it's part of this board's goals for the year
Yes.
to improve that service, we could have them come in February when this board is still the board, and we could have rescue be later in the spring when many of you, maybe all of you, will still be here. But
who knows?
Just in case you're not, since rescue's operation hasn't been part of our annual goals this year, we'll have that come secondary.
That
makes
works.
sense?
And just while we're asking questions about this, why was the regional commission, why are we asking them to come at this point? To talk about why we give them so much money, was it?
Well, you could say the same thing about the bus company, right? I mean, like, I think that was the impetus in part.
Is Wyndham Regional's allocation it's part of the budget?
Yeah, it is part of the budget. In that case, it's more like rescue in that it's part of a regionally applied formula, and our number comes out of that formula, and they say, here's what you owe.
Yes, it's regionally applied formula, but is it mandated? Or is it more like CEVEDS, where we have some flexibility? Because that CEVEDS amount is just a construct.
That's a good question.
I don't know if it is statutorily required or not. I would say the CEVEDS one is explicitly voluntary and is a process that's sort of evolved in recent years. And the Wyndham Regional Commission one has been applied much more like
Religiously,
dues.
yeah.
Whether it actually is statutorily dues or not, I don't know the answer to. I know that it's been for decades applied in the manner that it has been applied, and unlike CEVEDS, where individual communities make a decision from year to year about whether or not to pay their allocated share, it's paid more like the county tax allocation, where the power at B makes its decision, tells you what your share is, and you pay it.
Well, maybe I just have an inquiry whether that's mandated or voluntary.
Sure.
Yeah, I for one, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I recall asking that question the first time I saw it too, and I don't remember. The impression was, well, we just have to, but I don't know. Let's find out.
I mean, I guess like the spirit was like, are we getting value for money, right? What does this money represent? How does this benefit the people of Brattleboro?
Well, and particularly,
those are my big questions.
Particularly the per capita number,
Right.
because I feel that these groups that ask for money per capita may not give Brattleboro a commensurate service that outlying towns who pay significantly less might be the focus of their efforts.
Are you thinking with the regional commission that we already have a really good planning department and we don't require the regional commission help as much as other places?
Feeding Liz lines.
I'm thinking about Liz's experience.
No communications district, then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me just say that I think that this kind of got mixed in with the whole county tax situation
Yes,
because
it
it appeared
did.
right next
Yeah.
to each other. I, for one, am very happy with the services the Wyndham Regional Commission provides, and I think they do excellent work. Just want to get that out there.
Yeah, no, they're great.
No, my question really
Oh, and I know
is
that
whether
you're-
that formula is statutory.
Sure.
or
So
flexible.
perhaps it's more of a staff response.
Sure.
Than a
And,
bring them
kind
before
of,
us.
what are we getting for that money?
I'm more interested in the county side. What are we getting for the money?
Yeah, for real.
So how about if we provide that required versus voluntary answer? That's a really clear, is it in the statute or is it not? Or is it in something that got adopted within the region that's a
Yes.
legal document or not? And then if we provide that to you for consideration on January 7th, you could tell us on January 7th whether you want them to visit on either the 14th or the 21st.
Yeah, they
Or later.
also regularly send us a letter saying what they did for us in
Yeah.
the year. And Sue
In the
must
town
have that.
report, there's usually.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
So comparing those things together, I think would be handy for us to do on the 7th.
Okay.
They might not be ready.
Well,
without
I
little
think
notice,
we could
but
have whatever the
yeah.
last one was, whatever the last reporting is.
Oh.
No, I think we have a report this year.
Yeah.
So I have like a newbie question. It feels like I've been here a while.
You
still
can
being
get away
newbie,
with it
but-
for another few months,
Yeah.
and no more.
So let me just understand the process here. So this was sort of like an overview of the things we're still thinking about.
Correct.
And at our next meeting, on January 7th, we'll come back to this list of things and get into it a little bit more, or is this the time to be getting
what we'll try to do, or what we will do to try to be helpful, is divide these into manageable pieces for the next 2 meetings. So approximately half of this load will be on the 7th, and approximately half of this load will be on the 14th, with the intent that it helps you decide what you're satisfied with. You might make some decisions on the 7th to be done with certain things. You might find that there's some things you still want some more information about, so we would go get that for you. But by the time we get to close of business on the 14th, hopefully you're nearly done, right? You're down to just the last few things that you are still grappling with. So that on the 21st, you can be done, make your final decisions. And then on the 28th, what would be before you, and we'll also have, on the 21st, we'll review the draft warning for representative town meeting. So then on the 28th, what happens is you have a short special meeting, you come together, you look at the warning as it may have been revised based on your direction from the week before, and the budget in what is hopefully its final form, and you say, yep, that's our warning and that's our budget. Or you do final tweaking if necessary. But if we don't get to where we're nearly done or substantively done on the 21st, it makes the 28th chaotic. We've got to, on the 28th, in order to meet the statutory requirements for the window of time within which the warning needs to be approved, And then everything needs to be final and ready to go into the town report. We need to have you make your final decisions on the evening of the 28th.
Okay.
This moment in time, I want to be really clear, is not meant to say, here's your list, this is what we're going to do. It's meant to say, here's what I understand your list to be. And if there's something missing or something that needs to be modified in some way, and we've been just doing that, right? You've been clarifying your intent on a couple of things. But if there is something that you think is missing from this that needs to be on the list, now's the time to say so that we're well prepared for our work in January.
Okay.
Now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in at least the past couple of years that I've been on the board, we've had those 4 meetings in January in case there was more that came up. And I'm also kind of wondering if there's a chance we could get it down to 3 meetings. If one of them does become the 28th and we keep the 2 regulars, perhaps that 14th could be
Depends on us.
eliminated.
So,
yeah, it does depend on us. You're correct. But I'm looking for consensus on the board if we think it might be possible.
Yeah.
Slightly longer
Peter
meetings.
probably knows best.
I'd like to make an unpleasant or an unwelcome observation. I'd love to say, yeah, that's better. I know you've met every week now for 8 or 9 weeks. I'm going to get a little break either these next couple of weeks, and then it's 4 more in a row. I get that that's onerous. This particular list is longer than we often have at this moment in time. Sometimes what we have is more change that has already occurred in the budget and fewer pending items. This year, I think quite appropriately, as you encountered some things where there was some difference of opinion, you said, yeah, let's get through the first review, and then we're going to come back and learn more about those things and resolve those things. And the result of that is, I think you've got a really full plate here, even for 2 meetings. And trying to put it all onto the 7th is ambitious.
Thought I'd throw it
We
out
can
there.
do it if that's what you prefer.
We did successfully push one of the presentations off.
You did push one of the
Maybe two,
preservation off.
Maybe 2.
One of the presentations off.
And we know about the police storage, so we have to do
Yeah.
that again.
Yep.
And the HRA.
If it's your pleasure that we have a really full list, this entire list of pending matters on the 7th, and see if we can get through all of it, we'll do that. We'll be happy to provide that. And then, if you don't get through all of it, you roll some of it over to the 14th.
So the 7th is a regular meeting?
7th is
So
a
there'll be
regular meeting.
Other stuff to do beyond the budget?
There will be, as of right now, it's not a heavy agenda, but it's still early yet for the 7th. But it's also going to be a holiday period where there's not
Sure.
likely to be a lot of things generated to go onto that agenda.
Right.
We could take a shot at getting it all done on the 7th if that's what the board would like to do.
Tim?
Oh, yes.
I wonder if we could also set aside the conversation about the $3 per resident, since the town is going to decide that anyway. The CEVED's $3.
Oh, no.
You need to decide what you're recommending.
Oh, we're, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
On that one?
Okay.
We have to have a number in there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And that's always a fun discussion, anyway.
Well, I'm looking at the fund balance in the past can take a whole meeting by itself. There's incredibly a lot of philosophical stuff in there, and a lot of fiscal stuff as well. And CEVED's, again, it's going to be decided by the town, by the representatives. So
I wouldn't give, we do have the power to recommend.
otherwise, yeah, I'm suggesting that we just leave it as it is. Take their request, or let the town decide.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
You are? That's what you're
Well, let's
suggesting?
not launch into that discussion.
Okay.
Hasn't been warned.
Oh, well, it's actually on our agenda right here.
Well, this is kind of a check-in. I'm not sure we should start debating it.
No, fine.
I
Trying to
think
get rid of
knowing
things.
this board, that we need every single one of these meetings,
Yep.
And if some of those meetings we get to go home half an hour earlier than we thought we might, then so be it.
Daniel, I'm concerned that you're going to want more money if we meet this many times.
I couldn't possibly comment. I didn't at all prepare some talking points around that.
It's not a good job.
Exactly. But it sort of is. Yeah, I think we need all those meetings. Maybe we get done a bit early some nights. I don't know.
Okay.
But I think it would be,
For me, it
unless
all
that
depends
January
on
7th meeting has almost nothing else for us to do, and it would be mostly budget.
It doesn't have almost nothing else. It's light.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have almost nothing else. I don't recall right now. I recall one very specific item. I don't recall what the others are, and I believe there's like 3 or 4 substantive matters right now on that agenda.
All right.
As long as all this is okay with Jan, I'm fine.
It's good by me.
What is Jan's pleasure?
Power behind the throne.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Daniel. It would be very heavy to have a January 7 meeting with 2 holidays in between to try to prepare for that and make it the only
And it might
meeting.
snow.
Well, we don't have to decide until
Doesn't make any
January
difference.
7 whether things roll over to the next week.
Yeah.
Nobody
So
knows.
we're gonna divvy these up then. We're not gonna put them all on for the 7th. We're gonna do some on the 7th, some on the 14th. If that's the place you've landed, I'd suggest that the Human Services Committee visit be on the 14th. I think it's important that the goals discussion happen on the 7th. And I also think that if you have a robust discussion of the fund balance guideline, I think David's right that that is something that could take a while. Heads up foreshadowing to that, I would suggest that if you decide that as a group you think that there's room to maybe do something different, that deciding that in one evening in the midst of all the rest of this is not the best way to change a guideline. That the guideline is long-term planning, best practice. How are we trying to manage town finances as opposed to a decision you're making this year about this year's finances? So I would just urge you to be really cautious. I'm telling you, once we report back to you about that, we're going to give you the information you've asked for. And I have full respect for the fact that you might take it to a place where that guideline gets in play, but I think you should be really careful about changing the guideline in the middle of a budget process in order to free up some cash for that budget process. So with that caveat, that might be an item that takes an hour or 2 to discuss, or it might be an item that takes 5 or 10 minutes.
I vote for the 5 or 10 minutes.
I understand your point, and thank you for making it. That's exactly what I want you to say. The conversation generally strays into, well, if we did 9.5%, we could do a 2-cent tax increase instead of 3.5. That's where the conversation often goes. So, which means that we change it. We don't necessarily change the guideline, but that year we decide we're going to take a chance and make it 9.5. So anyway, I just wanted people should be ready for that to develop, if history is any indicator. The other thing is that as far as using all of these times and talking about all these things, I think it's really important, because we need to know what we're talking about. And a lot of these are complicated. This is first time for 2 people. And it's just, Daniel keeps saying a newbie question, but it's I'll finish. Okay. It's actually a due diligence question every time. It's something that we need to understand. So, as much as I'd like to go home at 6:30 every night, it doesn't work that way.
I wasn't advocating for leaving anything off or incomplete discussions. I was advocating for fuller meetings, that's all.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that because it's really important. I don't have as many questions because I already asked them all. Poor John. Every budget I had something new that I didn't understand, and it was another 10 minutes off his life. No wonder he retired.
Okay, let's see. Where are we then?
I think we're at the place where you've done some modifying to this. I could go through it if you want, but I don't think that's necessary, especially since it's just the list and not actions on the list. But I can list those things, the things you've modified tonight if you want. Otherwise, I just need to know whether you think anything's missing. You've made that sort of more material decision that you are going to meet on both the 7th and the 14th, so we're going to divvy this up into, probably like a 60-40, take a bigger bite out of it that first night, but have still a fair amount of business on for the second night. And we'll go from there.
Do you have any sense of whether the staff will have a cost estimate for the pool house on the 7th?
Yes.
Okay.
I can tell you, we've actually...
There are pool people that want to come.
We've got a more solid number now than I knew we had. So what I told you when we discussed that was we'd be bringing you a thumbnail number. We're actually going to have more of an engineer's cost estimate. It's still just that.
An estimate,
it's
yeah.
not any kind of a design. But it's a range of costs and some information around that. We just don't have it packaged for you yet.
Great.
But we definitely will have that for the first meeting.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to call out that often we have our number 11 is correspondence, and that always includes the department monthly reports. And I just want to say that I always appreciate them. And this time, that's where I got my comment about the fire hydrants. But this time, there's also a little report from BCTV, which is interesting and informational, and a nice reminder that the Recreation and Parks Department has some great things happening for families around the holidays and for last night, we call it here. So
Yeah, they're great.
check it out on brattleboro.org. You can find links to the PDF of their event schedule.
And all the communications that we get are all there on the website.
True. All right. Anyone have a motion to close out the evening?
What time is it? Is there anything else we can talk about?
I move that we adjourn.
All right. Liz has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thanks, BCTV.
Thank you.
Did it. Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Yes. I should have said that.
Oh, that's what I should have talked about. Yeah, there's a
See you next
Shine a
year.
Light series of events to do with Hanukkah.
Six, 6 o'clock, call the meeting to order. Minutes for December 4th and 11th.
I'll move that we approve the minutes of December 4th and 11th.
I'll second that.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, warrants 13, 13P, ratify 12A, Conservation Commission 4, and Capital Fund 4.
I'll move that we approve warrants 13, 13P, ratify 12A, Conservation Commission number 4, and Capital Fund number 4. I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Visitors, Carolyn, you've got something you wanna?
Yes. Well, nice. I'm here to update the select board on the Missing Links Trail project, that after 20 years, things are finally coming together, and that there was slow or no progress for a number of years, and then all of a sudden we have a complete access from Prospect Hill all the way to the Dummerston-Putney Town Line Pier through 9 different properties and 6 families who are cooperating in various ways. It's a combination of trail easements, permissions, and it's necessary to purchase 2 parcels in order to complete that trail. So these 2 parcels are the Evans parcel and the former King parcel, and it's on the unmaintained section, which is a Class 4 road between the end of Hague Road and the end of Evans Road. This section is particularly important because it is a wildlife corridor and is the area between 2 highly developed areas that don't have any full-time houses on it. No permanent residents on these 2 parcels. So you can see the density just by the dots showing the buildings here and then starting here. But through here, these are the 2 parcels that will be purchased. And it links for the wildlife an interior block of forest of 230 acres here and another block of about equal size down here for the wildlife to traverse. There will be a small parking area here for access on the north side of Hague Road on this parcel when the trail is actually built in a couple of years. The budget for this purchase is $200,000, and that includes the purchase of the land, stewardship costs, which is an endowment, the Vermont Land Trust conservation easement, and various associated costs. Of that $200,000, we have 2/3 of that right now. We have a Vermont Housing Conservation Board grant, a private foundation grant, and lots of generous Dummerston residents have contributed. We're in the quiet phase of our fundraising where we're approaching individual people asking for leadership contributions. The schedule for this, we plan on having a public meeting to really talk about this in January or February, and we'll bring people out on the properties to have a look and bushwhack through the woods. There isn't a trail right now through there to see what's being purchased and enjoy the property. So it will provide not only hiker access, but where appropriate, snowmobile access, biking in some areas is appropriate, and in some areas perhaps horses. We'll have to see what the trail actual conditions look like. We expect to have the funds raised and the funding in place by the end of next year, and all the documents that need to be signed and finished by that time. And then next summer, not this coming summer, but the following summer, actual volunteers working on a trail crew to make the trail. Some of the parcels in here, there will be a harvest, and so we will, it'll be a few years before they're harvested, and we can work our way through the trail process. So this is just an update on a project that's been ongoing for about 20 years and is coming together nicely. So from Prospect Hill to the Dummerston Town line, and then connecting to the Putney Mountain Trail System on north, which then connects with the Pinnacle Hill Association's trail system north. So this started, as I mentioned, with about 20 years ago with Dummerston residents who were interested in connecting Dummerston with the Putney Mountain Trail System and the Black Mountain Trail System, and has continued with various groups of people over that period of time. And so Putney Mountain is the 501c3, so we can make use of their tax-exempt status for contributions.
How many acres did you say?
This is 55 acres. It is a relatively small piece, so it's not a massive land conservation, but it's important because of the wildlife corridor connecting forest blocks.
And what was the shift that made the leap forward?
It's a good question, because I think the seeds were planted by the previous Dummerston Trails group 15 or 20 years ago, and that landowners weren't willing to give an easement, and over time, with more conversation, we were able to work through those issues, and also a new group of people who were working on it, a new generation of people.
Great. It's exciting.
All right then. Any more questions on that?
No, I don't have any.
So anything else, Carolyn, that you feel like we as the select board should know or say or do, or, you know, what, you know, you're informing us, that's awesome.
It mainly just keeping you in the loop, because a lot of this has come together in just the last few weeks or month, and I just wanted to make sure, rather than calling a special trustees Prospect Hill and having another meeting, I figured I'd come and just update you.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Okay, road foreman's report. We got a signature we need for the certificate of project completion for the gravel pit. So if I could get a motion.
I'll move that we sign the completion of, what is it?
Renal gravel pit.
Oh, project completion for the gravel pit.
I'll second it.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, correspondence for information. Anybody see anything on there they'd like to speak to? Okay, correspondence for discussion and or action, there's nothing under there. New business, winter views deadline is January 14th. Anybody want to?
I thought maybe there was a training I could go to.
Yeah, on how to do the views, right, deadline, winter views.
Well, that's the one before town meeting, isn't it?
Terry and I had made that deal, and then yeah, it's the one that comes out
Just before town meeting.
just before town meeting,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and we will have submitted the report, which will be in the
Town report.
town report. So is there something that would be of value to write about that, from the select board?
I don't know. what we,
Something we want people to know, or?
can't think of anything off the top of my head. Zeke, you got anything?
I was thinking that you might write, what folks should expect at town meeting. Just going over maybe some of what we expect to be on the warrants.
So, the,
You mean preparing them for town meeting?
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
Trying to get more people there,
Well-
something of interest, or?
A little, maybe some of the highlights of what might be the articles that we're going to discuss, maybe the capital budget or
Have you,
the budget in
sounds
general.
like you've done that in the past.
Of course, we could always, put out the word that the towns, well, unless Wayne wants to just do it alone,
right.
or a new animal control officer.
Yeah.
Would you like to write that article?
Hmm. Let's see. January 14th. Of course, there's nothing to prevent us from having a guest author, say the treasurer or, something like that, an article. How about we do, I think of a number, and whoever.
I'll think of that number and I'll let you guys guess on that. I'll hold it behind my back. So,
I got lots of budget numbers in my head, so that's where I'm at.
I guess we can push it off to the next meeting if
Okay, yeah,
nobody wants
I'll
to
think about,
jump on that.
think about it a little more.
Okay. We won't be having a meeting next week for a budget.
Let's see.
I don't know why, but
20.
5th of December. And then we won't be having a meeting on the 1st of January, so somebody'd like to
Yeah,
offer.
I'd like to move that we authorize Lewis to sign the warrants during the holidays.
I'll second it.
Discussion about that?
What would be the date that you would be needing to do that?
Well,
We have our
the
treasurer here,
31st,
so-
the 30th?
The 30th.
30th, I'd come in and sign it.
And you're available.
I'll have it done for you to sign on the afternoon of the 30th.
Yep.
Wait, that's Monday.
Monday.
Nope, 31st.
31st, yeah.
31st, sorry.
Tuesday.
Tuesday, yeah.
Perfect. Yep, you just let me know when and I'll be there. to
Before
do
he
it.
goes out for the evening.
What we gotta do. Yeah,
The bars.
I'll be out for the evening, all right. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Thank
Any
you.
other
Thank you for doing that, Lewis.
business? Motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Perfect.
Oh, who seconded?
I am Chris Cole. I am Commissioner of Buildings and General Services. We are the department that issues these grants, and we have oversight of some of the buildings community grants. I want to welcome you to this celebration. Each and every one of you is the best of the best. You were selected to receive a grant from this program. Each year, $600,000 is appropriated by the Vermont Legislature for distribution through the Building Communities Grant Program. This program supports infrastructure investments in the state of Vermont that supports community program goals. There are 3 annual grant programs administered by the Department of Buildings and General Services. They are economic development grants, recreational facility grants, and then human service and education grants. These programs are intended to stimulate job creation, help with new design or upgrades of facilities for nonprofits and municipalities, as well as the private sector. All nonprofit agencies that serve Vermonters are eligible to apply for these grants in any amount up to $25,000. The application process was created to be simple so anyone can complete it. The grants require a one-to-one match and are designed to be last gap funding to support your projects. Thank you all for coming to celebrate your projects and these wonderful grant programs made available to you by the Vermont General Assembly. At this time, I would like to introduce the Governor of the great state of Vermont, Philip B. Scott.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for coming. And if you haven't had an opportunity, please get out to visit the Vermont History Center. It's a wonderful area. This is because we've had some construction at the State House, but we've had a number of events here in the Snelling Room, and it's a great venue. So if you have an opportunity, get out there and see that. I look forward to this ceremony every year because it's worthwhile. It's putting money back into communities. And I'd like to thank each and every one of you first for your dedication to make a difference in the lives of others in your communities as well. We're here to celebrate and highlight your accomplishments. Vermont's strength really comes from its communities and those Vermonters who go above and beyond to make our state a better place to live. This program has always been highly competitive, and this year was no exception. We have many projects that were in the queue, so to speak. Sprinkler systems, upgrading community kitchens, increasing energy efficiency in buildings with new windows and doors, providing safer playground facilities, creating outdoor recreation trails, installing new septic systems, and so forth. And something that has a special meaning to me as well, making facilities ADA compliant with improvements to bathrooms and ramps and so forth. My dad was a World War II vet. He was a double amputee as a result of the D-Day invasion. So I know firsthand how difficult it is for some to get access to some of our community facilities. So the ADA requirements have special meaning to me. Every year I've seen how these grants have had real, lasting, and meaningful impact for Vermonters. Now, I was in the Senate before I became Lieutenant Governor and then Governor, and I was chair of the Institutions Committee. When I first got into the Senate, became elected, I was on the Institutions Committee, and that's where this started, actually. When I was there to begin with, we issued a number of different grants to different community projects, but it was all about who you knew on the committee in order to get what you wanted. And I thought at the time how unfair that was, that it wasn't geographic, it wasn't about the merits of the project. They were all worthwhile, but it was all about who you knew on the committee, and I thought, we need to change that. And I became chair about 3-4 years later, and I worked with Representative Alice Emmons, my counterpart in the House, and she is still chair of that committee. And we worked together to try and change that process so that it was simpler and more equitable across the state. And I think we succeeded in doing that. So I've been pleased to see what's happened as a result. This year we had 84 applications requesting over $1.4 million in funding across these 3 grant categories. 60 projects were funded, totaling about $610,000 out of that 84. And this includes 23 recreational facilities grant projects totaling $200,000, 11 human services facility grant projects totaling about $110,000, 11 educational grants totaling $100,000, and then there were 15 regional economic development grant applicants that totaled $200,000. So, in closing, I again want to thank, first of all, legislators. I see Warren Kitzmiller here, as well as Representative Shaw in the back. But we need their support. So if you have an opportunity, if you receive a grant today, thank your legislators. Thank your local legislators, because they make it happen. We don't want to go back to the old way. We like this new process, but it takes them supporting this in order for it to happen. And I want to, again, thank each and every one of you for stepping up to make a difference in your neighborhoods, for enhancing the quality of life in your communities, and making Vermont a truly, truly great place to live, work, and raise a family. So with that, we'll do the important part now, to start giving out the grants at some point.
Yep. Yeah. So I'm going to Deputy Commissioner Jennifer Fitch, who nothing happens at BGS without her involvement, is going to read off the grant recipients. If you would come up at that time when you hear your organization called, come up. We'll get a picture with the governor, myself, and your grant. And we're going to cycle through this. And the first up are going to be the economic development grants.
Thank you, Commissioner Cole, and good morning, everybody. It's an exciting day. So the first recipient is the town of Moncton. The organization is the Addison County Economic Development Corporation on behalf of Wooden Hammer, LLC, to renovate, fit up, and equip existing space to expand the woodworking cabinetry business.
Congratulations. Thank you. You keep that. You keep that. There will be another one that comes in the mail. You keep that.
Our second recipient is Middlebury, the Addison County Economic Development Corporation. Ooh, this is a tough one to say.
Agricola.
Agricola Meats, sorry about that. And it's to renovate, fit up, and equip lease space for a meat processing facility.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
The next grant goes to the town of Bristol, Addison County Economic Development Corporation, Bristol Bakery and Cafe Wholesale, LLC, to invest in new equipment for packing and automated roll making and to add additional ovens. Our next grant goes to the town of Shoreham, Addison County Economic Development Corporation, on behalf of Champlain Orchard, LLC, Inventory Management System Hardware Project, Donut Equipment Upgrade, and Employee Cafeteria Projects.
All right. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Nice job this year. Thank you.
The next grant recipient goes to the town of Dorset, Bennington County Industrial Corporation, H.N. Williams Store, for retail expansion and construction of fueling station and canopy.
Move on to the next.
Our next grant recipient is the town of Bennington, Bennington County Industrial Corporation, Polar Composite LLC, asbestos remediation and fire sprinkler system upgrades for renovation and fit up.
We'll divvy up the money later on.
That's right. The next recipient is the town of Hardwick, the Northeastern Vermont Development Association, Vermont Soy LLC, for steam boiler and system build-out project.
Congratulations.
The next grant goes to the town of South Hero, Lake Champlain Islands Economic Development Corporation, Champlain Islands Candy Lab, to improve processes, storage capacity, and display at the Chocolate Production Company. That sounds yummy. The next recipient is the town of Fairhaven. The organization is the town of Fairhaven on behalf of Scotch Hill Brewing Company, LLC, to purchase a 2-vessel brew house to produce beer at the new brewery. Also sounds yummy, too. Can't go wrong.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Congratulations. Good luck at the brewery.
Thank you.
The next recipient is the town of Rutland. The organization is the Rutland Economic Development Corporation on behalf of True Yoga Vermont for construction of a new yoga room at their new location.
Thank you.
The next recipient is the town of Websterville. Organization is the Central Vermont Economic Development Corporation on behalf of Vermont Creamery to provide solar signage and crosswalk designation for safe pedestrian crossing at Wilson Industrial Park. The next recipient is the town of Montpelier, Central Vermont Economic Development Corporation on behalf of Timber Homes Vermont to support the completion of their dust collection system. The next recipient is the town of Brattleboro, Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, Backroads Food Company, LLC, the Granola Deposter Project, and the Granola Tray Scraping Project.
No.
The next recipient is the town of Island Pond. The organization is the Brighton Community Forum, and it's for renovations to the Island Pond Welcome Center. The next recipient is the town of Rutland, the Rutland Makers, Inc., the Mint Rutland's Makerspace, to create dividing walls separating the various functions of the makerspace. So that completes the recreational economic development grants, and we are now moving on to the human services facilities grants. So the next recipient is the town of Goshen. The organization is Camp Thorpe. The project description is installation of new accessible doorways and new energy efficient windows in 14 cabins.
Yeah, come.
So nice to meet you.
The next recipient is the town of Arlington, Bennington County Humane Society Second Chance Animal Center for the installation of rain gutters and a storage shed. The next recipient is the town of Burlington, Burlington Dismiss House to improve drainage and to decrease water infiltration to the foundation. The next grant recipient is the town of Morrisville, United Way of Lamoille County, renovation to a barn to build community food security. The next recipient is the town of Randolph, Randolph Area Community Development Corporation, to purchase, move, and rehabilitate an older mobile home. So this next grant recipient is Circle Inc., and it's